Chapter 1 Where is your father buried? Wanchen Kifeng opened his eyes. The rainy night outside the door was pattering, the room was damp and cold with candle light swaying, and a series of different corpses were lying on the cold collapse. Where is this? Chaotic memories poured into his mind, and he quickly understood from the memory that he had passed through. Here is the chaotic, bloody, and icy Hokage world. In today's world, war, turmoil, and fighting are just like commonplace meals, and the intertwining of blood and tears has become a dessert after a meal. He is a ninja, Konoha's unremarkable genin. But he has another job, Konoha's corpse collector. What is a corpse collector? As the name suggests, when the rest of the ninjas are fighting hard for the village on the battlefield, people like him are responsible for restraining the corpse on the side. In the ninja world, the corpse not only contains all kinds of ninjutsu and blood inheritance, but also contains all kinds of information in the brain, including some secrets of the village. So no matter which side it is, during the outbreak of the war, there will be their own corpse gathering squad, and he is one of them. In peacetime, his job is not only to condense the corpse, but also to take care of the corpse, including simple grooming and grooming. No matter which world you are in, the deceased is the big one, and the corpse is always dead. After the village issues a martyrdom order, all families and ethnic groups can bring their relatives, companions, husbands, and wives back for burial. His predecessor was an orphan, his parents died in the war, and his mediocre talent, no matter how hard he tried, he just mixed with genin, took the job, and barely made a living. The room he was in at this time was undoubtedly a morgue. The gaze swept away, and a chill rose on his back. In any case, staying with so many dead people will always feel terrifying. But then, he suddenly saw that he was parked in front of him, his heart was stuck in the corpse of Kyu, and a white light appeared. This is the soul? Out of awe of the deceased, he did not dare to approach directly, just standing still hesitating. There is no doubt that the ninja world has a soul. The great scientist Uncle Snake explained and summarized the facts for us by personally transgendering. But, it's one thing to know, it's another to accept it. Suddenly, a virtual blue transparent small frame appeared in front of Wanchen Kifeng, which did not block the line of sight, but attracted his attention. White corpse, the success rate is 90%. May I ask if you touch the corpse, 3/3 this time, 9/9 that day? Then a yes/no interface popped up. Staring blankly at the slightly modern virtual frame in front of him, Wanchen Kifeng selectively ignored the reason for its appearance, feeling slightly agitated. Have a plug-in? Although traveling to this violent and bloody world made him worry about his uncertain future, the appearance of the system allowed him to see the possibility of self-preservation. Wanchen Kifeng looked at the corpse lying quietly in front of him, and suddenly felt a touch of kindness. Kind. As soon as this somewhat absurd idea was born, it was suppressed when he desperately shook his head. Stop. Don't spread your thinking, otherwise it's easy to happen to appalling things. Turned around and looked at the entire morgue. It can be seen that almost all the corpses flashed with light spots, but some light spots were white, some were green, and some were yellow. Came to a corpse with a gleaming green light. On her pale face, Madara's bloodline was covered with a green vest, and a familiar red and white fan was printed on one side of her shoulder. Uchiha. Wanchen Kifeng was a little surprised. People like the Uchiha and Hyuga tribes are generally responsible for gathering and burying their corpses after death, in order to prevent the leakage of blood. This also got the acquiescence of the village. But there is one exception, that is, the other party has not awakened the Uchiha clan's blood inheritance boundary, which is called Red Eye Disease and dominated the entire Hokage ninja story, leading to the appearance of the nickname Ninja Village Fighting Eye Legend. Sharinan. Green corpse, the success rate is 60%, may I touch the corpse, 3/3 this time, 9/9 of the day. White, green, what would yellow be? The color should represent the level of the corpse, which may be related to factors such as the strength, ability, and blood limit of the corpse before it was alive. Came to the only corpse in the entire morgue with a flashing yellow light. Miura Jonin. Coincidentally, he happened to know the original owner of this corpse. The opponent is Konoha, a powerful veteran Jonin, who has experienced many battles with 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen when he was young, and has also served as a member of the Hokage Guard. Although there is no cage level, Jonin is definitely appropriate. Did he even die? The fall of such a powerful ninja was a signal to him and to the entire village. The ninja world will begin to show signs of great turbulence again. He is not clear about the specific situation, but what is certain is that if a war that covers the entire ninja world happens again, his life will be like a flat boat on the sea, and it may be under a wave at any time. Overturned. The yellow light spot represents Jonin. Wanchen Kifeng muttered, converging his mind. Yellow corpse, the success rate is 30%, may I touch the corpse, 3/3 this time, 9/9 that day. At the Jonin level, the success rate is only 30%. There is no longer any hesitation, there is no higher level than yellow in the audience. Decisively choose yes. Fail. Fail. I touched them twice in a row, and they all failed. You won't be so lucky, will you? Calculated according to the probability stacking, there is a 65% chance of accumulating 3 times. This is still intangible, and he has to rebirth and examine his luck. He took a deep breath and stretched out his hand again, resisting the discomfort of touching the cold corpse. Success. Get the Konoha Jonin Miura 1 match experience card, rare. It's done. Then what? He didn't feel any change except that the yellow light spot on the corpse disappeared. The body did not become stronger, and there were no objects in his hands. It seems, here. After reading the system interface carefully, I finally found the word panel in the corner. With curiosity, I clicked it on, and the process went smoothly. People, Wanchen Kifeng. Age, 13 years old. Attribute, Fire. Strength, Genin. Body, 10. Fine, 12. Forbearance, 12. Magic, 5. Control, 15. Print, 15. Ninjutsu, 3 Body Technique. Item, Konoha Jonin Miura 1 Match Experience Card, rare. How to say? Looking at its own attributes, it can only be described in 4 words. Terrible. However, this Konoha Jonin Miura 1-to-1 Experience Card, rare, did make him unexpected. Those who have played games know that things with the word rare are generally not bad. In general, the first experience was pretty good. When he walked to the corpse of the Uchiha clan ninja, he suddenly grinned. How can I feel like opening a blind box? As we all know, opening blind boxes is addictive, and he is no exception. The first hand this time, I have a foreboding that I won't go home empty-handed. Success. Get a random +2 promotion card for a single attribute. Property card? He didn't check, taking advantage of his good hand, he wanted to continue. Success. Obtain the Thin Blood card of the Uchiha clan, 1/3. The blood of the Uchiha clan? I couldn't bear it this time, and couldn't wait to open the panel again. As attention fell on the scarlet circulating card, small text appeared before his eyes. Name, Thin Blood card of the Uchiha clan, 1/3. Description, as members of the Uchiha clan who have never awakened Sharingan, their thin blood is their last pride. Function, collect 3 of these cards, you can have the blood of Yuyu's Haibo clan. Remarks, this is a cursed bloodline. Once used, there is no room for looking back, please consider carefully. What it means is beyond doubt. Pink eye. Sharingan. If you don't engage in a pair of Sharinan, you would be embarrassed to say that you have traveled through the Hokage world. As one of the strongest built-in plugins, Sharingan's importance is self-evident. As for whether you can open your eyes. Joke. It doesn't matter if you can't open your eyes, the point is that he must have what others have. Excitement under strong pressure. Come again. Unfortunately, the third time was unsuccessful. But Wanchen Kifeng was satisfied. On the whole, it is more in line with probability. According to the system's prompts, there should be 3 chances to draw the prize today. Looking across the morgue, Wanchen Kifeng finally locked the body of a female ninja. Glowing white light. The reason for choosing her is very simple. The body is relatively intact and the other person looks better. Success. There is no one to obtain the standard. Success. Get a copy of exquisite earrings. Success. Get a copy of lingerie. The front is fine, how come the style of painting is getting worse and worse in the back? Forget it, what the hell are earrings and underwear? Looking at the items in the inventory, Wanchen Kifeng was messed up. At this moment, there was a sudden rush of footsteps outside the door. Soon, 2 figures appeared in front of him. A medical ninja in a white coat, with a short-sleeved, sluggish fisheye, a silver-haired teenager with a face mask. Kakashi, Master Hokage meant that your companion is an orphan, so your team is responsible for covering. Halfway through, the medical ninja stared at Wanchen Kifeng incredulously, his eyes widened. I saw his hand being placed on the chest of the female corpse. Kakashi's eyes narrowed slightly, and a little contempt flashed. Regarding the current situation, Wanchen Kifeng also knew it was embarrassing. More importantly, he didn't know how to explain it. However, seeing Kakashi's first glance, a strange question appeared in his mind very untimely, and he blurted out uncontrollably. Long time no see, Kakashi, where is your father buried? Chapter 2 Upgrade Card and Experience Card. If I say, I'm just cleaning the dust, do you believe it? Wanchen Kifeng retracted his hand and wiped it lightly on his body. Kakashi's stiff face was rarely wary, and his actions were combined with the question raised just now. Believe you a ghost? For Wanchen Kifeng, Kakashi still knows him. Although he is not in the same class, he has had several connections in the ninja school, but this is not the point. After all, he has only been in the ninja school for half a year. The most important thing is that after Kakashi became Chunin, he finally had the qualifications to lead the team alone, and the team led by him had a very high completion rate. It's just the death rate, He is a frequent visitor to this morgue. Kifeng, oh, I understand. The medical ninja patted him on the shoulder. It's too stressful. Under the oppression of blood and death, everyone is under tremendous pressure, and all kinds of small hobbies are derived, which is not unacceptable. What's more, Wanchen Kifeng, a job dealing with dead people every day, is inevitably distorted. Although others are alcoholics and violence at best, his habit is a bit peculiar. Do you know a fart? Wanchen Kifeng was incompetent and furious. By the way, Kifeng, Lord Hokage killed Chunin Kakashi, took the body of his companion back and was buried. Back to the topic. Oh. The medical ninja patted his shoulder again, you guys hand it over. Then he came to his ear and said something softly. Kifeng, the dead are the greatest. Most of the ninjas who died had family members in the village, and it was easy to be knocked on the door when it spread to their ears. Wanchen Kifeng turned over Byakugan impeccably. The other party left directly after speaking. He and Kakashi were the only ones left with big eyes and small eyes. As Kakashi, a genius who flourished in the village for a while, he naturally knew and was very familiar with him, perhaps better than Kakashi himself. But in the face of this genius who is known as Forever 50-50, he pays more attention to the burial place of the other's father. Konoha's White Fang's corpse, should there be something surprising, right? Ah, follow the procedure. Kakashi glanced at him again, dropped a scroll, and walked into the tent. To those who covet the bones of their own father, it's weird to be able to give a good face. Wanchen Kifeng didn't bother to argue anymore. Necrophilia is necrophilia, judging from the plug-in he got, it is estimated that he will have to deal with the corpse in the future. There have been many explanations, but it has become a cover-up. A simple glance at the scroll is a martyrdom order with the seal of Hokage. After half an hour, looking at the morgue, Wanchen Kifeng was a little lost. Among the remaining corpses, there were either white light spots or no light spots. I had enjoyed the stimulation of yellow corpses and green corpses. The first experience of white corpses did not give him good senses. Sit back in the chair. Converging the little loss in my heart, I started to re-understand the system and the things I just opened. There is nothing to study about earrings and underwear, so the focus is on those cards. Name, single attribute random +2 promotion card. Description, as a qualified Chunin, each of his items is worthy of your study. Function, randomly increase single attribute by 2 points. Note, trust me, you need more. Of course I know that more is needed, but only if there are so many corpses. Take out a green card with a 2 on the front. It feels very metallic, with slightly raised rough lines, as if it possesses a magical ability. Looking at the card, Wanchen Kifeng's eyes lit up. He knew exactly how bad this body's talent was, so cards like the one in front of him became the capital and starting point for him to become stronger. Follow the system prompts and use it correctly. A hexagonal roulette appeared in front of it, which was engraved with the 6 items of body, essence, forbearance, phantom, control, and seal, representing the ninja's physical skills, chakra, ninjutsu, illusion, chakra control, and the 6 item attributes. In the end, the pointer stayed on the body. Body +2. A huge heat flow suddenly burst from a corner of the body, flowed into the meridians, spread out, and gradually disappeared in the cells of the whole body. Wanchen Kifeng squeezed his fist. It can be clearly felt that the body has become lighter and the arms have become stronger, and the whole figure is as comfortable as drinking happy water and wants to groan. Open the panel again. People, Wanchen Kifeng. Age, 13 years old. Attribute, fire. Strength, genin. Body, 1-2. Fine, 1-2. Forbearance, 1-2. Magic, 5. Control, 1-5. Print, 1-5. Ninjutsu, 3 body technique. Items, Konoha Jonin Miura 1 experience card, rare, ×1, Uchiha family's thin blood card, 1/3, standard kuna ×1, delicate earrings ×1, ladies underwear ×1. The physical skill only increased by 2 points does not seem to be much, but his foundation is only 10 points, a full increase of 1/5, so it feels very obvious. I really need to do more, we are not for enjoyment, purely for the improvement of strength, that's right. Turning his head to look at another special card depicting Miura Kazuka's appearance. Name, Konoha Jonin Miura 1 match experience card, rare. Description, this is a very rare experience that allows you to explode beyond the limits of your body in a short period of time. Function, combine your own attributes and card attributes to temporarily comprehensively improve and change abilities, attributes, ninjutsu, consciousness, etc. Note, as Jonin's experience card, it is recommended to use it before death. This is a good thing. After just glanced at the introduction, Wanchen Kifeng was sure that it was definitely a good thing. You can combine the various abilities of Miura Yahi Jonin on the premise of being based on yourself, so that you can surpass your current strength in a short time. Used in special situations, it can definitely bring out unexpected results. As a whole card, it is undoubtedly the best choice. As for the specific extent to which the strength can be improved after use, he has not tried it, I don't know. However, Wanchen Kifeng estimates that even if it fails to reach the level of Jonin, there should be no problem with having a special level of Jonin in a short period of time. Although his job is to hide behind and collect corpses, it seems to be safe. But you must know that no place on the battlefield is truly safe. The Lao Lao camp is likely to be attacked suddenly. Maybe when someone comes down with an AoE, Xiaoming will belch. Even if there is no large-scale AoE, snatching corpses, stealing intelligence, and even blood, are also things that the big hidden villages will never get tired of. There is a corpse-gathering team on either side, so in the same way, there is also a team that snatches corpses. Even if only a small amount of key intelligence on the end of the star can be obtained, it is extremely possible to turn the tide of the battle to a certain extent. Therefore, the survival rate of corpse collectors has always been low, and it can even be described as low, only a little bit higher than that of the ninjas fighting blood on the frontal battlefield. However, it is peaceful time, and he is still very safe. Looking at the morgue silently, the shadows flickered with the candle light. Fortunately, there are no ghosts in the Hokage world, otherwise sooner or later you will be scared of mental illness. But it must be admitted that he was addicted to opening the blind box, and seeing these cold corpses was full of intimacy. Now I can't wait to touch more corpses, even white corpses. But it didn't happen. The number of times today is used up, and we can only wait for tomorrow. Angrily got up, closed the door, and locked the door firmly with the thick chain of his arm. There was precious wealth inside. Hold the umbrella, step on the night, go home. Oh, not far from home, just next door. Chapter 3 Tired of bones, tears streaming down. The sun rises in the east, and the morning mist is thin. After a rainy night, the streets became exceptionally refreshing. Wanchen Kifeng walked out the door and stretched, feeling refreshed. In order to better guard the morgue, as an orphan, he directly placed his home not far away. In the eyes of others, this behavior was very withdrawn. He once thought so, but it was not until the appearance of the system that changed this idea. Where is the morgue next to it? It is simply a gold mountain and a silver mountain. Take light steps, a good day, start from touching the corpse. From a distance, I saw two people standing at the door of the morgue. Judging from their clothes, they should be Umbu's ninjas. Regarding Umbu, Wanchen Kifeng knows the power of the organization hidden in Konoha's shadow, and knows that Umbu is directly responsible to Hokage, and he has great power in Konoha. They also saw Wanchen Kifeng, standing still watching him. Two adults. Wanchen Kifeng did not dare to neglect, and trot to come to the two of them, keeping the usual simple and honest appearance, and shouting respectfully. The two of them didn't have much arrogance, they just said coldly as a routine, "This is the ninja who died in Umbu last night, you know how to do it?" Wanchen Kifeng nodded. The ninjas of Umbu are different from ordinary ninjas. They are hidden in the shadow of Konoha. They have no names when performing tasks, only code names, and the task is paramount. Therefore, in general, Umbu itself is responsible for converging the corpse. In special circumstances, it will choose to destroy it in situ. But since it is sent here, it means that everything related to Umbu will be erased here, and they will notify their family members as ordinary ninjas. The two didn't say much, put down a scroll and disappeared in place. Take the scroll, open the chain, and enter the morgue again. The oncoming coldness of the forest made the goosebumps on Wanchen Kifeng's body rise. To ensure that the corpse does not rot, a special refrigeration device is installed here. I found an empty bed, unrolled the scroll, and opened the seal. An Umbu ninja corpse with its corpse separated quietly lying on it. Beheaded with a single knife, it seems that the power gap is a bit big. After checking the corpse a little bit, Wanchen Kifeng sighed. Only among ninjas with disparity in strength can such a simple way of death appear. Wanchen Kifen did not touch the corpse directly. Instead, after standing there silently for a while, he stretched out his hand and gently closed the eyes that were not yet closed, revealing horror. Putting on leather gloves, changed the corpse into clean clothes, butted the body and the head, and simply stitched it together. The dead are the big ones. Although he coveted the benefits of the corpse, he would not ask for it blindly. In his opinion, he is responsible for repairing the corpse and letting the other person enter the soil with a relatively natural mental outlook. It is a sacrifice, and the objects given by the corpse are rewards. Take those things in this way, so I feel at ease. Even in the Hokage world, he is a human first and then a ninja. Since he is a human, he must be worthy of the humanity in his heart, and endlessly asking for it will only make him go further and further on the road of humans. After all, it's just peace of mind. It didn't take much time anyway, and it was his job. After completing this, he bowed to the deceased, and said silently, "Sorry" in his heart. There was a yellow light flashing on the corpse, and there was no doubt that Jonin was in front of the opponent. But compared to Miura Yaihi's light at the time, this one is much dimmer. I don't know if it is the weaker Jonin or the special Jonin. Raise his hand and place it on the bright spot on his chest. Yellow corpse, the success rate is 30%, may I touch the corpse, 3/3 this time, 9/9 that day. Choose yes. It may be that he took care of the corpse and upheld the mentality of the dead is the greatest, so the corpse also responded, winning the prize for the first time. Regardless of this, he decided to face every corpse with this mentality in the future. Success. Get the Fire Style Houyanhua Ninjutsu card. Ninjutsu. B-level Ninjutsu Houyanhua, he knows this technique is practical and handsome, of course the focus is on being handsome. Yellow corpse, the success rate is 30%, may I ask if you touch the corpse, 2/3 this time, 8/9 of the day. There is nothing to hesitate, go on. Success. Get the Konoha Special Jonin Nakano Sara exclusive Forehead Protector. Forehead Protector. Although he was satisfied with a 30% chance of success once, he was somewhat disappointed when he touched the Forehead Protector. The third time. Fail. Overall, it is not bad. It's just that last time I opened the underwear earrings, this time I opened the Forehead Protector, that is, I got a good ninjutsu first, otherwise he might have to scold his mother. But I always feel that these items have their special purpose. I was so excited yesterday, I just looked at those cards. With a move of mind, he took out a somewhat worn Forehead Protector, placed it in his palm, and looked carefully. Soon, as his vision gradually blurred and changed, a short picture like a slide appeared before his eyes, from the perspective of this Umbu ninja. Oishi Jonin, the defense of the Land of Fire is not tight, are we? Wait, it's not the time yet. Although I don't want to admit it, Konoha's overall strength cannot be underestimated. Then us. Someone. Immediately afterwards, a silver light flashed, and the picture before Wanchen Kifen was shattered like a mirror, withered into powder and scattered. Sure enough, it's not that simple, these items also have their effects. His eyes opened slowly, and his expression was a little throbbing. It's actually Rock Shinobi. Put away Forehead Protector. Although it is only a short picture and some simple information, he knows the plot that this happens only represents one thing. The Third Ninja War. As the defeated countries of the Second Ninja War, Tonokuni and Iwagakure did not hurt their muscles and bones. And Third Tsuchikage, who has been coveting the fertile land of the country of fire, is a strong leader with both strength and means. To say that the start of the Third Ninja War was due to the disappearance of Tsunagakure's third Kazekage, but at the root of it, Iwagakure had long exposed their eager behavior and gave Tsunagakure enough courage to provoke a war. He took a silent breath, the Third Ninja World War, coming soon. Knowing this information is not all bad for him. The pressure in the heart will be greater and there will be a sense of urgency. But on the contrary, once the war starts, he will get more corpses, provided that he has enough strength to save his life on the battlefield. The war, like a haze shrouded in my heart. He hesitated to take out the earrings, only hoping that the information given by the earrings was not so heavy. The slide opened again before Wanchen Kifeng's eyes. "Sister, are you going to have another mission?" The speaker was a little girl who was exquisite and looked like a doll, and her simple dress could not conceal the aura in her eyes. It's just that the girl's smile reveals frustration. A hand was gently pressed on her head, rubbed, a gentle voice sounded, "Well, Chanel wants to study obediently." But the girl rubbed the corners of her clothes with her fingers. "My sister, remember, it will be our Chanel's birthday in a few days, and my sister will be back in time." "Yeah." The girl showed a hint of playfulness, "I want a gift." "Okay." There was a pampering voice in his voice. Seeing the female ninja leaving the back, the girl's smile finally couldn't be maintained, and was gradually replaced by worry. "Sister must come back, Chanel will be obedient, and wait for you to come back." Holding a small hand is like prayer and comfort. The slide dissipated. Wanchen Kifeng holds the earrings. The bond between younger sister and elder sister is pinned inside. Not as heavy as war, but still full of weight. The birthday gift my sister gave to my sister was not only earrings, but also the promise of being a sister. What the younger sister really wants is not a gift, but a safe and complete older sister. However, this is no longer possible. In the Hokage world, there are too many stories about the younger sister seeing off his elder sister, the younger brother seeing off his elder brother, and the son seeing off his father. The seemingly calm Konoha was actually accumulated with life, blood, and tears a little bit by the efforts of this ordinary ninja. Tired of bones, tears streaming down. Wanchen Kifeng felt a responsibility to fulfill their last wish for these corpses and for the dead. As he himself said, for peace of mind. Finally, he took out the underwear that was also from the female ninja, held it in his hand for a long time, and looked inside and out for a long time. "Well, it's just ordinary underwear. As for why it takes so long, well, the scale is pretty impressive." Chapter 4: The Deformed World. Fail. Success. There is no one to obtain the standard. Success. Get an initiating talisman. Success. Get 3 Bingliang pills. Fail. Success. Get a random +1 promotion card for a single attribute. Use up the remaining 6 chances to touch the corpse. I have to say that although the white corpse's success rate is high, most of the things it gets are of the more ordinary kind. With 6 chances, only one single attribute random +1 promotion card was obtained. Better than nothing. Wanchen Kifeng did not hesitate and used the card. In the system's hexagonal roulette rotation, the fine attribute was finally locked, and Chakra gained a small amount of improvement. After using the number of times today, I simply cleaned the morgue, locked the door, and walked towards the ninja school. He needs to give the pair of earrings to his sister for his sister, even if it is not good news for the sister. As for the news from that Umbu ninja forehead protector, Rock Shinobi, who is ready to move, is not prepared to report the third ninja war that may break out at any time. It's not that he doesn't care or pay attention to it, but he just feels that there is no suitable reason, and he doesn't need to be a corpse collector to worry about it. The Prime Minister, it is not clear how the information was obtained. Since the body was sent by Umbu, it must have been carefully checked beforehand. They found nothing, and he found that Umbu could not be fooled by a single sentence. Secondly, since Umbu Ninja will appear there and can overhear Rock Shinobi's conversation, it must not have been running for no reason. It may be that Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had a premonition, so they were sent to investigate the situation. I'm just a little genin corpse collector. Protecting Konoha should be handed over to Konoha's big trees. Comforting myself, walked onto the long-lost street. Konoha deserves to be the richest ninja village in the entire ninja world. The streets are full of dazzling shops, and the faces of pedestrians passing by are happy smiles. Although the war was cruel, with the hard work of the Konoha shinobi people, this place seems to be a pure land on earth. Wanchen Kifeng's heavy heart was also relieved in this atmosphere. Come to the ninja school. As one of Konoha's powerful capital and heritage, the ninja school, he had also studied here for 6 years. Although his graduation grades were not satisfactory, the doorman recognized him. It's Kifeng. Wanchen Kifeng showed a simple smile and scratched the back of his head. Uncle Tianfu's body is still very tough. Ha 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 ha, that is, is there anything wrong with you, little guy? I want to ask Mr. Fusion for some questions. Kifeng said with a little embarrassment. Fukuda was his former head teacher. Well, you can go in, but Teacher Fusion may still be in class, don't disturb him. Uncle Tianfu suddenly asked. It's rare for graduates like Wanchen Kifeng to go back to the ninja school to ask a teacher, but it's not uncommon. Generally, after graduating from the ninja school, there will be a leading teacher. The teacher leading the team may be senior Chunin, special Jonin, or even Jonin. The leading teacher is responsible for leading 3 students for 1 year. This period is called the adaptation period. After the adaptation period, students can choose to continue to perform tasks with the teacher, or they can choose to leave the team. Wanchen Kifeng's talent is not high, so he chose to leave in order not to hinder him. Under the introduction of the leading teacher, I found a relatively stable job, which is now the corpse collector. Said that the salary is not high, but there is nothing wrong with supporting myself. And this job is safer, especially in peacetime. And students who follow the team can ask the leader of the team if they encounter problems. For those who leave the team like him, the former teacher of the ninja school is also a good choice. Okay, I know. Kifeng thanked him and walked into the youthful campus. Looking at the back of him leaving, Uncle Tianfu smashed his mouth and sighed, he is a good boy, all are good boys. According to the memory in the earrings, Kifeng found the classroom where Chanel was. But at the moment there is no one in the classroom. I must have gone to outdoor classes. It's good, so I don't know what to say, Kifeng muttered in his heart. According to the seating chart posted on the door, Chanel's position was found. The tabletop was very neat and tidy, but when he moved his eyes to the corner of the tabletop, he was silent. A few shallow marks, very shallow, but very clear, and the number is exactly the same as the number of days the sister has been on the mission. Each one represents the younger sister's longing for her sister, and her expectation for her safe return. Sighed softly. This is a ninja. He took out the packaged exquisite small gift box, put it on the table, turned and walked out of the classroom. Did not leave directly, but leaned on the wall of the corridor. Very plain story, very real emotion. If he saw such a story in his previous life, he might at most sigh, and then go on to the next one without any disturbance in his heart. But personal experience often makes people feel different, clearer, and more touching. At the same time, he also knows that stories similar to older sisters and younger sisters are played out almost every day in Konoha village. This is just the tip of the iceberg, but it can vaguely watch the weight of the entire iceberg. Under the towering iceberg, there are pairs of longing eyes, which are ordinary stories. Soon, the outdoor class students returned. A plainly dressed little girl with a haggard face looked a little out of tune with everyone. When she sat back to her position and saw the gift box on the table and the additional card that said Channa, happy birthday belated, I'm sorry, she was stunned. What followed were tears gushing out, lips that were constantly torn, and hands trembling firmly holding the gift box. Silent, but sadness filled the classroom. A few close classmates came forward to inquire about the situation, comfort. Wanchan Kifeng just stood silently outside the classroom, leaning on the wall, watching this scene. I felt my pocket and remembered that I had no cigarettes. He has no plans to come forward. The girl should have expected it a long time ago. What she is waiting for is just a result. Now she should vent her out, and then put her sister in her heart, study hard, so that she will not go to the same ending as her sister in the future. Comfort is reserved for ordinary people. Ninja, no need. It may seem cruel, but it is rude to say that more than 50% of Konoha's students should have the same experience as women. Rao is the genius of Kakashi, who also witnessed the death of his heroic father when he was 5 years old. The entire ninja world is a deformed world pieced together from sad stories. Senior Kifeng. An abrupt, surprised voice came into my ears. Looking up, he was a teenager with goggles and a second-degree appearance. Kifeng was stunned. Obito, is this your classroom? Uchiha Obito, the boss behind the scenes who will shake the entire ninja world with his own power in the future, provoking the Fourth Ninja War. Now it's just an ordinary crane tail. Seeing him, Kifeng remembered that the reason why Uchiha Obito went to Blacken was not because of the death of Lin Nohara's companion. The tragedy is happening every day. Even the tragedy of some people is destined from the beginning. Yeah, what happened to Chanel? Obito asked very familiarly, leaning his shoulders curiously. Kifeng just shook his head without speaking. The students came back one after another. Some people knew him and greeted politely, and some who didn't know him nodded, generally very polite. Senior Kifeng. Someone greeted him again. Seeing someone coming, Kifeng finally moved. He grabbed the opponent and surprised him. Asuma, smoke and fire. Kifeng said bluntly. Asuma's expression froze, the corner of her eyes glanced at a cute girl with red eyes, and she smiled dryly. Cough, Senior Kifeng, stop joking, I don't smoke the smoke from the fire. Don't know you yet? I used to learn from your old man Sarutobi Hiruzen in the grove behind the school, but it was not you, Sarutobi Asuma, who was choked by smoking. After that, he became a frequent visitor to the grove, and there were cigarette butts everywhere, but it was difficult for him to be the guardian Tianfu. Sure enough, Kifeng digs out a box of cigarettes and matches from his pocket. Pop one out skillfully and light a match. Bang. The reddish cigarette butt took a deep breath, then spit it out slowly, and what he spit out was his heavy heart. Comfortable now. But Asuma's expression froze. The familiar gaze behind him pierced his back like a thorn. Uchiha Obito, who was next to him, even booed, "Oh, Asuma, you are so young, you actually brought cigarettes." Obito knows, it means the whole class, no, the whole school knows. Asuma thought of the serious old man in his family, and his body trembled. Kifeng. The teacher is here. Kifeng threw the cigarette on the ground, extinguished it without a trace on the soles of his feet, and shouted, "Teacher Fukuda." Fukuda-gen is his former teacher and the teacher of Obito, Asuma, and others, so although they are not familiar with each other, they also know each other. Fukuda-gen glanced at the cigarette butts on the ground, then glared at Asuma, who was dejected, and smiled, "It just so happens that you are here, or tell them about your experience after becoming a ninja, let these little guys know the cruelty of ninjas." Kifeng looked at Chanel, who was lying on the table shaking her shoulders, and shook her head with her lips pressed. I think, they knew it a long time ago. Following his gaze, Fukuda-gen also saw Chana. With his experience, he could roughly understand the whole story after a turn of his mind. Silently patted Kifeng on the shoulder, "Smooth less. If you become a ninja, you must be responsible for yourself." Although Kifeng is not too old, Fukuda-gen did not scold him. "Yeah." Kifeng's nasal sound answered. After a few brief words with Fukuda-gen, he left. Asuma was the only one left in the mess in the corridor. It doesn't matter if you shake out your own cigarettes, and even give the whole pack of cigarettes, and go. Chapter 5 Red Corpse, Seeking Collection Recommendation. Stop and go outside to appreciate the prosperity and vitality of Konohagakure. When I returned to the morgue again, the sun had already set, and the moonlight gauze enveloped the entire Konoha, making it bloom with a hazy beauty. Several medical ninjas stood at the door. Seeing him, he took out a few scrolls with corpses. After a few words of greeting, he left directly. Even medical ninjas don't catch a cold on corpses, and no one wants to stay too much in a place like a morgue. Wanchen Kifeng was also happy about this. It's also nice to be alone with a group of silent corpses. But when he put the corpses in the scroll one by one on the wooden bed covered with white cloth, he was stunned. Stopped in front of a slightly burly male corpse covered with scars. Because what it is shining is not white, green, and yellow light that he has seen, but red light. Although very weak. White represents Genin, green represents Jinin, yellow represents Jonin, and red. Wanchen Kifeng was excited. Cage level. Immediately shook his head negatively. Impossible. He didn't say that, but he knew all the cage level experts in the ninja world, except Konoha, including the other 4 hidden villages. Although the appearance of the male corpse in front of him was somewhat damaged, it was still recognizable. Of course, some cage level powerhouses who are not well known but powerful are not excluded. It's just that since these people are not well known and don't care about their reputations, how could they come out now, when the Third Ninja World War is about to emerge? Therefore, Wanchen Kifeng guessed that this red blinking male corpse should not be a cage-level powerhouse. It is most likely to be in the fuzzy level between Jonin and cage level, which is the so-called elite Jonin, or quasi-shadow. There are not many such ninjas in the ninja world, but compared to the cage-level powerhouses, they are much more. Enough. The division of ninja strength is actually a very general concept, and there are different standards in different periods. Some ninjas are only genin in overall strength, but because one ability is very outstanding, they are promoted to chinin. There are some ninjas whose explosive strength may be comparable to jonin or even cage level, but because of the lack of various systems and strengths, they are still genin. The most famous ones are Might Dai and Tai Ziming. Konoha is even more typical of this phenomenon. Even among the Hokage fans in the previous life, there was a saying, Ning to rap Konoha Jonin, don't recruit Konoha Genin. The horror of Konoha Genin is beyond imagination. After all, he is just a genin. Pity. Today's count is used up, so there is no prompt in the system. Looking at the seductive red body lying quietly in front of him, Wanchen Kifeng felt that he had committed an internet addiction. It's like an internet addiction teenager just got a legendary level-less weapon. As a result, the internet fee was over, and there was no pocket money on him. Uncomfortable. But no matter how uncomfortable, I can only endure it. This is probably the true meaning of a ninja, laugh. Tomorrow, touch the prize again tomorrow. This can be regarded as an increase in suspense, maybe it can produce unexpected things. Only this way of self-comfort can make my heart feel more comfortable. Although you can't touch the prize, you still have to do the work that should be done. When he helped the corpses deal with their wounds and cleaned up the bloodline, it was already late at night. Kifeng felt that after the initial period of excitement, he was a little tired, so he simply packed up and prepared to go back to rest. He raised his ears and vaguely heard a slight movement outside. Someone seems to be moving nearby. It was midnight, and the morgue was in Konoha's inconspicuous corner because of its special nature, and there was a forest outside. During this time period, activities in this area are probably not a good thing. If it's Umbu, you can come directly without being sneaky. Kifeng frowned, his expression gradually becoming vigilant. Although I don't know who it is, Kifen is unwilling to contact him if he is just passing by. Some of Konoha are strong, and it is not his turn for a little genin to be so caring. Blow out the candles and stand quietly in the morgue. After a while. Call. Kifen let out a long sigh, listening to the footsteps. The other party seemed to have left after seeing the light disappear. Then, almost when Kifen completely relaxed his vigilance, the windows of the morgue burst suddenly, and the air under the night sky shone abruptly, accompanied by a piercing sound. 5 or 6 shurikens were thrown at the position where Kifen was standing, blocking all possible directions for him to move and avoid. Depend on. Kifen cursed in a low voice, flipped his palm, and a kiwu appeared in the palm of his palm. With a few spurs on the backhand, all the shurikens that hurriedly shot over were knocked into the air with the crisp sound and splashing sparks. His mediocre talent is genin, which does not mean that he has no ability to resist at all. Even more because of mediocre talent, on the contrary, he has achieved the limit of what he can do on the basis. After all, those who have led the ninja to perform the mission for a year and survived successfully still have combat experience. The whole person jumped and hid in the corner next to the window, leaning on the wall, and looking out sideways. In that direction, with the help of moonlight, a figure can be clearly seen. The other party is wearing a ninja costume, but not wearing a forehead protector, and can't tell where it comes from, but it is certain that it is definitely not a Konoha shinobi. Flint also looked at him, his eyes flashed coldly. He is an intelligence officer deployed by Iwagakure in Konoha, an elite genin who is good at disguising. He has been lurking in Konoha for more than 10 years. During the Second Ninja World War, he only passed information appropriately without revealing his identity. But this time, he received a secret mission from Iwagakure, and even gave up his long-standing business by revealing his hidden identity for this reason. For that is the corpse in the morgue. Yes, the corpse with red light is Rock Shinobi, and it has a good position in Iwagakure. I know a lot about Iwagakure's secrets. As long as the corpse is brought back, he can return to the village as a hero, to the homeland he had been far away from when he was a child. And what stood in front of him was this little genin, the insignificant corpse collector. As an intelligence officer, I don't know much about Konoha shinobi, but students who graduated from ninja school like Wanshin Kifen have special care. Therefore, he has a certain understanding of the strength of Wanshin Kifen. Genin of average strength. Kifen was a little surprised when he blocked his shuriken attack, but it was limited to this. It must be done quickly. This is Konoha. If the fighting movement is a little bit larger and lasts a little longer, it will become very troublesome and may even be life-threatening. His goal is not me. Kifen, who was hiding in the morgue, quickly judged the other's intentions, and his thoughts turned. It seems that the origin of the corpse sent later is extraordinary. Doesn't he know that the dead are big, and the corpse cannot be desecrated? He can take away everything in the entire morgue, except for the corpse. This is responsibility, this is faith. The point is, I haven't drawn the prize yet. Kifen is incompetent and furious. There is another problem. Once the fight is started here, the entire morgue will be destroyed, and his unemployment is small, and it will be troublesome if he can't draw prizes in the future. Therefore, he quickly made a decision. He flashed, ran to the corpse that was flashing red, picked up the scroll to put it away, and then jumped out directly through the back door. Flint stared at Kifen's vigorous figure and swift movements, and his back color quickly sank. This is to flee with the corpse. If you really run in front of Umbu, let alone his task cannot be completed, his life will be accounted for here. No longer hesitating, he chased up at a faster speed than Kifen. Chapter 6 The First Experience of Experience Card, Seeking Collection and Recommendation. In the woods in the corner of Konoha village, a scene of birth and death was staged. Kifen ran frantically in front, and Flint chased after him. And the speed of Flint was much faster than Kifeng, and the two quickly moved closer. Flint was still a little worried, but seeing the speed of Kifeng, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. After all, it was just an ordinary genin. No way, although Kifeng has a system, the time to get the system is too short to develop. His predecessor had been a corpse collector for so long without encountering any danger, and within 2 days of his journey, he encountered a chase. I just want to scold my mother. Whoosh. A Konoha cut through the space and locked Kifeng's next branch that is about to settle. As long as Kifeng dares to land, he will definitely be hit by the ankle by Konoha, and after that, it can only become fish on the chopping board. Kifeng's complexion changed, he curled up, stopped his movements, and slid down from the air. Het. Flint laughed lightly. Kifeng did not step on it, but made him happier. Hand over that corpse. The Flint paced slowly closer. Wanchen Kifeng looked at him without backing away. He sighed softly, make a discussion, there are so many corpses in the morgue, you can take it whatever you want, okay. But this one in his hand is really not good. Ignorance. Flint sneered and continued to approach. Seeing him getting closer, Kifeng was also helpless. We just want to touch a corpse quietly. Who did you offend? Would you come back tomorrow? I will definitely not resist tomorrow, open the door to welcome you. After touching the corpse tomorrow, the corpse will be useless. If you snatch it, it will be taken away. No matter what secrets he may hide, this is not what he needs to care about. Big deal, let Umbu chase. But what responded to him was the hands of Flint's rapid seal. Earth style. Rock shinobi technique. Flint's body turned to earthy color, and then the figure slowly disappeared, disappearing from Kifeng's sight. Ugh. Kifeng was helpless, the other party was very determined, but he was even more determined. No one can take this corpse today, he said. Hokage can't come. A quick decision was made, and the only card that could be used as a whole card came out. Konoha Jonin Miura 1 Go Experience Card, Rare. I didn't expect to use the whole card so soon, the strength is still too weak. Slap the card quickly on the body. Enable Konoha Jonin Miura 1-in-1 Experience Card, Rare, and the numerical matching starts to be calculated. Successful use. Matching degree, 50%. Change in ability evaluation. People, Wanchen Kifeng. Age, 13 years old. Attribute, Fire. Strength, Special Jonin. Body, 5'5". Fun, 4'8". Forbearance, 4'3". Magic, 3'6". Control, 4'5". Print, 4'0". Ninjutsu, 3 Body Technique, Fire Style Hao Yanhua. Thing: Special Jonin. With just a 50% match, Kifeng's comprehensive strength evaluation directly passed Jonin, reaching the level of a Special Jonin. And, from his attributes at the moment, it can be seen that he is a Special Jonin with physical skills as the core. Kifeng squeezed his fist lightly, feeling the changes in his body. Kifeng's eyes were full of surprise. Exaggerate? Too exaggerated? Is this the power of rare cards? Looking at the half-hour countdown displayed on the system interface, the corners of his mouth are raised, confident. The corpse is guarded by me. With a glance, he quickly found the whereabouts of the Flint from the subtle changes in the surrounding environment. This is derived from Miura Ichihi's veteran experience. After using the experience card, he inherited not only Miura Ichihi's abilities, but also the consciousness and experience of the other party. Before Flint shot, Kifeng seemed to predict in advance, holding Kyu in one direction and killing him. Flint also frowned, vaguely feeling the changes in Kifeng's body, but didn't think much about it. Even if he wanted to fight physical skills, he was full of confidence. Just a kid, just a genin. Seeing that Flint gave up rock shinobi technique, he rushed towards him. Kifeng vaguely hooked the corner of his mouth. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the speed that he had not fully deployed before was increased to ultimate in an instant. In Flint's eyes, I saw Kifeng's whole person, at an almost weird speed, with the afterimage of the moonlight reflected in the kiwu in his hand. He slashed towards him. Flint's face changed. How could it be so fast? Such a thought flashed in his mind, but at this time it was too late to have any other thoughts. Facing Kifeng's instantaneous strength and almost terrifying speed, he could only do his best and wave the kunao in his hand to greet him. Kang! The kiwu in Flint's hand was worthy of Kifeng Kiwu's attack before it fell, and there was a metal crash, which made the tiger's mouth numb. Block it? This thought just flashed past, and my heart was terrified, and I had a new understanding of Kifeng's strength. It's definitely not genin. Genin can't have this kind of power, this kind of speed. My own information is wrong. But now I want to regret it, but it's too late. In just an instant, his whole person was completely frozen in place, and his eyes flashed in disbelief. See you. Kifeng pressed his arm and feet together, quickly completed a 360-degree rotation, and appeared behind him. A line of blood spread from the back of his head to his forehead. He resisted Kifeng's violent blow, but also exhausted all his strength, but for Kifeng, this was just a test blow, and his real attack followed. This is the experience. Although Flint is an elite chunin, it is a chunin who is good at hiding and disguising. In addition, he has been lurking in Konoha for more than 10 years, and his own combat experience is lacking. He chose to be the same as the Kifeng Hard Steel Front, who is good at physical skills at this time. You confronted a jonin directly. Death, from the time he chose to pursue it, was destined. Besides, he used the most unreasonable way to face the most reasonable Kifeng. Iwagakuer, I can't go back. His eyes collapsed, and at the last moment before his consciousness disappeared, Flint recalled the homeland that made him miss his dreams. His body shook lightly, unwillingly, and fell in front of this little devil who was not in his eyes at all. Boom! Kifeng looked down at his hands, and he couldn't believe it. Just now, the body's movements, consciousness, and reactions were almost all from instinct, and the other party fell down because his head didn't go too far. To use a popular phrase in the previous life. You fell down before I tried hard. Why? Why? I just want to quietly touch a corpse, why bother to give one more? Obviously, he only wanted to open the blind box silently until he had the ability to protect himself, but he was obstructed by others and robbed the corpse, which made him speechless for a while. He took out the scroll and quickly put away the body of the Flint, and there was no time to deal with the bloodline on the ground and the traces of the battle. Whoosh! Taking advantage of the strength of the card blessing, he quickly pulled away and left. Most of the Umbu who can guess Konoha is coming soon. Kifeng doesn't want to meet them, let alone appear in the sight of people like Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Almost not long after Kifeng left. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several times, the figure of Umbu Ninja appeared at the place where they were fighting. The movement just now is indeed here. One of the sentient ninjas had his eyes through the holes in the mask and simply swept his surroundings to determine the general situation. The dead is a ninja with a strange breath of chakra. It should be an intruder. Walked to the bloodline on the ground and touched it. The other two ninjas also approached. The blood is still warm. Among them, the Umbu ninja of Grandmaster Earth-style ninjutsu said, Rock Shinobi technique, the performance is perfect, at least Chunin. The battle process is simple and neat, and the dead have almost no power to resist. The three of them couldn't help but glance at each other, their eyes flashed with surprise. A Chunin who can solve a Chunin in such a short period of time should be Jonin in the village. The chakra fluctuations around here make me feel a little familiar. Suddenly, I can't remember who it is. It seems that I don't plan to meet with us. I thought that there would be Konoha shinobi who needed their support, and they might even have died, but I didn't expect this to be the result. But, where's the corpse? Someone couldn't help asking. Yeah, where's the corpse? Collate the information and report it to Master Hokage. Chapter 7 Flint's Obsession, Seeking Collection and Recommendation. An unknown ninja was quickly beheaded by Konoha Jonin in the village. Didn't even leave the body in the end. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who listened to the Umbu ninja report, held his pipe in his mouth and was a little surprised for a while. The death of a ninja from the outer village is not a big deal, especially in this tense situation. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen is busy with the scout arrangement at the border of the Country of Fire, so he didn't sleep late at night, and just listened to the report of Umbu ninja. However, for Konoha, who is now paying more and more attention to arming, Chunin shouldn't be enough to sneak into Konoha so easily. So, it may be the hidden piles laid by other hidden villages in the village. I don't know for what reason, whether it was discovered or exposed. But since we have given up many years of business, it must be for more important things. Anything that has existed will be left behind. Trace. As expected of Hokage and Sarutobi Hiruzen, a few thoughts grasped the crux of the matter. After taking a deep breath, he ordered, "The people Umbu is staring at, check the past one by one to confirm their identities. There are hidden stakes in Konoha village." As Hokage, he certainly knows that not only Konoha, but other villages also have lurkers set by Konoha's roots. The reason why they did not choose to remove them is because sometimes, the hidden stakes whose identities are known are definitely more valuable than removing them. Yes. Umbu next to him answered and disappeared quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, walked to the window, looked at the quiet and peaceful Konoha village under the moonlight, and exhaled a puff of white smoke. Konoha was founded in first Hokage Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara of the Uchiha clan. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama turned the tide and withstood the attack on the hidden villages that were eagerly moved because of the death of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, and handed it over to him. At that time, Konoha was devastated. Now, after decades of proper management, Konoha has finally returned to the top of the ninja world. But now, the precarious world of ninja. The war is coming again. Smashed his mouth. The corpse, where did you go? The corpse, of course, was transported back to the morgue by Kafeng. No one would have thought that the Konoha Jonin perceived by the Umbu ninja would be his unknown corpse collector. Even if the battlefield is not too far from the morgue, no one will think of him. Too unrealistic. Of course, Kafeng is pleased with this. If it is known by Sarutobi Hiruzen, he may be sent to perform difficult tasks, or even rush to the forefront of the battlefield. It doesn't matter if he really has the strength, the problem is that he doesn't. It is better to develop steadily and have the ability to protect yourself. Looking at the two corpses flashing red and green on the wooden bed, Kafeng grinned, his eyes twitched, and his smile was a bit painful. There is no doubt about the value of the rare experience card. If he can't get his money back from the two corpses, he will lose a lot. Feeling the undissipated power in the body, Kafeng waited for it to disappear. Instead, a series of trials and learning began in the morgue. Miyurayi cooperated as the veteran Konoha Jonin. No matter whether it is strength or experience, he is not comparable to Genin, who has graduated for more than a year. He solved an elite Genin in just a few breaths, and he didn't want to waste the rest of the time. Even if it's just a little bit of valuable experience from it, it's not bad. Moreover, he feels that although the blessing of rare cards is already very exaggerated, the effect should not be limited to this. With the passage of time, the power that did not belong to oneself finally dissipated. Kafeng's eyes flickered. The experience is over. Because of active learning, additional attribute bonus, body +3, Jing +1, forbearance +1. Really? As long as you take the initiative to learn, you can get some unexpected gains from the short-term bonus. The 5-point attribute is worth several single attribute promotion cards. This wave does not lose. Subconsciously drew out his pocket, took out the cigarette that had been pitted from Asuma, drew a cigarette and lit it, and took a deep breath. After smoking, I remembered that this is a morgue, and smoking here pollutes the environment, is disrespectful to the corpse. I was stunned that he didn't spit out a puff of cigarettes, and he held back. Everyone who has smoked knows the sourness of swallowing a puff, just like swallowing mustard. Stumbled and ran out, holding onto the solder paste and retching constantly. It took a long time to get over. The smoke had already been halfway down, and the grey soot hung long on it. Flick your index finger. If you want to benefit from the corpses, you must first respect them. After biting the cigarette and inhaling, I felt refreshed. Squeeze out the cigarette butts and go back to deal with the broken glass and the scattered shurikens. He has decided. Before 12 o'clock, I won't sleep anymore. Only when I get a prize and sleep again, I feel at ease. Pulled over an old rocking chair, stretched and lay on it. Accompanied by the creaking of sour teeth, it shook gently. If someone passes by the morgue at this time, they will definitely be frightened and sick. Morgue, swaying rocking chair, lightly swaying and slow-moving wood rubbing sound, plus brain replenishment. The more you think about it, the more creepy it gets. The life of salted fish is so easy. Wanchen Kifeng was quite enjoyable. Time flies quickly, and 12 o'clock at midnight arrives as expected with the jump of the pointer. Kifeng, who looked like a leisurely salted fish, jumped up when he saw the system prompt. After waiting for a long time, I finally waited until today. After a long dream, I finally realized my dream. He hummed small songs in his mouth, washing hands, face, and tidying up. Be religious. He walked to the crimson corpse, thought for a while, and Nobu walked to the green corpse who was coming to grab the corpse tonight. Brother, in fact, we have no grievances and no enmity. I just want to touch a corpse quietly, and I didn't say not to give it to you. I will give it to you after the prize is drawn. You were too anxious, and finally turned yourself into a corpse. Why bother? Saying this, he put his hand on the opponent's chest. Give me a good thing, let's just end it. Immediately activate the system. Fail. Say so many good things, right? Don't be shameless, believe it or not, I will throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Come again. Success. Obtain the obsession of Rock Shinobi. In stock? But just look at the name and don't understand its function. Open the system panel, it is a thin human skin mask, and call up the attributes of the item. Name, Flint's Obsession. Description, Rock Shinobi Chinin lurked into Konoha at the age of 8, and has been away from the village for 23 years. At the last moment, he just wanted to see Iwagakure with his own eyes. Function, where Fine +2, can adjust facial appearance and structure, remaining times, 5/5. Remarks, the deceased has passed away, the soul returns to his hometown, Flint hopes that he can be buried in the land of Earth. Seeing the description of this item, Kifeng was silent. He took out his pocket, hesitated, and finally did not take out the cigarette. With a serious face, he said to Flint's corpse, if there is a chance, I will send you back to the land of the earth. There can be conflicts because of standpoint issues before life, but since you are dead, then the dust will return to the dust, and the dirt will return to the ground. As an elite Chunin who is good at camouflage, and a senior lurker who has been lurking in Konoha for 23 years, possessing this kind of thing, he can barely make sense. After all, whether it is the transformation technique or the Orochimaru's elimination technique, there are chakra fluctuations, and it is difficult to escape the perception of the perceptual ninja, let alone the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. But this kind of human skin mask, although the transformation is not perfect, is easier to disguise. In this way, many of Kifeng's unwilling behaviors to reveal their identity, there is also a way to conceal their identity. It may be that after hearing his promise, the third draw went smoothly. Success. Get a random +2 promotion card for a single attribute. Without hesitation, pat directly on the body. Forbearance +2. After opening this green corpse, Kifeng's long-awaited red corpse finally had its turn. He suppressed his excitement and put his hand on it. The red corpse, the success rate is 15%, do you want to touch the corpse, 3/3 this time, 6/9 that day. 15% success rate. The time to test the blood of the Emperor has finally come. Yes. Chapter 8 European Emperor, Seeking Collection and Recommendation. Fail. Looking at the red words, Kifeng took a deep breath. Come, 15% success rate, this is normal. As long as it is a normal person, there is a 15% probability that it is impossible to win the lottery the first time. This is not only a question of probability, but also a key to character. Or, if there is a chance, I will send your body back to the country. If Konoha allows it. Kifeng squatted there, trying to bargain with the corpse. It's good to discuss. After talking for more than 10 minutes, he put his sweat-covered palm again and tried again. Success. Get the Awegaku or Quasi-Kage Akagi experience card, rare. It's done. Kifeng waved his hand excitedly. Thank Buddha. Thank God. Thank you Sage of Six Paths. Use a Jonin experience card, return a Quasi-Shadow experience card, plus Flint's Obsession and a single attribute +2 upgrade card. This wave is not a loss. No, this wave of blood earned. Sure enough, the corpse is to be used for respect, and it is understandable to communicate with him. Kifeng felt that he had grasped the key trick of touching the corpse. You respect the other party, even if it's just a corpse, the other party will respond accordingly. This may be just a coincidence, but his imagination. But by doing one more step, he won't lose much. What if it is true? The result of this time made him firmer in his attitude towards each corpse in the future, and helped them, who were obsessed with but unable to complete the last thought. One reward, one contribution, peace of mind. It was directly successful the second time, and it didn't matter if he couldn't make it the third time, anyway, he didn't lose money anyway. But sometimes, Murphy's Law is not only useful on the earth, in this Hokage world, there is also the influence of Murphy's great man. Success. Obtain the Chakra Amplification card with the Soil attribute. And also? Seeing the gorgeous red card depicting magnificent rocks lying quietly in the system, Kifeng blinked. With a 15% probability, you will succeed twice? He just wanted to ask. Who else? The bloodline identification of Oyu Huang is completed. Sit down, all sit down, normal operation, normal operation. Open the properties of the booster card you saw for the first time. Name, Chakra Amplification card for Soil attributes. Description, as a ninja, how can you be limited to a single attribute? Function, increase the adaptability to the Soil attribute chakra. Attribute increase, Soil. Remarks, none. Does this still need to be remarked? Not soon. Tisk. Kifeng smashed his mouth. Soil properties chakra. As a ninja, he knows very well that the chakra attributes possessed by ninjas are generally innate. Except for the hidden yin and yang escape, the rest are fire, earth, wind, thunder, and water. In terms of talent, the number of chakra attributes can also be regarded as a kind of talent. Of course, there are also powerful ninjas who develop a single attribute to ultimate, such as those big bosses in Cloud Shinobi Village. Most people have only one type, a small number of people have two types, a very small number of people have three types, and those who are born with 5 types are mostly open-ended. But this is innate, and it can be developed through hard work the day after, but it is very difficult and consumes energy, and few people will do this. After all, a single attribute is not used ultimate, and multi-attribute development will only waste the limited time and energy. Chakra without this attribute does not mean that ninjutsu with this attribute cannot be used, but its power will be greatly reduced. Kifen, as the owner of a single fire attribute chakra, has now added the earth attribute. As long as the master can master the corresponding ninjutsu, the fighting style will be more diverse. The combination of earth attribute and fire attribute ninjutsu will also have more powerful power. This is considered a long-term and beneficial benefit, and the longer the time, the more obvious the benefit will be. Thank you. After thinking about it, I can only say the sentence to express my inner joy. Not in vain to protect himself to the death. There were 3 draws left, and he didn't use up his brains anymore. Maybe a blind box of good quality will be delivered tomorrow. Yawned. Sleepy. This night, it was very tiring. Locked the door, returned to the small nest not far away, fell on the bed and fell asleep. Konoha Corner, Morgue. 2 months have passed since Kifen killed Iwagakuru's dark stake. In the past 2 months, his life was very regular. He slept until noon, got up to receive the corpses from Umbu or the medical team, took time in the afternoon to fulfill the wishes of some of the deceased, and dealt with the bloodline on the corpses in the evening. Wounds, touching the corpse in the dead of night. In the meantime, the guy who has nothing to do with Asuma will come to him, nicknamed it to chat. In fact, he just wants to find a quiet and remote place to secretly smoke one. Anyone who has the habit of smoking knows that if one person smokes, it is loneliness, and if 2 people smoke, then the one who smokes is the cigarette. When the 2 of them were okay, they chatted, and Kifen also learned a lot of useful and useless things from him. For example, he likes the red-eyed and cute evening red, Sarutobi Hiruzen is wearing red underwear today, and so on. For another example, I occasionally hear some words like war, rock shinobi, kiri shinobi, and so on. The age difference between the 2 is not much, and they have the same hobbies. Kifen has become one of Sarutobi Asuma's friends. Asuma always asks, "Isn't it boring or scary to stay with the corpse all day?" Kifen replied, "The deceased is great. We must respect the deceased and respect their last legacy in this world." His happiness, Asuma doesn't understand. 2 months passed. His growth is also particularly remarkable. The existence of the system allows him to harvest something every day, most of which are kunao, shurikens, weapons and food pills, etc., and occasionally get some attribute promotion kaka or ninjutsu card, almost no experience card and blood card. He still has one thin blood card of the Uchiha clan, but he hasn't been able to get it yet. After all, the corpses of the Uchiha clan are not so easy to appear. The Uchiha corpses that will be sent here are only those who have not awakened Sharingan and reached the green corpse. But he is not in a hurry, he is very frank. The closer the war is about to break out, the more hidden villages tend to converge. The friction between each other is getting smaller and smaller, as if they are doing the final preparation, causing him to obtain fewer and fewer corpses, and the level is getting more and more common. Sitting on a rocking chair, biting a cigarette, only occasional smoke rings and rolling eyes can prove that this is a living person. Salted Fish's life is so comfortable, he almost forgets that he is a ninja. A lively old janitor. Take a look at the results of the panel 2 months later. People, Wanchen Kifeng. Age, 13 years old. Attribute, Fire, Earth. Strength, Chinen. Body, 2-5. Fine, 2-4. Forbearance, 2-2. Magic, 1-9. Control, 2-7. Print, 2-2. Ninjutsu, 3 Body Technique, Fire Style Hao Yanhua, Earth Style Rock Shinobi Technique, Earth-style Earth-shore return, Fire-style Yandan. Items, Uchiha family's thin blood card, 2/3, Flint's obsession, Iwagaku or Quasi-Shadow Akagi experience card, rare. 2 words. Comfortable. But sometimes, accidents always come so unexpectedly. As he was enjoying the leisurely afternoon, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Wanchan Kifen, Master Hokage summons you. The visitor was an Umbu ninja wearing a mask. After speaking to him in a deep voice, his figure flickered and disappeared again like a ghost. Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to see me? Kifen was taken aback for a moment. He was a corps officer with a very low sense of existence. He still needed Hokage to summon him personally. Take it too seriously, right? Inexplicably, the scene of the last time I smoked with Asuma suddenly flashed in my mind. His Kifen, you should really go out for a walk, the nest is here, it's going to rust, right? What do children know? You don't understand the happiness of adults. You are just a few years older than me, and you still pretend to be an adult. Do you know that war is very likely to come, so how can you survive on the battlefield in the future? Hold the corpse and live together. The two people in the mist said a word. He didn't feel it before, but now he reacts. It must be Asuma. As long as he mentions his name several times in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, knowing that Sarutobi Hiruzen can recite the names of the whole village, he will definitely remember him, Genin, who is about to rust. Scratching his head irritably. What can we do? Master Hokage wants to see himself, it is obviously impossible not to go. Throwing the cigarette butt on the ground, smashed a few feet severely, and walked towards the Hokage building. Chapter 9. I didn't expect you to be like this, Hokage, seeking collection and recommendation. When I came to Hokage's office last time, it was already half a year ago, right? At that time, he was still doing missions with the leading ninja. As soon as he walked into the office, Kifen immediately felt that the atmosphere in Hokage's office was completely different from when he came last time, and it seemed a bit nervous and depressed. Moreover, in the chair on the side of the office, there is still a man with a cane. Just sitting there, he feels gloomy. Danzo. Kifen really doesn't want to have any intersection with Danzo. Don't bother me touching the corpse, and I won't bother you to harm Zhongliang. However, with Kifeng's strength and identity, Danzo should not be eyeing himself, and it is still far away from wanting to meet. For a time, many thoughts flashed through Kifeng's mind, and finally came to the conclusion, I scared myself. Just when he was thinking, Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice. Kifeng is here. Master Hokage. Kifen yelled respectfully, standing still and waiting for the order. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the pipe, knocked it gently on the table, looked at him seriously, and suddenly said, and Asuma smoke less. He glanced at the pipe in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand and smoked at the corner of his mouth, but he still said, yes. Think about it too. As Hokage's youngest son, Sarutobi Asuma said he was born with him. Who does he contact every day and what he did? Does Hokage know? It seems that it is not Asuma betraying herself, but Sarutobi Hiruzen feels that he has taken his son badly and wants to wear shoes for himself. I didn't expect you to be like this, Hokage. Regarding his answer, Sarutobi Hiruzen was non-committal, but asked again, how is the practice recently? Has it fallen? Thinking about what he meant in his heart, Kifeng said cautiously, it's been a long time since I had a mission, and the work in the morgue is quite busy. I'm afraid it's a bit rusty. He really didn't practice much, Sarutobi Hiruzen should know this. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Kifeng for a long time, couldn't help but sighed softly, and then gently said, recently, the world of ninja is not peaceful, and I still can't fall in practice. This time I have to give you a task, which is also helpless. Really? Still have to wear shoes for yourself? They all said that they hadn't practiced well and their strength had declined severely, but they had to assign tasks to themselves. Isn't this what it means to wear small shoes? He swallowed softly. What task? If you dare to let me go to the front line now, I dare to scold you, believe it or not. Kifeng decided to himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't answer right away, just waved. The office door opened again, and 3 neatly dressed ninjas came in. One of them, Kifeng, still nose, silver hair, dead fish eyes, and a masquerade mask. Who else can Kakashi be? Master Hokage! Kakashi shouted. Kifeng saw him. Of course he also saw Kifeng. Combined with this mission, he also understood the meaning of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen pressed his temples with a slight headache and swept across the 4 people. The Kakashi team has a vacant position because of the last mission. I want to go, and only Kifeng is suitable for you. After all, you and Kakashi are very familiar. It's quite familiar. In 2 months, Kakashi collected the corpse 4 times back and forth. Can you be unfamiliar? Maybe, this mission will send a few more into the morgue. Is this a mission? This is to die? It really is a little shoe. Kifeng is full of resentment. But before he spoke, Kakashi spoke first. Hokage-sama, I don't think he can do it. I feel so too. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his temples again. To be honest, he is already very busy now, but still has to take care of Kakashi. Kakashi, this is an order. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was beyond doubt. Then he is dead, I am not responsible. Kakashi said stiffly. The Kifeng on the side was tickling. Kakashi is not cute at all. It's as if someone else is dead and you will take care of it. Don't worry, only this time, because the mission this time is a bit special, it's a temporary team. Kakashi nodded. Tell me about the mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, walked out from behind the desk, and said as he walked, East Kirigakura was about to move and was very restless. Our Konoha scouts sent to Kirigakura were almost wiped out, but according to the latest intelligence, a small team successfully escaped from the water country with effective intelligence. But it was also because Warren's chasing and killing was very seriously injured. Before he died, he passed their position to me in a special way, in Yunokuni. Your mission this time is to safely return the bodies of all members of this team to Konoha. The current situation in the ninja world is getting more and more tense, and the more this time, the more important this information becomes. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kifeng. Kifeng, although you will not perform tasks for a period of time, you are considered a half-expert in handling corpses. Understood. Before Kifeng could speak, Kakashi responded directly. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, and swept across the 4 people. Any questions? Kifeng slowly raised his hand and asked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's gesture, Master Hokage, is it not appropriate to send us a few of such important information? Shouldn't Umbu Ninja send a group at this time, and then come with a few elite teams led by the elite Jonin? Regarding his question, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not surprised, and answered with a smile, Indeed, this task is very important and the danger is also high, but you can rest assured that I have sent someone to block the border of the country of fire, and there is an array of ninja squads nearby. In response, the opponent's strong did not dare to act rashly. Your goals are not great, and the dangers you need to face will not be great. Thinking about it this way, Kifeng probably understood it too. The simplified meaning is, you 4 weak chickens will not attract the attention of the other party. At this time, the more powerful ninjas are sent, the easier it is to attract the attention of the other party. Well, if there is no problem, go back and prepare for it, and set off as soon as possible. 4 people responded. Walking out the door, Kakashi glanced at him and said stiffly, 15 minutes, gather at the entrance of the village. The voice fell, and he took the lead to leave. The other two shook their heads helplessly, gave him a self-seeking expression, and left. Kifeng curled his lips and hurried towards the residence. Danzo, who had not spoken until they left, finally spoke. Hiruzen, with Kakashi's current character, entrusted to me to train, will definitely become Konoha's sharpest sword, even better than Sakumo. The two have apparently talked about this topic more than once, and Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head decisively. Don't mention this matter, Danzo. Danzo frowned, but did not intend to give in. Instead, he stood up and stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said solemnly, "You have seen Kakashi's current character. It is impossible for ordinary ninjas to convince him. Hiruzen, you can't just because I missed Konoha's genius as soon as I missed it. After all, for someone to walk in the dark, he is the most suitable person. Kakashi is a genius. Konoha needs him to show his talents to the sun. This is the best booster. Besides, I have found the most suitable candidate for him. By the end of their mission, it will be almost done." Kakashi led the team alone with a terribly high mortality rate, but Sarutobi Hiruzen could not continue to indulge him anymore. Who? Danzo narrowed his eyes and had a guess in his mind. Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen said confidently, Minato took Kakashi with him before, and later had to be disbanded because of mission and personnel issues, but now the situation is so turbulent, Minato is the most suitable. Hearing the name, Danzo was silent. If Kakashi is Konoha's up-and-coming genius ninja, then Namikaze Minato is a powerful ninja who has realized his talent and gained fame. It's just two people, it's not enough to set up a team. It's not the graduation season. What about the remaining places? Danzo was still unwilling to give up. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled down the pipe, slowly exhaling a thick white mist, and said lightly, Wanchen Kifeng, isn't it appropriate? Kifeng's simple and honest appearance flashed in Danzo's mind, and he sneered. It's hard to say whether you can survive this mission. Then, I'll talk about it if you survive. In this regard, Sarutobi Hiruzen is very calm, because he has made a decision and will not change his mind because of individual people. Although the life and death of an unknown genin is also very important, for Konoha now, it is still a genius like Kakashi that is more critical. After all, on the battlefield, genin is really just cannon fodder. In special times, you must have a special mentality, otherwise Sarutobi Hiruzen will not just watch Kakashi's team like that. People die again and again, and they fill in again and again. Chapter 10 The Most Essence of Containment, Recommendation for Collection. Kifeng returned to his residence. In fact, he didn't have much to prepare. Everything he needed was on his body. Whether it was a ninja or a pill, he got countless in these 2 months. I believe that even if he goes out for a month, he will not starve to death. The reason for coming back is just to use the number of corpses touched today. Since the last time he learned the lesson, he generally left 3 opportunities every day until the evening. If no special corpse was sent, he would just find a white corpse and touch it. I don't know how many days to complete the mission this time, so I used up all the times to avoid wasting. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is meat. He didn't want to leave Konoha very much, leaving the comfortable place of the morgue, just like that, and it's best not to let him go to the battlefield during the Third Ninja World War. But since this mission is about the corpse of Konoha Shinobi, his repulsion is not so great. Just hope that the mission is as Sarutobi Hiruzen said, without any accidents. Putting away the item rewards, when they came to Konoha Gate, Kakashi and the other 2 ninjas had been waiting for a long time. You are late. Kakashi said blankly. I'm sorry, I accidentally lost my way on the road of life. Kifeng explained with a smile, using Kakashi's future great truth. Kakashi snorted coldly, too lazy to continue struggling with this issue. Kifeng was actually looking forward to the change in his expression, and when he saw the corners of his eyes drawn out slightly, he secretly shook his head. No matter how Kakashi pretends to be cold, he is still just a child, a very gifted child. The task is urgent, the specific situation, said on the road. The voice fell, and after submitting the village certificate, he rushed out first. The Kifeng three followed close behind. The general task content Sarutobi Hiruzen has briefly talked about, and the content of their exchanges is more about understanding each other. In addition to Kakashi, Kifeng has a certain degree of knowledge of the other two ninjas. The boy Itoki, Chunin, a sentient ninja, has worked with Kakashi on 5 missions. Girls Imekuriyama, Genin, medical ninja, and Kakashi have cooperated on 3 missions. Therefore, the people who teamed up with Kakashi either couldn't stand his character and style and left, or they sacrificed in the task. Affected by the suicide of his father, Konoha's white fanja Hatake Sakumo, Kakashi became a mission paranoid. In his eyes, the mission is above all else, and the ninja who cannot complete the mission is a waste. It is precisely because of this that Danzo feels that Kakashi is more suitable for the roots, and he can help Kakashi to release the darkness in his heart perfectly. Sarutobi Hiruzen firmly believes that Kakashi's heart is always full of sunshine, but he needs someone to open this window. The moon rises at sunset. The team of 4 rushed down the road at full speed and arrived at the eastern border of the country of fire. The closer you are to the border, the more insecure you will become. The tree and perception are left to you. As the leader of the team, Kakashi began to assign the tasks that he was responsible for. Good. Kuriyama, if there is a fight, you try to avoid it and find opportunities to help. Clear. After explaining the two of them, Kakashi glanced at Kifeng with a simple expression, and pursed his lips. You can figure it out. It's best to contain one person. Okay. Of course, Kifeng has no opinion on this. Leave it to me head on. Kakashi took over the most difficult part. With a big wave, he left the country of fire. A few people gradually slowed down and regained their physical strength while moving forward. The other side. In a forest in the territory of Unokuni, 4 Mizuna wearing dark ninja costumes suddenly appeared here. These Konoha ninjas can really run. They were all seriously injured by the stalker, and they were able to run to the shore. The soldier is on the verge of death, and may even be dead now. Just get the information back and complete the task. It is estimated that the intelligence this time is not simple. If it were not for the Master Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost, I am afraid we have already been encircled and suppressed by Konoha. Several Mizunas stood at the top of the tree, teasing each other, as if they didn't feel much pressure to enter Unokuni. After all, although the land area of Tame's Higuo is good, the strength of Tangian village is really not that great in the entire ninja world. To shut up. A Mizuma squatting on a tree wiping a long knife stood up and spoke, and the others closed their mouths. The bright blade reflected a terrifying cold light under the moonlight. Kang. The long knife is sheathed. The eyes were full of sorrow, and he said solemnly, find the Konoha shinobi, get the information, and leave. With the current relationship between Konoha and Kirigakure, once they are found, I'm afraid they really won't be able to go back. If it weren't for the ninja with the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghost against Konoha, their actions would not be so smooth. It's not difficult to find them. I can smell this bloody smell clearly from a long distance away. Hey, Konoha is not as familiar with the smell of blood as we are. It's here. In a remote tree hole, 4 figures appeared here. It is the 4 of Kifeng. Looking at the tree hole, his expression is complicated. Outside the tree hole, a very obscure special mark is engraved cryptically. This is the special mark that the Konoha shinobi people will get every time they go out on a mission. This mark is also part of their information. Itoki shook his head calmly. Seeing his reaction, the faces of several people became more and more ugly. Already dead. Kakashi stepped forward, released the traps placed outside the tree cave, entered the tree cave, and saw the bodies of 3 Konoha shinobi. "Kifen, you come." Hearing that, Kifen also walked in. 3 ninja corpses covered in blood, lying in a pool of blood, were stab wounds everywhere, including several fatal wounds. With such an injury, being able to escape from Kirigakure to Yonokuni has already reached their limit. Kifen also saw yellow and green spots of light flashing on their bodies. It is a team composed entirely of Jonin and Chinin. It is estimated that all members are good at perception and concealment, otherwise it would not be easy to sneak into Kirigakure. At the same time, Kifen noticed that one of Chinin was embroidered with a flame fan of the Uchiha clan. Someone. Before he could put the corpse away, Itoshu outside the tree cave immediately shouted. Kifen's complexion changed, and before he could think about it, he quickly took out the seal scroll and put away the 3 corpses. Cautiously walking out of the tree hole, I saw the 3 Kakashi waiting in a row. "Take it away?" Kakashi asked in a deep voice. Kifen just nodded. "Go." Without hesitation, the 4 turned and left at the same time. Their task is to bring back the corpse, not to fight the hostile ninja head-on. Now that the corpse has been found, it is safe to withdraw to the border of the country of fire. Whoosh! 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 However, they didn't get far before they felt a few strong winds shot from behind, accompanied by the high-speed rotating shuriken, blocking the 4 people's foothold. Had to stop the figure. Stand on the ground, leaning on each other's backs to prevent sudden attacks. Huh! The 4 Wujin figures stood on the surrounding trees, their icy eyes locked them in. There is no communication, no discussion, the encounter of ninjas in different villages, there is only one process, battle. It is not over until one party is completely dead. War. Kakashi made a decisive decision, and without waiting for a response, he rushed out at an extremely fast speed. Itoki and Imekuriyama also followed closely, and they wanted to create opportunities for Kifen to escape the encirclement. Oh, it turned out to be a group of Konoha imps. Lihao Yamato chuckled lightly, and faced Kakashi who rushed forward. He drew out shinobi without any haste. But the next second, his face changed. I saw Kakashi's speed skyrocketing, holding the white fang with a shinobi sword, turned into a silver light, and suddenly killing intent appeared, as if he wanted to use Wu Shinobu's contempt to quickly kill a person. However, he is fast, and some people are not slower than him. A Vunin holding a long knife stopped in front of him. It was the leader of this Vunin team, Tonko Zinyi. Staring at White Fang in Kakashi's hands, his expression was extremely excited. "Are you the son of White Fang?" "Yet-yen." At the same time, Itoki and Imekuriyama clash with Kiri Shinobu in an instant. Of course, Kifen is no exception. The one who greeted him was the misty Shinobu that Kakashi wanted to kill just now, with a hideous expression on his face. I can't think of a group of Konoha's little ghosts, they still have some strength. "You are not bad either." Kifen opened his posture. Hearing the compliment, Lihao Yamato smiled freely. "Our blood mist is not your wood." Before I finished speaking, I saw Kifen pull back without hesitation, running fast. Damn it! What Kakashi said, without him doing anything, it's best to contain one. This is the essence of containment. Chapter 11 Ordered to escape, seeking collection and recommendation. Seeing Kifen leave, Kakashi's eyes flickered. Stop them! After yelling, he chased Lihao Yamato. But Tonko Zinyi followed closely behind. Compared to regaining intelligence, his bigger goal now is to kill Kakashi and kill Konoha's genius ninja. No matter whether the mission is successful or not, he will not be punished. But the other 2 didn't feel so well. Itoki is a perception ninja, but he is at least Chunin, and his strength is reasonable, but Imekuriyama is more dangerous. As a medical ninja, Imekuri Yamamoto's frontal combat ability is average, and now facing the Misty Ninja who is good at fighting, he may suffer fatal trauma at any time. Hearing Kakashi's words, Tong Caoxin turned his mind and understood the meaning of the sentence. Kill him, the intelligence is in his hands. Then a chase shot forced Kakashi to turn around to defend. I thank you and the whole family. Kifeng feels helpless. Run all the way. Water style. Water rushing waves? Wow. The surging water flowed out in an instant, like a flood. Earth style. Earth formation wall. Feeling the rapid water flowing behind him, knowing that he can't escape, he really didn't touch the ninjutsu for escape. He turned around quickly, nodded his hands, and patted on the ground. Rumble. An earthen wall stood up suddenly, firmly withstanding the impact of the current, and staying still. But instead of being happy, he stepped on his feet and stepped back away from the earth wall. Sure enough, the next second. A sharp blade pierced the soil wall, and the bright cut surface told of the sharpness of the blade. Immediately afterwards, a figure passed through and rushed straight towards him. Kifeng's face was heavy, his palm turned, Kiwa fell into his hand, and hit the blade directly. Kang! The burst of fire, the crisp metal sound. Chinin! At this moment, both of them had a certain understanding of each other's strength. Lihao Yamato was full of anger. Where do you think you can escape? Kifeng smiled honestly, I didn't want to run, but the corpse is not to be desecrated. Do you want to change your target? The silver-haired kid in the back is called Heitake Kakashi, but he is the son of Konoha's White Fang, Heitake Sakumo. Killing him is also a great achievement. Make a discussion. Anyway, with Kakashi's strength, even if it is lost, it shouldn't be a big problem to run. He is a corpse collector. He just wants to collect the corpse quietly. There is no need to chase after him, right? Oh. Lihao Yamato loosened his power. Chance. Although Kifeng stayed in the morgue and did not do any tasks, the experience given to him by the Miura Yaihi experience card, even if he only learned a little, was enough to deal with Chinin. Holding Kiwa's hand suddenly exerted force, creating a little space for herself. Fire style. Flame bullet. A scorching red fireball instantly spit out from his mouth, approaching Lihao Yamato. The distance between the two of them was so close that Lihao Yamato didn't have much reaction time at all. In his horrified eyes, the fireball was getting bigger and bigger and the temperature getting higher and higher. But Wu Ren called himself Blood Mist, a ninja born under an extremely cruel policy. The fight and fight were almost accompanied by their entire ninja school. Knowing that he could not dodge, he simply gave up dodge and faced the fireball without retreating and advancing. Gritting his teeth, the strength under his feet burst into the fireball, Sun Yan's blade shot out from the flames, accompanied by the burning smell and the smell of barbecue, and went straight to the door of Kifeng. The sharp blade mixed with the flame-burning temperature cut Kifeng in half with a single knife. It was the moment Lihao Yamato felt happy. Bang! Kifeng's severed body suddenly sprayed out smoke and turned into two pieces of wood. Body replacement technique. Boom! Lihao Yamato was unwilling, and fell heavily to the ground, arousing dust. Behind the tree next to him, Kifeng patted his chest, slowly walking out with a look of fear. I just want to collect the corpse quietly, why bother? After approaching, Lihao touched Yamato's corpse on his toes. It was confirmed that he was really dead, so he sat down beside him and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The opponent's strength is good, but it is too easy to be interfered by others' words. It is probably related to Kirigakuru's customs. Kirigakuru's Mizuno, there are not many people who are ruthless. They just do it when they meet. They coldly treat everyone around them as imaginary enemies. There is no communication at all. Of course, Kifeng's ability to seize opportunities is relatively strong, and the opponent's personality has also gained a certain understanding through short-term contact, so he can use the body replacement technique to dodge in time. If it is replaced by an inexperienced ninja, it may be replaced. Breathe slightly slowly. Take out a self-provided seal scroll and put away Li Hao Yamato's body. In other words, Chunin is a green corpse, and it must be better than a white corpse. At the same time, the traces on the ground were processed. Although there are no traces, it has long been washed away by the residual water from the previous water rushing. Finish these. Kifen turned back and ran towards the direction where Kakashi and others were. Did not choose to expose directly, but to hide in the dark and observe silently. But he couldn't hide any more soon. Kakashi is still in a close match with Tsukusa Shino, and it is estimated that it will be difficult for the two of them to tell the victory or defeat in a short period of time. But Imekuriyama was not so comfortable anymore, covered in blood, and he could die at any time. Kifeng seized the opportunity and found the right time. His hands were printed, and the raging flame was like a wave, and went away. Fire style. How Yanhua. The B-level fire style ninjutsu drew a large amount of chakra from his body in an instant. But the power is also considerable. Mizuna, who was fighting Imekuriyama, didn't pay attention, and was instantly submerged by the sea of fire. It seemed that he was hopeless. At the same time, Kifeng appeared next to Imekuriyama, holding on to him who was crumbling. "Are you okay?" No answer was received because she passed out directly. "It's you." Seeing Kifeng go and return, Tonko Zinyi's complexion changed, his frightening gaze resembling a ready-to-go lion majesty, knocked back Kakashi, and stood on the tree. "Where is Yamato?" Tonko Zinyi asked in a deep voice. Kifeng has a simple expression and a sincere expression. "Is that misty shit just now? I told him that there is a barbecue restaurant that is delicious, and now, should I eat it? Barbecue. Where's the fool? Kifeng, you take Kuriyama first, we can handle it here." Kakashi also took the time to say. The only thing that distracted him before was Imekuriyama. Although Itoki was lost, it was not easy to lose. Just as Tsukusa Shino saw Kakashi's excitement, Kakashi has been holding back the excitement in his heart, always putting the task first. Seeing that the task is no longer a problem now, he finally doesn't have to suppress his desires. Go first. Of course Kifeng has no objection. If it weren't for the sake of leaving his companions, he would have left. Glancing at the corpse of Misting Ninja who was about to be burned into coke by the flames, he felt a little regretful and a little tangled. But soon, these emotions were left behind by him. Hugging Imekuriyama horizontally, he left a sentence, "Don't worry about us, you guys come on." Without the slightest nostalgia, without any scruples, he ran away. This was ordered to escape. The ninja must obey the order. Chapter 12 Open Wushuan, Seeking Collection and Recommendation. Outside the border of the country of fire. Yonokuni. Somewhere in a small town, in a hotel room, Orochimaru was playing around with some precision instruments and unknown liquids in front of him. During this period of time, Kirigakura was in a state of restlessness. For the safety of the personnel in the land of fire, Sarutobi Hiruzen sent Orochimaru with some Konoha shinobi and even Umbu to sit here. To the Warren who came to test Konoha, he gave a merciless counterattack, and he mercilessly killed all of them. The powerful power of Konoha is revealed. Orochimaru squinted his eyes and licked his lips lightly. According to the current situation, war may break out at any time. All that is lacking is a fuse and an early bird. Boom. The glass container in front of him exploded, destroying most of the things on the table. For this, Orochimaru was not angry at all. Science is always accompanied by accidents of this kind. The process is not important. As long as the results can be obtained in the end, everything is worth it. Ms. Sarutobi is still too conservative. At this time, we should pick a soft persimmon and destroy it with thunder, so that other villages will not dare to jump. With Konoha's current strength close to its peak, it is absolutely nothing to concentrate all of your power to defeat a shinobu village, but once someone picks the head, the major hidden villages will join in. At that time, no matter how strong Konoha is, they will fall into the quagmire of war. Eventually the ending is confusing. However, Orochimaru is accustomed to Sarutobi Hiruzen's conservativeness. If he is not so conservative, he will not be his own teacher. Choosing him to stay here is already Sarutobi Hiruzen's bolder move. For another person, such as Jiraiya or Tsunade, he will not be so decisive. Whoosh! Just as Orochimaru was about to restart the experiment, an Umbu ninja quietly appeared in the room. Orochimaru-sama, things are not quite right on Kiri Shinobu. Orochimaru didn't lift his head either, just fiddled with his own instruments. Oh! The watermelon mountain puffer ghost guy shot. No, it's not the watermelon puffer ghost. According to our scout's observation, a jonin from the Hui Yuryuaki clan forcibly broke through our blockade and entered that area. Hui Yuryuaki? Those lunatics? Orochimaru can be called a lunatic, which shows how loud the name of the lunatic of the Kei Yuryuaki tribe is. I'm afraid the corpse collection team will be in danger. For the sake of intelligence, do you want to? Umbu ninja hesitated to ask. Orochimaru finally raised his head, and his tongue stuck out unconsciously. It seems that Kirigakure can't sit still anymore. If you want to really explore the bottom of our Konoha, send a fool of the Kei Yuryuaki clan, but kill two birds with one stone. On the surface, the other party was for intelligence, but Orochimaru understood the deeper meaning. This is to see how determined Konoha's attitude is. If Kagaya can successfully return, it means that Konoha's main attention is still on Tsunagakure and Iwagakure in the west. Even if Kagaya can't return safely, he will face the high level of Konoha. In other words, it is also very cost-effective to eliminate a person with conflicting political views. Umbu ninja stood there, waiting for Orochimaru's order. Send a team of Umbu. Orochimaru waved. He couldn't leave, otherwise he would just tell Kirigakure that Konoha is short of manpower, and the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost is not a vegetarian, and it is very likely to take this issue. Yes. Upon receiving the order, the Umbu ninja flickered and slowly disappeared. Hui Yuryuaki, not even a person who awakens dead bone pulse, can still have such a big influence in Kirigakure. If there is an awakening, it would be a good research material. Thinking of the legend about the corpse and blood of the Kei Yuryuaki clan, Orochimaru felt the cells all over his body tremble with excitement. I'm just a corpse picker, I'm just a corpse picker. Kifeng hugged Imekuriyama, while rushing on the road, while hypnosis himself, without thinking about what will happen to the Kakashi in the back. With Kakashi's strength, there is no problem. Stepping on the treetops, walking on the wind, humming a song, holding a girl, a winner in life. But life went up and down too fast, and it didn't take long to be happy. Kifeng suddenly stopped in place. The smile became a bit bitter. I shouldn't. He just wanted to quietly pick up the corpse, he shouldn't have to face so many tests. A vague figure stood on a tree not far away, wearing a very classical and ugly bun, with two uglier red dots on both sides of the eyebrows, and a playful smile at the corners of his mouth. Seeing the other person's appearance clearly, Kifeng only felt more headache. This looks like the Teru Yuryuaki clan. We're just genin. Although he also knows that the current Yuryuaki clan has not awakened the dead bone pulse blood succession boundaries, but they are all physically pervert and mental pervert lunatics, which is very difficult. If it were not for Uchiha Obito to restart the Blood Mist Sato in the future, which would cause the Kei Yuryuaki clan to be almost completely annihilated, I am afraid that Kirigakure's strength would not be called the most weakoin during the Fourth Ninja War. Village. Carefully set Imekuriyama by the side of the tree. No hot devil, Where is your strong Konoha? Kagaya Chiba's eyes were fiery, as if his whole body cells were about to move. With a simple and sincere expression, Kifeng stretched out his hand towards the town where Orochimaru and other Konoha shinobi were stationed. No thanks, you should be there in an hour. Good. Kagaya Kyanban nodded and walked in that direction with his foot raised. Kifeng stood there and didn't move, but turned around silently, facing his direction, to guard against the other party's sudden uproar. It is said that the Huey Yuruaki has no brains, but what if? It wasn't until Kagaya Thousand Blade passed him and was about to disappear into the woods that he really quietly breathed a sigh of relief. His back was wet with sweat. That's okay? Am I really 10 geniuses? Chunin couldn't help feeling a little complacent. However, when Kagaya Qianbian was about to leave, his footsteps suddenly stopped, causing Kifeng's heart to miss a beat. Gan smiled and asked, "Why, what's the matter?" Kagaya Chiba turned his head and grinned, suddenly remembered, "My task seems to be to solve all the Konoha shinobi who I saw." At this moment, his smile is in Kifeng's eyes, that is the smile of the devil. "I'm just a genin. It's not worth wasting time on me." Kifeng waved his hand. "So, I will be soon." When the voice fell, the ground at the feet of Kagaya Thousand Blade suddenly cracked, and his figure resembled a speeding car, ramming and appearing in front of Kifeng in the blink of an eye. So fast. Kifeng's complexion changed, knowing that he couldn't avoid it at this time, so he could barely cross his arms across his chest. Boom! A small fist hit Kifeng's arm. He hadn't felt what it was like to be hit by a car in his previous life, but in this life, he felt it, and he felt it fiercely for a while. That's sour and refreshing. You can see how fast he is flying backwards now. Both feet were directly off the ground and slammed into the trees behind him, and the thick trunks broke directly due to the impact of huge force. Puff. His complexion became pale, unable to bear the surging of internal organs. A mouthful of blood was spit out from his mouth suddenly, his arm swelled up in the blink of an eye, and almost broke directly. Huh. Kagaya Chiba was a little surprised. Immediately he stood up straight, showing a little interest. With genin strength, his punch just now was absolutely unstoppable. Looking at it this way, the opponent was at least genin. For him, genin would be boring, and Chunin would be able to pick up a little interest. Kifeng shook his head, and after a while, he finally recovered. He barely got up and wiped off the bloodline remaining at the corner of his mouth. "Have you recovered a little? Come again when you recover." Kagaya Chiba beckoned provocatively at him. Kifeng licked his gums and spit out a mouthful of blood donated mixed with saliva. "Open the palm of your hand and take out a card that no one else can see." Picking up a corpse quietly, why is it so difficult? He glanced at Ime Kuriyama who was in a coma next to him. This damn humanity. He didn't want to. But no way, open Wushuan. Enable Iwagaku or Quasi Shadow Akagi experience card, rare, and start calculation for numerical matching. Successful use. Suitability. Chapter 13 Mud Chien Long, Seeking Collection and Recommendation. Successful use. Matching degree, 70%. Change in ability evaluation. People, Wanchen Kifeng. Age, 13 years old. Attribute, Fire, Earth. Strength, Elite Jonin. Body, 6'5". Fine, 5'9". Forbearance, 7-0. Magic, 4-9. Control, 5-8. Print, 6-3. Ninjutsu, 3 Body Technique, Fire Style Hao Yanhua, Earth Style Rock Shinobi Technique, Earth Style Earth Shore Return, Fire Style Yandan. Items, Uchiha Family's Thin Blood Card, 2/3, Flint's Obsession. I felt the power gushing out of my body again. It was not the first time I tried the Kifeng used by the experience card, and I couldn't help but want to groan. It's fortunate to hold back. However, he was very puzzled about the matching conditions and elements of the system. The match rate of Miura Yahi experience card was only 50% before, but this time the match rate was 70%, which he didn't expect. The evaluation of strength soared to the level of the elite Jonin in one fell swoop. Coupled with the experience of the quasi-cage level ninja, Kifeng felt that strength was so fascinating for the first time. Now there is no time to consider these. Kagaya Chiba on the opposite side saw that he hadn't moved for a long time, and he couldn't help it. But Kagayachi and Blade didn't act rashly either, because in his perception, Kifeng's aura and the feeling he gave him had undergone an earth-shaking change. If it was a husky waiting to be fed before, it is now a hungry wolf ready to go. He didn't understand why a seemingly weak Chunin would undergo such a big change in such a short period of time. But with his character, he doesn't have to think about things that he doesn't understand. He only knows that the uninteresting and tedious one-sided crushing before has become what it is now, and there is a kind of emotion that continues to spread and expand in his heart. Excited. Uncontrollable excitement, and the desire to fight. Interesting, interesting. Kagaya Thousand Blades' eyes widened, her expression distorted arbitrarily, and she looked a little crazy. Crazy man. Kifeng Xianchinin couldn't help but vomit. Next second. The two of them moved at the same time as if they had agreed, and they seemed to be in a tacit understanding. The body shape resembles electricity, and the not too distant distance is drawn close in an instant. Two unpretentious fists, with surging wind, collided in the void. Boom. The aftermath of the violent strong wind centered on the two people, rolling up thousands of fallen leaves, and creating a vacuum zone in the woods. Click. The ground trembled and cracked, Kifeng rooted under his feet, solid and powerful, and the Kagayachi and Blade on the opposite side did not let it go. Boom. 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 In the blink of an eye, dozens of collisions and attacks occurred between the two hand-to-hand fists. Kifeng did not fall into a big disadvantage due to his quasi-shadow experience and his suddenly soaring physical fitness. The opposite Kagaya Thousand Blades is even more. Although Kagaya Thousand Blades' dead bone pulse has never been awakened, it is not useless. It makes their physical fitness far beyond ordinary people. Coupled with a madman-like fighting style, they ignore the choice of fighting that they will be injured, and are only in physical skills. Even if Kifeng used the experience card, it still failed to take advantage. Chunin couldn't help but flashed a thought. With the strength of the bones of the Uruaki clan, if you learn the 8 inner gates and can open the 8th gate and use the night guy like guy, I am afraid that you will kick Uchiha Madara's last kick with the bones in the leg. Thinking back, there was no stagnation in the movement of his hands. There were dozens of moves against each other in an instant, and the two separated by force. Okay. Very good. Kagaya Qianbiao yelled excitedly, staring at Kifeng with scorching eyes, as if he had seen a toy he likes very much. I didn't expect a little devil to have such a powerful body. Kifeng is too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Now I am talking fast, and I will burp in half an hour. It must be resolved as soon as possible. Different from the previous experience card, Miura Kazu is a Jonin who is good at physique, while this Akagi is a Quasi-Sha who is good at ninjutsu. In contrast, physique is not a strong point. His hands turned into phantoms, and the seal was quickly sealed. Earth Style. Yellow Spring Marsh. Earth Style. Earth Dragon Bullet. Ninfa, Mud Qian Long. The Earth-style ninjutsu combined with 2 B-level ninjutsu is no less powerful than some A-level ninjutsu. A-level ninjutsu, to a certain extent, can barely be regarded as a forbidden technique. B-level ninjutsu is the mainstream in this world. As long as it is used properly, the power of B-level ninjutsu is not necessarily inferior to that of A-level ninjutsu. Ninjutsu. What's more, it is combined ninjutsu. The ground at the feet of Kagaya Thousand Blades became muddy in an instant, and the bubbling methane smell was unstoppable. At the same time, a burly dragon head was molded out of the mud. With his mouth open, head-sized magma bombs came from the dragon's mouth spouted. Falling on the struggling Kagayachian blade brought a huge impact, while the sticky mud stained him, making it even more difficult for him to break free from the shackles of the quagmire. Willow Dance. Kagaya Thousand Blades did not know when two sharp blades appeared in both hands, and the body began to twist and twist, showing a strange bending amplitude. While getting rid of the bondage of the mud, it also successfully escaped from the mud. Hui Yuryuaki has a total of 6 physiques combining Dead Bone Pulse, and Yanagi no Mai is one of them. It's just that the Kagaya people who haven't awakened Dead Bone Pulse can't perform the last 4 physical skills that can only be used by borrowing bones, but Luz Haiwu and Tsubaki Dance can borrow weapons as a substitute, but it does not have much impact. With these 2 physiques and the body of the Teru Yuryuaki clan, Kirigakure still firmly occupies a very high position. Kagaya Blade's body swayed like a willow tree, and the 2 blades slid sideways to split the soil, and then rushed towards Kifeng after being free from the restraints. However, Kifeng was not prepared to take the opponent down with just one move. At the same time as his body retreated, chakra in his body moved to ultimate, and the complicated seal of his hands was also completed. Earth Style. Turn to the mountains. This is one of the high-level ninjutsu of the Master of Akajisho. It is the A-level ninjutsu in Earth Style, which combines killing and blockade. However, the disadvantage is that the Indian style is very complicated and the chakra operation is extremely obscure. The previous combination of ninjutsu was to create time for this technique. A-level ninjutsu is like this, it is powerful, but there are a lot of constraints when performing it, but it is not so practical. So when Rasengan's Muji ninjutsu came out, even if its destructive power was somewhat dwarfed by other A-level ninjutsu, it was also classified as an A-level ninjutsu. Boom! At the next moment of printing, the ground suddenly burst into a roar. Kagaya Kyanban's footsteps stopped, his legs were restrained by the ground, and the ground on both sides was like flips, forming 2 huge triangular cones, centered on the soles of his feet, upwards to close it, squeeze it in the center. Tsubaki Dance. Kagaya Thousand Blades figure suddenly accelerated, moving quickly, and the sharp spikes constantly rubbed the boulders that were closed on both sides, trying to crush it. Kang! 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 The sharp collision sound of the friction and collision between the blade and the solid rock caused a large amount of rubble to be shot down and shattered continuously, but with the continuous transportation of Kifeng Chakra, the broken rock quickly recovered. Kagaya's face changed for the first time. Grim and terrible. Kang! Kang! After all, the sturdy double-edged blade is not the bone of Dead Bone Pulse, and it cannot withstand the crushing and breaking of rocks. Kagaya couldn't get 1,000 blades, so he could only spread his arms and hold it against the boulder. Not to mention, the physical quality of the Yuryuaki clan is really terrifying. Even if the muscles of both arms burst, the blood-stained bones are still tough. Kifeng narrowed his eyes. Turning his palms with both hands, he slapped his chest suddenly. Combine. Boom. 2 huge rocks were instantly closed, and a small hill seemed to take shape. Worried that he could not kill the tenacious opponent, Jain again. Earth Style. Tulong Gun. Several sharp rock spears pierced the mountain bag, turning a good mountain bag into a hedgehog bag. After doing this, Kifeng clapped his palms with satisfaction. Yuryuaki is strong, but unfortunately, his brain is a bit difficult to use. This is the so-called, well-developed limbs and simple mind. Wait. Wait. The corpse won't be gone, will it? Kifeng suddenly reacted with an excitement. I used the cage level experience card this time. It is hard to get back to what I want, but it is also the corpse of Jonin. There will be some good things in it. It is a pity that it is ruined. He waved his hand quickly to disperse the rock, revealing the ugly corpse that had been deformed and lost its vitality inside. Seeing the yellow light flashing on it, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no matter how bad the corpse is, it is also a corpse. What Kifeng didn't notice was that a very inconspicuous little brown snake was crawling far away, silently spitting out a snake letter. Chapter 14 Man's Mouth, for Collection, Recommendation. Just as Kifeng breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly changed his expression and glanced in the distance. I came so late. He sensed that several ninjas were approaching here quickly, and that number should be Konoha shinobi. Let a Kaguya Chiba come in. Those Sarutobi Hiruzen said that the ninjas who looked after have been seriously dereliction of duty. If we can let a group of Kiranin in again, either those people are really useless, or Kiranin is aggressively attacking. But obviously it's impossible. He quickly put away Kaguya Kyanban's dilapidated corpse, and used chakra to quickly straighten the ground. He ran to Imekuriyama, protecting his body. A puff of blood slowly dropped from the corner of his mouth, clutching the ninja bag tightly, turning his eyes and fainted. Whoosh whoosh. Sandeo Konoha Umbu ninja appeared here. One of them fell next to the Kifeng and felt a little, and said in a deep voice, I'm still alive. Where is Kaguya Thousand Blades? The head of Umbu looked around, but did not find the trace of Kaguya Thousand Blades. In the end, the man squatted down to give birth, twisted up a small amount of soil, looked in front of him, and sniffed through the mask. There are obvious traces of being turned over on the ground, mixed with a faint smell of blood, most likely Kaguya Chien Blade. Died. The Umbu ninja looked at each other a few times, and saw surprise in the other's eyes. Kaguya Chiba is a jonin who has been famous for a long time in the Kyoryuaki clan. He is well known in the entire ninja world. Even if they are not 100% sure to beat him, they actually died like this? From the moment we perceive the movement to arrive here, I am afraid it will not take a quarter of an hour. Who can solve a jonin so quickly? The two little guys are still alive, indicating that the other party is not hostile to us Konoha, and it may even be one of our Konohas strong. Several people didn't think about Kifeng at all. Rao is a genius like Kakashi, and it is impossible to kill Kaguya Chiba instantly at such an age. Although these two are a bit older than Kakashi, they are not much larger. Even if you want to doubt, you might be regarded as a fool by others. He is a strong man who is good at earth style. Could it be Tang Ren? At this time, it is in the territory of Yunokuni, and it is possible to appear, except for Konoha and Vunin, only Yunin. Hesitating, an Umbu opened his mouth and said, Tang Ren, a strong man with such strength. Anyway, write this down and report it to Lord Orochimaru and Lord Hokage. The leader said. Yes. The other two answered. I walked in front of Kifeng and Imekuriyama, looked at the postures of the two, and then saw the ninja bag that Kifeng was holding tightly in his hands, nodded in relief, and exclaimed. In the face of a powerful enemy, he didn't give up his companions, nor did he give up his mission. This kid is pretty good. According to the intelligence, he should be Wanchan Kifeng, the one who collected the corpse, right? The corpse was also a ninja. Maybe we will have to walk in his hands in the future. I've been a ninja for a long time, I've seen too many life and death, and I've long been used to it. Red, you immediately send these two little guys back and the information, let's go see the situation on Kakashi's side. Yes. Yuri Zhenhong threw Kifeng on his shoulder, lightly hugged Imekuriyama and hurried towards the country of fire. Red is his code name in Umbu. Being so lost by him, Kifeng almost couldn't help but scold his mother. What are you? Is it treated so differently? For boys, you can throw them on your shoulders, and for girls, you can hold them gently in your arms. Do you prefer girls to boys? You're done, I'm absolutely forced to help Asuma get your daughter. Otherwise, I will have your last name. Kifeng cursed in his heart. The speed of Yuri Zhenhong was very fast, and it didn't take long to cross the border of the country of fire. After entering the country of fire, the risk factor was obviously much smaller, and he also slowed down a certain speed. Kifeng squinted directly on his shoulder for a while seeing the system prompt. The experience is over. Because I have not matched the study, get extra attribute bonus, Jing +1, forbearance +2. The heart is dripping blood. In the last Jonin experience card, he took the time to study and gained a total of 5 attribute bonuses. This time, the Quasi-Shadow experience card, but because of not adapting to the acceptance, he only got 3 attributes in the end. Lose into a horse. If he is the same as last time this time, maybe he can increase his attributes by 6, 7, or even 8 and 9 points. Lost it? Moreover, it was really uncomfortable to sleep on someone else's shoulders, and running all the way to the top. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't hold it anymore, I guess he could sleep Konoha all at once. Feeling that Kifeng woke up on his shoulders, Yuri Zhenhong put him down. Wake up! Can you hurry? Yuri Zhenhong has taken off the mask on her face. Kifeng squeezed his red and swollen arm. The intense pain made him breathe in. After the experience card was over, the physical injury suddenly came up again. But he gritted his teeth and nodded, yes. The two continued on the road. Yuri Zhenhong may have been umbu for a long time, no one chats, or he may appreciate Kifeng. After putting down the mask, he immediately liberated his nature. It's a good boy, he knows to protect his female companions. Men should be like this. I think it was the same when I was young. I don't know how much attracted. Kifeng couldn't help but lean down. After retching for a long time, he raised his head and found that Yuri Zhenhong's eyes were a bit wrong, wiped the corners of his mouth and explained, I received a punch and suffered a serious body injury. I couldn't help it. Hearing this, he only saw his expression loose and said, or I will take you. No, 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 thank you. Kifeng waved his hands again and again. I thank you and the whole family. I previously vomit. The scene was once very embarrassing. Let me take it easy. With that said, he took out a box of cigarettes that had been squeezed and deformed, took out a fairly complete one, bit it on his mouth, and ignited it with a pinch of his fingers. The fire-style ninja is still very practical at this time. After taking a deep breath, the lungs that were originally sore and swollen, and the smoke went down, the whole person was energetic. Yuri Zhenhong frowned, you are young. Smoking is harmful to your health. Ninjas must learn to care for their bodies. With that, he snatched the smoke from Kifeng's mouth, put it into his own mouth under his watch, took a deep breath, then exhaled it slowly, putting himself in the smoke. Harmful to your health. So, the man's mouth is a deceitful ghost. Only one more can be taken out and reignited. Neither of them spoke any more, but was exceptionally quiet one by one, and the unconscious Kuriyama-ime frowned unconsciously. It is said that the relationship between men is that they have carried guns together, passed the window together, and passed the smoke together. Worthy of the name. Yuri is really red, but Kifeng is getting more and more pleasing to the eye. Will protect companions, will complete tasks, will endure pain, and even more so. At one point he wondered whether the reason why Yuri Hong would like Asuma in the future was because Asuma smoked and bribed Yuri Zhenhong. Just a piece of smoke. Senior real red, I'm almost there, shall we hurry up? Kifeng has recovered. Although his body is still aching, he is much better under the numbness of nicotine. Do you know me? Yuri Zhenhong was a little surprised. Kifeng lowered his head and touched his chin. Asuma and I are friends, Asuma and Yuri Hong are friends, so. Asuma. Yuri Zhenhong frowned. As an old father's instinct, he vaguely felt that the word friend in Kifeng's mouth had a deeper meaning. Kifeng could only mourn for Asuma for 3 minutes in his heart. Who asked your father to wear shoes for me? We, the corpse picker, don't report overnight revenge. Chapter 15 I am a salted fish, seeking collection recommendation. It was noon the next day when I returned to Konoha. Kifeng simply completed the task handover on the grounds of injury, and after handing over the bodies of the 3 Konoha shinobi to the intelligence department, he left. Anyway, the intelligence department gets information from the corpse, and eventually the corpse will be handed over to him. He is in no hurry. Regarding the information that Yuri Zhenhong and Sarutobi Hiruzen asked about the Earth-style powerhouse who killed Kagayachi and Blade, he said that he didn't know anything, but said that he had fallen into a coma without knowing it. Seeing Kifeng's back, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep sip of his pipe, seeing that Yuri Zhenhong next to him was a little restless. Very red. Huh. Shirai was really red for a moment. Really not him. Yuri Zhenhong smiled, although the kid Kifeng is good, he can't do it to this level. The Chunin in the mist may have been made by him, but Kagayachi Blade. He shook his head. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled softly, yes, it's easy to think more when you are old. How I hope Konoha can have one more genius like this at this time. Eventful autumn. The big hidden villages are getting more and more restless, and Wuren is trying unscrupulously this time, in order to explore the bottom of Konoha. Thinking of the strong, I can't help but think of the deceased Konoha's White Fang Heitake Sakumo. If Heitake Sakumo was still there, he alone could stun a village, and Konoha's situation would not be so wonderful. Although his 3 disciples, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, have become ninjas who can stand alone, they are still far behind Heitake's deterrent. If Konoha can show a few more powerful men who can be alone, he will be much easier. Yuri Zhenhong also knows Sarutobi Hiruzen's worries, and at the same time, he has always suppressed an idea in his heart for a long time, just taking advantage of this time. Master Hokage, I thought for a long time and decided to quit Umbu. I hope you agree. Why? Sarutobi Hiruzen was surprised. Yuri Zhenhong's abilities are still quite good, and the mission success rate is not low. He is one of the few Umbu he can rely on. Yuri Zhenhong pursed her lips, I think Umbu's depressive environment is not suitable for me, maybe. I am more suitable to teach other ninjas, give us Konoha more fresh blood, let them become a powerful ninja alone and pass on my experience to them. Oh? You think so? Yuri Zhenhong nodded. But letting you go to a ninja school is a little bit talented, so let's create a ninja training camp. You will be the instructor, who is responsible for imparting battlefield experience to genin and chunin and reducing unnecessary casualties. Sarutobi Hiruzen soon thought of the bottom that could make Yuri really red. An experienced and powerful ninja, if willing, can indeed reduce unnecessary casualties for Konoha's genin and chunin. The war is coming, and the time is right. Yes. Yuri Zhenhong replied. With a thought, he immediately said, Master Hokage, in order to carry out the training camp better, I want to ask you for someone. Who? Wanshin Kifeng. Right. What? Training camp? No, don't go. Kifeng, who was lying on the rocking chair to recuperate, hurried 3 times after hearing what Zuri was really read. Are you kidding me? Let me collect the bodies of genin and chunin from those training camps. Although it is not bad, it is more likely that after he went to the training camp, he will have a certain bond with those campers. Then he will feel compassion and save them. Then he will not be able to collect his corpse? Kifeng knows his own character, he is not the kind of person who can directly watch the death of others without taking action by himself. He just wants to be a ruthless corpse collector. Ruthless, corpse collection, just 2 adjectives, it's that simple. In theory, the more people Konoha died, the happier he was. Considering, I can teach you a lot of ninja experience and reduce the risk in the future. Yuri Mahong sat on the chair next to him and handed a cigarette. Kifeng glanced at him. Want to buy yourself with a cigarette? Who do you look down on? Besides, experience. After using the experience cards of Joninmi Yurikazu and Junkage Akage, he said unceremoniously that his combat experience may not be much weaker than Yuri Zhenhong. No. Kifeng chuckled, with an expression of I'm very decadent, ignore me. I am a salted fish. Just like the joy of making salted fish. Moved his hips, found a more comfortable posture, Leikyu, and asked curiously, why are you looking for me? Konoha has so many excellent genin and chinin, Kakashi is good. Yuri Zhenhong was itchy with anger at his calm appearance. How could a civilian ninja reject such a good thing? Taking a deep breath, calmed down the thought of beating Kifeng. If it were his child, he would have been beaten by him if he didn't seek to make progress so much. I think you have a destiny with me. Kifeng flipped over Byakugan. To tell you a secret, please don't bother me. I just want to handle the corpse quietly. There are some things that others don't want to do. Someone must do it. Tell me. Yuri Zhenhong had a headache for his insatiable temperament. Asuma is chasing your daughter. Kifeng said bluntly. Huo. Yuri Zhenhong stood up suddenly, her eyes widened, and her mouth muttered, I know, I know. Without saying anything, he turned around and disappeared. Kifeng shrugged. Anyway, he has already pitted Asuma once. Yuri Zhenhong can guess by himself when he goes back and thinks about it. It is better to send the Buddha to the west. In my heart, silently mourned Asuma for 3 minutes. To say that children in the ninja world are really precocious, so they like these love and love, the typical blind puppy love. Like Uchiha Obito, the person is not very old, and when no Harolin dies, the whole person is blackened. This is undesirable, the thoughts are not mature, this kind of like is blind. I'm doing this for you, Asuma. Well, good for him. Salted Fish turned over and continued to enjoy the quiet and peaceful afternoon sun. I seem to have forgotten something. I always feel that something hasn't been done before. What is it? No matter what, I'm tired of squinting for a while. Outside of Yunogo, Kakashi helped Itoki and walked hard towards the country of fire. Night falls. The cool breeze after sunset blew on Kifeng's body, causing him to shiver and wake up. Anyone who has tried it knows that after an afternoon of sun exposure, the evening wind will feel particularly cool and biting. Kifeng wobbled up from the rocking chair and tightened his clothes tightly. The body was cold, but he couldn't hide the heat in his heart. Rub your hands. It's another exciting draw time. In the dead of night, it is the time to communicate with the corpse. Walked back to the morgue and released the corpses of Kagaya Chiba and Kuri Hayamato. It's impossible to return to the original. I hope I can make a little bit of the loss. Otherwise, I will lose a lot. Without whole cards, I always feel uneasy in my heart. Before touching the corpse, it is still the same as before, first deal with the corpse. Regardless of whether they were enemies or not, whether they caused any damage to themselves, but now that they are dead, everything is wiped out. The deceased is the big one, so Kifeng still carefully beautify the corpse. Of course, Kagaya Chiba's corpse is really a bit, I can't stand it, I can only do my best. After doing this, Kifeng can finally touch the corpse before midnight. Yellow corpse, the success rate is 30%, may I touch the corpse, 3/3 this time, 9/9 that day. I haven't touched it for a day, and the frequency has been refreshed again, just right. Yes. Chapter 16 Dead Bone Pulse, Seeking Collection Recommendation. Success. Obtain a single attribute plus 3 promotion card. Successful the first time, a good start. Kifeng looked at the card in his inventory, not knowing whether he should be excited or sorry. Excitedly, the single attribute is increased by 3, and it is still a fixed physical attribute, which is in line with his wishes, and the 30% success rate of the yellow corpse is successful. Even if all of them fail later, it is not too bad. Unfortunately, from this yellow corpse, he should be able to find more precious things. As a jonin of the Hui Yoryuaki clan, even if he has not awakened the dead bone pulse, he should have his blood in his body. It is just a matter of thinness or not. Just like the few Uchiha clan corpses of Kifeng in the previous 2 times, they did not awaken the Sharinan, but could still touch them. Out of the thin blood of the Uchiha clan. If you can figure out the blood limit of dead bone pulse from the corpse of Kagai 1,000 blades, then gee, this is dead bone pulse. Even the existence of Orochimaru covets the bloodline boundary. Once awakened, it can burst out a very powerful bloodline boundary. Although there is also an incurable disease such as blood vessel disease, it is not necessarily the disease. The focus is on the use of ability. And Kimimaro, the awakener of dead bone pulse in the future, said unceremoniously that if he is not sick and succeeds in becoming the container of Orochimaru, then the 2 pillars of Sharinan can only be ranked second. After all, it was Kimimaro who was seriously injured and died, and Orochimaru chose the second pillar as a replacement. How strong is Kimimaro? In the words of Yakushi Kabuto, as long as Kimimaro does not fall ill, then the assassination plan of Hokage will be smoother, and also commented, no one has won Kimimaro. Although it may be a bit exaggerated, it is enough to reflect the affirmation and trust in Kimimaro's strength. Even if Kimimaro was seriously injured, he almost killed Xiaoli and Gaara, who owns one tail Xiao'er. In short, dead bone pulse is strong. Dead bone pulse is cruel. Dead bone pulse is strong and ruthless. It's a pity that if you can't figure it out, it's all fantasy, and it doesn't matter how strong it is. The second time. Fail. Don't say anything. I also had a hearty fight with you in the end, and let you die well. Kifeng couldn't help saying. I want to start a friendly communication with the corpse again. But after thinking about it carefully, it seems that there is no intersection between the two, and it is even more hostile, and they can't talk together. Never mind. It is fortunate to get, but fate to not get. Took a deep breath. Last chance. Success. Acquire the Yoryuaki dead bone pulse blood succession boundary, medium, extremely rare. It's done? That's it? Kifeng rubbed his eyes with some disbelief, and looked at the golden card in the inventory, depicting the extremely gorgeous skeletal forest, standing tall in the gurgling blood. Look at the words on the card carefully. Isn't it a thin bloodline? Is it a medium bloodline? And it's still intact. This is something he didn't expect. But then, there was ecstasy. Worth it? This quasi-film experience card is worth using. Compared with the one-time experience card, things that can be used for a long time are obviously more fascinating. He didn't know where he heard the gossip from his previous life, saying that the dead bone pulse of the Hui Yoryuaki clan and Byakugan of the Hyuga clan can form a Senluo Wangxiang, returning to the ancestor at Satsuki Hamura, just like Senju Hashirama's sage body plus the Sharinan of the Uchiha clan is average. Although I don't know the truth or not, the other party also said something special. After all, Kishimoto, the author of Hokage Ninja, is just a manga, and he doesn't understand Hokage at all. But whether it is true or not, this is enough to illustrate the power of dead bone pulse blood succession boundary. In fact, if you compare it carefully, only Senju Hashirama of the Senju clan has awakened the sage body, and Senju Tobirama, who is very talented, has not. The same is true of the Kei Yoryuaki clan. Only Kimimaro has awakened the dead bone pulse. In addition, when Kimimaro uses dead bone pulse to extract bones, it uses osteoblasts, osteoclasts and other body cells. After the bones are extracted, the damage can be restored instantly, showing a strong recovery ability like Sage Body. Finally, The ultimate secret of the dead bone pulse of the Kyoryuaki clan, Dance of Early Fern, is like Senju Hashirama's wood style, the arrival of the tree realm, and even the form is very similar. Now, Kifeng has obtained the blood limit of the dead bone pulse of the Kyoryuaki clan. According to the system prompt, what he got was not the blood of the Yoryuaki clan, but directly the bloodline boundary, indicating that after he used it, it was very likely that he would directly awaken dead bone pulse. The corpse collectors and dead bone pulse complement each other in every way. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he placed his palm on Liha Yamato's body. Before he could think about anything, he started touching the corpse directly. It's not far from 12 o'clock at midnight, and he can't waste the frequency. Fail. Fail. Maybe it was too lucky before. With a 60% success rate of green corpse, Kifeng failed twice in a row. But he was not angry at all, he even wanted to laugh a little. It doesn't matter. Just like a golden mountain in front of you, it seemed so dispensable for $1 on the ground. Success. Obtain the water knife technique. Swordsmanship. Yes, just to make up for my lack of melee combat methods. As a Kirigakuer who possesses special skills in swordsmanship, swordsmanship is almost a compulsory course for every Vunin. This flowing water swordsmanship is not a powerful swordsmanship, but compared to Kifeng, who has 0 melee combat skills, it is exactly what comes from when. He took out the long knife left by Liha Yamato, which was also one of his trophies this time. Just ask, which man would refuse to be a handsome swordsman? Kifeng, who had read too many martial arts novels when he was a child, had also imagined that he could become a swordsman, one person with one sword, and his heart to go to the world. Although this is a ninja world, it does not prevent him from having this illusion. His favorite ninja is Heitake Sakumo. White Fang swordsmanship is known as Shocking Ninja World. Tisk, it seems that it is imperative to plan Kakashi's ancestral grave, but I don't know where Heitake Sakumo is buried. Planing people's ancestral graves is a very blasphemous thing. With Kifeng's personality, he wouldn't be willing to do so, but he can't let White Fang's sword skills go missing, right? Heitake Sakumo should understand. Will understand. In the end, the remaining number of times was exhausted by looking for a more pleasing white corpse. Within a few minutes, after midnight, his number of touching the corpse was refreshed. Finally, it's an exciting time to enjoy the harvest. The best is often left at the end. First use the water knife technique, and instill the not many but very practical skills into the mind. In the next second, he only felt that the originally unfamiliar long knife in his hand had become so handy. He drew out the long knife with a sound, and wiped a few silver lights in the air very naturally. Next, use the single body attribute +3 upgrade card to smoothly increase the physique attribute by 3 points. With the improvement of his strength and the increase of various attribute values, the increase of 3 attributes is no longer so obvious, but he still wants to groan comfortably. In the end, it finally reached the Yoryuaki dead bone pulse blood succession boundary, medium, extremely rare. Only the words extremely rare indicate how precious this card is. Kifeng even suspected that the probability of being able to draw out this card was not more than 0.1%, but Oyu Huang was so reckless. Hey. With a smirk, he slapped the card on the body. But in the next moment, Kifeng's expression stiffened. F***ck. Immediately afterwards, the whole person knelt on the ground, the blue veins on his forehead, arms, and neck suddenly bulged, the palms were tightly clenched, the skin was chapped, and strands of red blood flowed from him. Unprepared, the reaction came so suddenly. The severe pain was far better than Kagayakyan's punch. Falling to the ground crazily convulsed, blood flowed all over the floor. In the end, he turned his eyes and fainted completely, but even so, his body still twitched. Chapter 17 Supplementary Provisions, Recommendation for collection. Successfully use your Uaki Dead Bone Pulse Blood Succession Boundary, medium, extremely rare, body modification completed, body plus 10. I don't know how long it has passed, it may be a moment or a century. Kifeng finally opened his eyes again. He feels that he is extremely weak at the moment, but every cell in his body is so excited. In this ultimate contrast, Kifeng is uncomfortable but feels very comfortable. Pat your head. Damn it, there is no hint at all. Everything came so suddenly that he caught him off guard. If he knew in advance, he would even consider whether or not to use this card. Too bad. Look at the bloodline everywhere, and the ground that was uncontrollably damaged by twitching, you can see one or two. Of course, the benefits of inhuman torture are also huge. Kifeng opened his panel, and the value on it changed dramatically. People, Wanchen Kifeng. Age, 13 years old. Attribute, Fire, Earth. Strength, Chinen. Boundary of Blood Succession, Dead Bone Pulse, medium. Body, 3/8. Fine, 2/5. Forbearance, 2/4. Magic, 1/9. Control, 2/7. Print, 2/2. Physique, Water Knife. Ninjutsu, 3 Body Technique, Fire Style Hao Yanhua, Earth Style Rock Shinobi Technique, Earth Style Earth Shore Return, Fire Style Yandan. Items, Uchiha Family's Thin Blood Card, 2/3, Flint's Obsession. The most obvious, of course, was the change in physical skills. One night's effort, soared from 25 to 38 in one fell swoop, leaving the rest of the attributes far behind. Among them, 3 points are the promotion card through a single attribute, and 10 points are because of the improvement brought by the Dead Bone Pulse Blood Inheritance limit. It's an exaggeration. But the 10 attribute is also worthy of Kifeng's suffering. The point is, Dead Bone Pulse really awakened. Kifeng couldn't help but wanted to try it. When I stretched out my hand and moved my consciousness, I felt that the cells in the hand began to divide and proliferate rapidly. Accompanied by the soreness of the bones, I clearly felt that the bones of the fingertips were splitting. Immediately afterwards, there was a piercing pain, 5 fingertips opened a gap, and 5 bullet-sized distal phalanges were shot out. Boom. 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 The phalanx was extremely fast and shot against the wall of the morgue with a few muffled noises. After that, the gap in the fingertips quietly closed, and there was no difference at all from before. Kifeng looked down at his fingers, walked to the wall and glanced at the 5 dark holes. The power is good, it's almost as good as a bullet, but the pain is really painful. 10 fingers connected to the heart, opened a slit in the fingertips and shot out the bones. Thinking about it, you can know how painful it is. He was completely deceived by the understatement of Kimimura's use of Dead Bone Pulse in the anime. Dead Bone Pulse is strong, but it pulls away the bones and splits the skin and muscles. This is completely because he was injured first without hurting the enemy. A ninja who is not strong enough cannot bear such self-torture at all. This bone is really hard. Cut out a deep-set phalanx, took a long knife and slammed it lightly, making a crisp metal sound. It's just that the finger bones hurt so much, and I pulled out my spine without changing his face like Kimimaro. Kifeng shuddered subconsciously. In a word, Kimimaro is not human. However, what Dead Bone Pulse brings is not just the use of bones. While talking to himself, a long knife was gently wiped on his arm, and a fine blood stain appeared, and the blood overflowed. But soon, the wound healed quickly and recovered as before. Nodded, sure enough, the improvement of physical fitness, the improvement of recovery ability, and even the perception of precision utilization of cells have been greatly strengthened. Dead Bone Pulse is to strengthen the ninja's bone structure comparable to precious metals, plus this recovery ability. Kifeng suspected that if he was beheaded, the opponent could cut off his head with a single knife. If you can't cut it down, with this recovery speed, doesn't it mean you can't cut it down? Extremely fast recovery speed plus hard bones equals undead. A very simple calculation formula, he completely understood it as soon as he turned his head. As long as you improve steadily, you can safely collect the corpse. I won't be afraid of all kinds of AoE attacks in the future. Before he became a safe and salty fish collector, he took another step. Rubbing his arms and getting used to it for a while, the body feels much better. Satisfied to clean up the morgue, ready to go back to sleep. Suddenly remembered another thing. He hasn't understood the matching mechanism of the experience card yet. Miura Ichigo's Jonin experience card only has a 50% fit, while Akaga's Quasi-Film experience card has a 70% fit. Open the system interface. It took a full half an hour to finally find the supplementary provisions menu key that was almost transparent and invisible. I obviously don't want him to know, but because of the rules, these things must be attached. Click to open a look, a lot of densely packed bylaws. This is the first time Kifen knows that there are so many rules and regulations in the system. Supplementary provisions. 1. The death of host has nothing to do with this system, and no obligation is required. Okay. The first one is so cruel. After flipping through them quickly, most of the regulations were passed by in a flash. Finally, in the densely packed regulations, I found the matching rules about the experience card. 136. The matching degree of the experience card is based on the host's chakra attributes, combat style bias, such as body type, ninjutsu type, perception ninja, disguised ninja, etc., dress appearance, weapon type, attribute value bias, code of conduct, inner fluctuations, craving intensity, etc. 137. During the use of the experience card, based on the host's self-learning, matching degree, thinking tendency and other factors, after the experience card is used, the basic attribute value will be increased as appropriate. Please explore the specific situation by yourself. It is actually related to so many factors, that is to say, Akagi is a ninja who is good at earth-style ninjutsu, coupled with the influence of some factors that I don't know, which leads to such a high degree of fit for me. Kifen is thinking, if he is getting the experience card in the future, can he adjust himself in all aspects to increase the fit and explode the experience card's stronger abilities? However, the experience card is only an experience card after all, not its own power. As he is still in a relatively weak stage, the experience card is indeed a good thing, but when his strength comes up, it is estimated that the experience card will play more role, not to temporarily improve strength, but to learn some relevant experience, and even ninjutsu. It's like when he used Akaga's experience card, with his memory and the operation of his own chakra, he learned the 2B level Earth-style ninjutsu, Earth-style Huankanuma and Earth-style. As for the A-level ninjutsu Earth-style turn to the mountain, because the difficulty is too high, even if he tried his best, he still failed to learn. Finally I can get a good night's sleep. During this mission trip, the spirit was highly concentrated, coupled with the rushing at full speed, and the battle with Warren, which made him physically and mentally exhausted a long time ago. After all, the lunch break can only be regarded as a lunch break, and sleep at night is the best time for a person to recover. Although, the sky has already lit up a little bit white. But it doesn't matter, anyway, in the next period of time, he can hide in the morgue under the name of rehabilitating his wounds. The easy life is here again. Chapter 18 Card Palace and the Emperor Guy, seeking collection and recommendation. Sleep until noon. Kifeng's life became very comfortable again, and no one would be bored and run to the morgue to disturb him. Even Asuma is in class at this time. I don't know why, Kifeng doesn't want to see him very much these days, or feel guilty, but just wants to give him more time to relax the relationship with Shiri Zhenhong, this pair of son-in-law. I remember that in the original book, Asuma and Shirihong were not married, Shirihong became pregnant, and Asuma died. G. The standard GEU is lying horizontally on the rocking chair, with the warm afternoon breeze, lighting a cigarette. This is life. The life of salted fish is too comfortable. It didn't take long. Asuma didn't come to disturb him, but an unexpected but unreasonable person came. Hey, take Kakashi. Kakashi, with a thick bandage wrapped around his arm, still had a deadly expression. When he walked to Kifeng, he didn't say anything, but silently pulled a chair and sat next to him. Bask in the sun together. Kifeng glanced at him unexpectedly. Is the sun coming out from the west today? Kakashi, the mission madman, didn't go to training or do the mission, so he came to sunbathe with himself. However, Kakashi did not speak, nor did he take the initiative to speak. Talking is too tired, let alone with this little devil who has developed a little abnormal heart. But Kifeng couldn't bear it, but Kakashi couldn't. After all, there is a huge cigarette pipe frantically swallowing clouds next to it. Who can't stand it, right? Don't you know that smoking is extremely unfriendly to the injured? Kakashi raised his bandaged arm and shook it in front of him. After a mission, Kakashi's prejudice against him was much smaller. Especially after returning to Konoha, I heard that Kifeng, in order to protect the severely injured Kuriyama Ime who was in a coma, swearing to resist the attack of a mist shinobi Jonin, he was also seriously injured. I don't know why, when I heard the news that Kifeng was protecting his companions in this way, Kakashi's heart was touched. Really? I think it's in a good state now. Thank you for your concern. Kifeng ignored Kakashi's injury, took a sip of himself, and spit out a smoke ring on Kakashi's face while speaking. Kakashi felt that he had a slight affection for Kifeng before, and he must have lost his mind. Would you like? Kifeng opened the cigarette case, dragged out one, and placed it in front of Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes glared, and he turned his head directly. How could there be such a person? I'm underage. Kifeng doesn't think much about this. Can people in the ninja world be measured by age? I started looking for someone before the age of 10, and the hands were covered with blood before the age of 10. Is this what a normal child should have? Kifeng curled his lips at Kakashi's lack of interest. Still, Asuma is interesting. It's alright to Kakashi, he didn't even go, just pulled a little away. There is tricky, definitely tricky. Kifeng's instinct told him that Kakashi was a little bit wrong today. However, before letting him think about it, a man with a vigorous movement and wearing a funny green tights, a Luffy ran, dragged the dust all over the ground, and rushed in front of the two at a very fast speed. This time, the expressions of Kifeng and Kakashi are very similar. The corners of his eyes twitched. The person here is Konoha's Blue Beast, the man who almost kicked the finale, Might Guy. Stopped, but because of inertia, he slid in front of the two of them, with their thumbs up, revealing their shiny white teeth and matching dark and thick eyebrows. Yeah. Kakashi, turns out that you are here. Let's have a youth showdown between men. It turned out that Kakashi hid here to avoid this man. I'm afraid that Konoha is the only one who can fix Kakashi, right? Kifeng slandered to himself. Kakashi looked at Kifeng slightly for help. Kifeng just turned sideways in silence, leaving his asking for help to no avail. Kakashi looked at Might Guy hopelessly and raised his arm. Next time, Guy, I'm hurt. At this time, Guy with a big line saw the bandage on his hand. Huh? Kakashi, why are you hurt? In Guy's impression, Kakashi is a unique genius. He is the one he has to spend his entire life chasing after. Someone can actually hurt him. Kakashi glanced at Kifeng, who was hanging up high. Senior Kifeng. Kakashi was very fortunate to have successfully transferred the target. Really, Senior Kifeng, you are my idol. Idol? Kifeng was a little surprised. I reluctantly graduated from the ninja school, and in the end I can only come to the unpopular department like the morgue to serve as a corpse collector. Can he become the idol of the famous Guy King in the future? Senior Kifen, we are all crane tails in the eyes of others. They are wastes that cannot be ninjas, but you succeeded. You are now a successful ninja. I will definitely follow your footsteps and become an excellent ninja. Must. If it weren't for looking at Might Guy with a sincere face, Kifen would really like to go up and give him 2 old punches. Saying compliments, but it makes people feel that there is no happiness at all. It's just you, King Guy. In the last mission, he solved 2 Kirigakuruchinen. Kakashi next to him said leisurely. Hearing that, Guy's eyes burst into light, complementing the reflection of his teeth, and it is a 100-watt light bulb. The full worship is beyond words. Senior Kifen, how did you do it? This hand of hatred transfer is well done. Kifen waved his hand, it's not so exaggerated. It's just that one went to eat barbecue, and the other turned into a barbecue. It's not as exaggerated as Kakashi said. He said, sitting up slowly, Guy, tell you the fastest trick to becoming a ninja. What? Guy pricked his ears intently. Challenge him once a day or several times a day. Even if you fail, don't be discouraged. You are a hard-working genius who can defeat a genius. Kakashi pointed to a dull face. Play this hand with me, Kakashi, you are still a little tender. Kifen feels quite contented. Working genius. Guy muttered in a low voice. Suddenly stood up, Kakashi. Kakashi felt bitter and didn't know who to talk to. His thoughts turned sharply, and he suddenly asked, Guy, are you not in class today? Oh, outdoor class in the afternoon. In general outdoor classes, he trains by himself. The teachers in the school have also acquiesced. After all, with Guy's physical fitness, the amount of training in outdoor classes is not much different for him from playing. But Kakashi broke the subject abruptly, but Guy didn't hold him back. This made Kakashi secretly relieved. So close. Guy, practice is not something that can be done overnight, perseverance is good, but you must also learn to combine work and rest, otherwise the body will be overwhelmed. Kifen, who is accustomed to salted fish, seeing such a hard-working Guy, will more or less feel a little uncomfortable. You work so hard, so why are we salty fishes in love? Guy thinks it makes sense, because his father Might Die told him the same way, so Guy will have enough rest time every day, plus Might Die will prepare a series of medicines to help him recover. Otherwise, individuals will be unable to hold on to their exercise methods. In addition to the large-scale exercise program, as always, some details need to be paid more attention to. After all, details determine success or failure. Guy is like a humbly student asking for advice. Cleaning is a good choice. It allows you to pay attention to the tiny dusty details in every corner, just like you catch an enemy's fleeting weakness. I can give you this opportunity to exercise yourself. Is it okay? Guy, you have to be confident, remove the word, you are absolutely worthy of such treatment. Yes. Help me clean the morgue. The place where the corpse is parked is a temporary residence for the deceased. The deceased should be respected. I hope you can respect the deceased as I do. Respect the deceased. Exercise yourself. Watching Guy pick up the broom with excitement and enter the morgue, cleaning every corner carefully. Kakashi didn't know that this was the first time his eyes widened today. This is also okay? Just, open a mouth, explain purely by making up. The point is, someone really believes it. One who dares to speak, and one who dares to believe is worthy of you. Chapter 19 The Delicate Might Guy, for collection and recommendation. When a flower blooms, one flower will fail. Dad, do you know how to sing The Little Star? Yes. The river flows eastward, and the stars in the sky are like the Big Dipper. Kifeng hummed and seemed to be in a good mood. Although the leisurely afternoon is not very beautiful to be disturbed by people, the morgue has since added a free labor, which is quite beautiful. At the same time, Kakashi also decided that Guy would challenge him again in the future, and he would run to the morgue. There is always a way to get rid of him. Kakashi slipped away while Guy was obsessed with cleaning. Ever since Kifeng came to the ninja world and became a corpse collector, he found that he had a cleanliness that he had never had before. Especially the hygiene of the morgue and the corpses of the deceased were so harsh that even he himself was surprised. So cleaning the morgue at least 5 times a day can be considered his job. But now it's fine, these things can be handed over to Guy, and he can be more salty. Senior Kifeng, I cleaned it up. Guy held the broom with a look of excitement. Kifeng patted him on the shoulder, and said earnestly, very well, Guy, that's it. Youth is not allowed to go to waste. You can come to me as long as you feel tired from exercising in the future. We work and rest together to complement each other to become better. Excellent ninja. It looks like a harmonious appearance of the predecessors teaching the younger generations. Yes. Guy thought it made sense. His physical skills belong to the kind of open and close method, but lack the delicate training. Kifeng's method can not only adjust his physical strength, but also train his delicateness. From now on, he will be the delicate might Guy. You can definitely become a good ninja in the future, not to lose to Kakashi, or even to surpass him. I believe in you. Except for his father might die, Kifeng is the second person to say this to him. With tears in his eyes, Guy waved his arms, youth. While shouting, he ran towards the village, unexpectedly faster than when he came just now. Kifeng looked at his back and couldn't help but patted his forehead. What a nice boy, Tusk. Lying back in the rocking chair, accompanied by the sound of creaking, it looked very peaceful. The sun sets in the west, and the bright moon rises in the east. Several silhouettes appeared in this remote morgue. They are ninjas from the intelligence department. They have obtained the information they need from the 3 corpses they brought back, and now they hand the corpses to the morgue for disposal. As ninjas who dedicated their lives to Konoha, they are worthy of respect. Although their contributions can no longer be shown to them, they can be inherited by their descendants or family members. Their families will receive a large sum of pensions, and their descendants will receive the title of Son of Heroes. In the future, all aspects of Konoha will receive a certain degree of preferential treatment. Kifeng still admires Konoha's point. It is precisely because of this system that Konoha's ninja can fight boldly without any worries. This level can only be achieved by Konoha, the richest hidden village. Solemnly took the 3 scrolls from the ninja of the intelligence department. Trouble. The leader said in a deep voice. It should. Kifeng nodded. The 2 did not know each other, and belonged to different departments. Of course, there was nothing to say. After completing the handover of the corpses, they turned and left. Enter the morgue. Kifeng had been accustomed to the scent of forest cold that came to his face, and he unlocked the seal on the scroll and released the 3 corpses. Although the intelligence department has done a simple treatment of the corpse, it has only wiped a large area of bloodline on the corpse, and some corners have not been cleaned up at all. Especially in the wound, I almost just sew a few stitches casually, and everything went in a hurry. If you show this picture to those family members, I don't know what it will look like. However, Kifeng did not complain either. The main job of the intelligence department is to retrieve information and not deal with corpses. Because this is his job. If the intelligence services are all done, what else is needed for him? Take out the tools, needles, towels, orthopedic forceps, etc., unfold them one by one, and start the operation carefully and skillfully. For the corpse, Kifeng looked very serious. Originally just holding themselves to treat the corpse, they will also return their mentality. But over time, I slowly changed my opinion. The deceased has passed away, the deceased is the greatest, and respect for the corpse is the attitude that everyone who collects the corpse should have. Irrelevant position, irrelevant interest. By the time these corpses were processed, the moon was already high above his head, and it was about to midnight. Kifeng also began the final highlight, touching the corpse. The 3 corpses this time were a yellow corpse and 2 green corpses. One of the green corpses was a corpse of the Uchiha clan. After thinking about it, he put the corpse of the Uchiha clan at the end. Maybe the yellow corpse is more precious, but if you can touch the blood card from this Uchiha clan corpse, it will be more valuable. Just start with the ordinary green corpse. Green corpse, the success rate is 60%, may I touch the corpse, 3/3 this time, 9/9 of the day. Yes. Success. Get a random +2 promotion card for a single attribute. Fail. Success. Get 3 Wind Demon Shurikens. Very satisfactory. Single attribute card Kifeng is used to it. The attribute card drawn from the white corpse is usually a +1 attribute card, while the one drawn from the green corpse is a +2 attribute card. Similarly, the yellow corpse is +3. As for the red corpse, he has only touched it once so far, and the details are unknown. With the addition of these attributes, as his overall strength increases, the use of each card will become weaker and weaker. But it is these cards that are the key to his steady and strong growth. As for the Wind Demon Shuriken, it was indeed the first time he got it, but he didn't know if he would have the opportunity to use it in the future. Next, the yellow corpse. As Jonin's corpse, Kifeng didn't actually have much contact with it. Most of the corpses in the morgue are Genin's corpses, a few are Chunin, and Jonin may not be able to see one in a week. After all, Jonin is already at the highest level in some small ninja villages. Even in large hidden villages like Konoha, the number of Jonin is very limited, and the number of Jonin who may be public is only a few hundred, and they are the absolute backbone. Fail. 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 Kifeng was stunned for an instant. The first time. It was the first time I went down 3 times since I got the system, and I didn't touch anything. You ran out of luck last time? The physique of the non-chief reveals the essence. Wasting precious opportunities for the yellow corpse, Kifeng feels heartache so much that he can't breathe. It stiffened for a long time before pressing his chest, and finally healed. He could only turn his attention to the last remaining green corpse of the Uchiha clan. My buddy, I finally got you back, don't let me chill. It is not easy for the corpses of the Uchiha clan to come to the morgue. The corpse of Uchiha who is awakened Sherinan is usually taken away by the Uchiha clan. It is not easy for Sherinan to become Chunin without awakening. He has tried, but the corpse of Genin of the Uchiha clan cannot find a special blood card. There have been a few Chunin, but the probability is too low. So far I haven't got it together. Green corpse, the success rate is 60%, may I touch the corpse, 3/3 this time, 3/9 that day. Yes. Success. Get the broken kunao. It feels like an item with a story. The rust traces of Madara were taken out of the system. With the concentration of attention, a slide was slowly unfolded in front of his eyes. Xiaojinghuo is going to school tomorrow. You will definitely become an excellent ninja. This is a gift from your grandfather. It is the one you admire Uchiha Kagami once used. Wow. It's kunao. Grandpa, I graduated and I am now a genin. I will continue to be Chunin. Jonin. Even Hokage. Hee, then Grandpa can just wait and see. Grandpa, do you think I am not worthy of Uchiha's blood? I am just a genin after graduating 3 years, and I haven't opened my eyes. Don't think so, in the eyes of Grandpa, you are the most amazing ninja, you must stick to your dreams. Grandpa, it's been 6 years, and I'm just a genin. Others say, without opening my eyes, I can't be a chinin in my life. Sherry-nan is not a shortcut, you can be excellent without it? Grandpa, don't. Don't do this. I would rather not have Sherry-nan or lose you. There is no logic in this kind of nonsense. You also said that even without Sherry-nan, I am a ninja. Environmental fire. 10 years, I am finally chinin, but Grandpa, I also understand that I am not a special one, I just want to do what I can do. My environment has finally grown up. Grandpa, I did a big thing this time, and we got important information from Kirigakure. It's just, this time, I may not be able to go back. Grandpa, I wish I could see you again. On the slide, Uchiha's growth process, from full of dreams, to suffering, to accepting reality, and finally seeing through everything. Interspersed in the middle are the company and encouragement of a grandfather, as well as the pain of being a bond between two people. Very plain story, very ordinary course, very realistic ending. Squeezing the kunao in his hand, Kifeng has no family in this world, but he can still feel the concern of Uchiha Realm Fire for his grandfather. Silently put the suffering into the ninja bag. Did not say anything, and did not try to communicate with the corpse. It is more than words. Success. Get the fire style Great Fireball Technique Ninjutsu card. Success. Obtain the Thin Blood card of the Uchiha clan, 1/3. Chapter 20 Sherry-nan, Seeking Collection Recommendation. The Thin Blood card of the Uchiha clan, complete. Looking at the cards that had been automatically synthesized in the inventory, Kifeng temporarily let go of his heavy heart. Take out this card with scarlet eyes, a black jade in the eyes gleams with a strange light, it seems that the eyes can fly out of the card at any time. Not the same as Dead Bone Pulse. I didn't use it directly, but thought of the piercing pain when using Dead Bone Pulse. Shake subconsciously. It is estimated that the shadow experience will accompany him for a long time. Take a deep breath. Pressed down and throbbed, gritted his teeth and slapped the card on himself. Although I am afraid, I still need to use it. With the contact between the card and the body, it turned into a stream of light and rushed into the body. Kifeng slowly narrowed his eyes and looked at his hands in surprise. Is that all right? Why is it different from what you imagined? Dead Bone Pulse is so painful, but the blood of the Uchiha clan has no reaction at all. There is no attribute bonus, and there is no physical change. I was about to open the panel to see if the card was not used successfully, suddenly my temple jumped. Coming. Kifeng's expression stiffened, before he had time to express anything, a sharp tingling pierced into his mind, like dozens of hammers hitting him, and the tingling was unbearable. The chakra in the body began to flow uncontrollably in the meridians, madly converging towards the eyes. The wide-open eyes gradually changed, and strands of bright red blood converged along the veins of the eyes towards the eyeballs. The original black pupils shrank and condensed, and finally turned into a small black guyu. At the same time, the eyeball is completely occupied by red. Shan guyu, Sherry-nan. The pain comes quickly and goes quickly. Call, will also play. Attacked. Kifeng wiped his forehead with some fear. Fortunately, although it is painful, it is still quite a bit different compared to Dead Bone Pulse's blood limit. And he is ready. Touched his eyes. Can clearly feel the changes in the eyes, the most obvious is vision. On the window, a tiny black worm was crawling slowly, and in the corner, a scattered dust was lying there quietly. Guy didn't clean it up. Kifeng rubbed his eyes, stopped chakra's operation and input, and his vision returned to normal. The main ability of one Tomo Sherry-nan is observation and dynamic capture. Ninjutsu's copying and magical enhancement are not what one Tomo Sherry-nan has. That is the function of double hook jade or even triple hook jade. However, it is enough. Anyway, for the current Kifeng, the biggest effect. It can ensure that the morgue is absolutely clean and tidy. This damn clean fetish. A slightly late system pop-up window appears. Successfully use the Uchiha family's thin blood card, complete, the body transformation is completed, and the essence is +2. How can I feel that there is no wave in my heart, and I even want to laugh? It must be too salty. Shaking his head, take out the previous attribute promotion card and use it on yourself. Successfully use a single attribute random +2 promotion card. Print +2. Successfully use Fire Style Great Fireball Technique Ninjutsu card. Learning Ninjutsu, Fire Style Great Fireball Technique. Finish. Bring up the Properties panel. People, Wanchan Kifeng. Age, 13 years old. Attribute, Fire, Earth. Strength, Chinin. Boundary of blood succession, dead bone pulse, medium, Sherinan, single Guyu. Body, 3-8. Fine, 2-7. Forbearance, 2-4. Magic, 1-9. Control, 2-7. Print, 2-4. Physique, Water Knife. Ninjutsu, 3 Body Technique, Fire Style Hao Yanhua, Earth Style Rock Shinobi Technique, Earth Style Earth Shore Return, Fire Style Yanbo, Fire Style Great Fireball Technique. Items, Flint's Obsession, Broken Suffering. Looking at the current attributes, it is very comfortable. Walking out of the morgue, he took out a cigarette, lit it with a pinch of his fingers, and rose up with a wisp of byakugan, flashing red light with his breath. Spit out smoke rings. Comfortable now. Quietly finished smoking the cigarette and crushed the cigarette butt. Tomorrow, Guy must clean up more cleanly. Guy, you have to be more careful. Yesterday, I found the crumbs you missed. Yes. Senior Kifeng, I will definitely be more attentive. More careful. Kifeng waved his hand and walked towards the center of the village. The delicate Might Guy is trustworthy. Although the war hadn't erupted yet, the ninja world at this moment was like a volcano that could erupt at any time, and the depressive and dull haze enveloped the entire ninja world. Even Konoha has been greatly affected. There is less smile on the street, and the laughter is hidden. Ordinary people may not know what is going on, but walking merchants and traveling Ronin will still deliver some bad news. Kifeng appeared danglingly in the center of Konoha. An area surrounded by a long wall. Standing on the torii gate in the center, the words Uchiha are written, and the flame fans are on both sides of the text. This is the land of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. As Konoha's largest family and one of the strongest ninja families in the ninja civilization, the status of the Uchiha clan is beyond doubt. Although today Uchiha is disliked and rejected by Konoha's senior management, ordinary people don't know it. It occupies the most central and richest area of Konoha. Others only know that Uchiha is equal to the Konoha Security Department, with great power, and is the Konoha wealthy. Even the vast majority of Uchiha people do not know Uchiha's embarrassing situation in Konoha. They just maintain, uphold, and continue Uchiha's pride. When I came to the door of the Uchiha clan, I was simply questioned by the guards and entered the Uchiha clan's clan. After coming in, it's another scene. Classical architectural style, flame group fan badges can be seen everywhere, and a small internal commercial street is as prosperous as the outside. In Kifeng's view, the Uchiha tribe is simply a village within a village, Daxia. Uchiha, indeed has proud capital. But it is a pity that such a powerful Uchiha will be destroyed one day, and the culprit who destroyed them, whether secretly or on the surface, is their own. But these have nothing to do with Kifeng. Walking on the streets of the Uchiha clan land, it has received a lot of attention. After all, few foreigners will come in. Kifeng Sr. A figure quickly ran from behind, ran too fast, staggered a few steps, and almost fell. This rash look is undoubtedly Uchiha Obito. It's really you. Senior Kifeng, I thought I was wrong. Obito looked excited. School is over so early. Kifeng was a little surprised. Hee. Obito rubbed his nose. Today is the final exam. Of course, school will be over after the exam. At the final assessment, Kifeng nodded thoughtfully. It seems that the war is indeed not far away. What did you take the test? Clone technique. How's your test? Obito grinned stiffly, scratching the back of his head with some annoyance, and then laughed, haha, of course it's not bad. I am a genius of the Uchiha clan, and we Uchiha are rich in geniuses. He doesn't know that Uchiha is rich in genius, but now Obito is absolutely incompatible with genius. Kifeng estimated that guy could also rub Obito on the ground. Turning a blind eye to his playful eyes, Obito turned his head. Kifeng, why did you come here suddenly? Is there anything I can do for you? Oh, I'm looking for Uchiha's grandfather. Grandpa Fijing. You know. Live next door to my house. Chapter 21 Shisui, Seeking Collection Recommendation. A corner of the Uchiha tribe. There are a few buildings that are not so rich. This is the residence of Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Jinghuo. Uchiha Obito also has only one grandmother in his family. Although there are subsidies from the village and clan, it is okay to live a life, but the word rich is not compatible. Grandpa Feijing. Obito opened the door carelessly and walked in. Compared with the ordinary outside, the inside of the house looks more deserted and depressed. It's Obito. An old man with a rickety waist and white beard and hair sticks a cane and walks out slowly. There was a kind smile on his face, but there was a trace of sadness between his brows that could not be hidden. It's me, Grandpa Fengjing, I brought a friend here today. Obito stepped forward to support the old man. Although he usually looks heartless, he is full of kindness in his heart. In Uchiha Madara's words, full of too much love, it is precisely because of this that Obito will be targeted. Uchiha is a cursed bloodline, most of the members are naturally delicate and more likely to feel love. But this love has become a hindrance to Uchiha. It's just because of Sharinan, the pair of eyes called the pupils of the soul, when their owner is stimulated, for example, when the love in the heart is destroyed, the stronger the love, the greater the power generated. And it's easier to fall into darkness. This is the reason why second Hokage Senju Tobirama so repelled and even suppressed Uchiha. This is a race that jumps wildly at two extremes. At this time, Obito said unceremoniously that he is the person who has the most love in Uchiha. Oh? Friends. Feijing raised his head, as if his eyes were covered with a white mist and stayed on Kifeng. Kifeng took a step forward, took out the rusty Madara's kunao, placed it in his palm, and presented it in front of the old man. Seeing this kunao, the old man's smile stagnated, and the hand holding the crutches trembled slightly, and his steps were a little vain and staggering. Grandpa Fijing! Obito exclaimed, dragging the old man with all his strength to prevent him from falling. A trace of unbearable flashed across Kifeng's face, but he quickly covered it up. At first, he also considered whether to tell the elder the facts so directly. After all, looking at his appearance, he might not be able to withstand such a blow. But Uchiha's border fire is dead, and within 3 days at most, the old man will receive a burial order from his family. Rather than delaying it for 3 days, it is better to know earlier, and wait until the corpse is seen to be unacceptable. In the end, the old man of Fijing couldn't bear the blow and fainted. Obito supported the old man, caring for him, but also worried, causing Kifeng to feel whether he was superfluous. After being busy for almost a child, the old man finally woke up in bed. But people who were already old looked a little bit older. Holding onto the rusty kunao, a hoarse and low voice sounded, "When did it happen?" 2 or 3 days ago. Faced with this situation, Kifeng actually has no experience, but feels that there is a rock in his heart, which makes it uncomfortable. He did a great job, he is Konoha's hero. Hearing these words, the old man's solemn expression relaxed a little, as if murmured comfortingly, "Okay, okay. Grandpa Fengjing, brother Obito is there too." Suddenly, a boy in Uchiha's black costume came in from outside, and when he saw the appearance of Fei-jing, he was stunned. The old man took the corner of his mouth, sat upright under Obito's support, and smiled reluctantly, "Is it Shisui?" "Grandpa Fei-jing, what's the matter with you?" Shisui hurried to the bed. "Grandpa is okay." Fei-jing touched his head indulgently. Obito briefly explained a few words, and Shisui understood the reason and bit his lip. The room fell silent. Kifeng stood on one side and looked at this small, but rather assertive boy, but he was not very familiar with him. Uchiha Shisui, instantaneous Shisui, the owner of the strongest illusion distinguished heavenly gods in the future, the descendants of Uchiha Kagami, and the successor of the Will of Fire. Seeing Shisui, some doubts in Kifeng's heart were resolved. Why is the Uchiha territory fire of the Uchiha clan going to Kirigakura to perform that kind of dangerous mission? Although the Uchiha border fire did not open their eyes, there is no need to worry about Sharinan being taken, but the hearts of most Uchiha people are always that the family is greater than the village. Only a very small number of people, like Uchiha Shisui, belong to the descendants of Uchiha Kagami or the closely related Uchiha people, who are influenced by Uchiha Kagami, and thus believe that the village is larger than the family. It now appears that Uchiha Kagami and this old man Uchiha should have a close relationship. "Let the old man rest," Kifeng said, leading Obito and Shisui to the outside. Before leaving the room, a sealed greased paper envelope was cryptically left. Inside are his tasks and the money he earned from his work during this period of time. Although not much, it is also his heart. His identity is very embarrassing, and he can only be regarded as the conveyor of Uchiha's fire last wish. There are not many things that can be done. Now that the transmission of the last wish has been completed, the money sent is just to make myself feel better. The three of them walked to a small river in silence. The swift river water hit the rocks in the river, splashing water in all directions. "Senior Kifeng, thank you for your help." Shisui spoke first. Obito didn't pay attention to Kifeng's actions before leaving, but he saw it. Shisui's relatives left early, and to him, the old man is just his grandfather. Although the reality is cruel, Shisui is very grateful for the help of Kifeng, who has nothing to do with him. Kifeng just waved his hand, "This is just a sign, and there will only be more and more things like this in the future." Yes. Shisui is not as mature as a child. Obito, who looked dumbfounded and didn't know what they were talking about, was far from it. "Have you started practicing?" Shisui shook his head and nodded again. Kifeng patted him on the shoulder, "Cultivate hard, we may not be able to change anything, but we must do our best to protect our ideas and our loved ones." Shisui stopped and looked at him in surprise. "Gone." Kifeng waved his hand, his figure flashed and disappeared. If Shisui does not die, he might really change the complicated relationship between Konoha and Uchiha. As long as he can grow up smoothly. Kifeng only feels at ease after seeing a strong man in the future. Konoha was able to give birth to a powerful man like this, which allowed him to be a salted fish with greater peace of mind. I hope the impact will not be too great. He just wanted to be a corpse collector quietly, and at the same time gain the ability to survive this troubled time. He never thought about changing anything or becoming a hero. He didn't want to die, especially after seeing so many extremely miserable ninjas. For the current Konoha, it is possible that as long as he exposes a little of his abilities, he will be reused and valued, and even as his strength increases, he can shine in the war and become Konoha's hero. Just think of those heroes. Heitake Sakumo did not die in the hands of the enemy, but died in his own calculations. Orochimaru, also in his own calculations, went to defect step by step. Although this completely liberated him, Orochimaru wouldn't be able to get there without Danzo, at least until Sarutobi Hiruzen died, maybe not. Namikaze Minato died in the Nine Tails turmoil. At that time Obito was able to enter Konoha without any hindrance. Knowing that only a few people know the time of Nine Tails Jinchuriki Vortex Kushina giving birth, and no one at the roots showed up at the time, which is enough to explain a lot of things. Uchiha Shisui was snatched an eye and even forced to death. Etc., etc. All of them are extraordinary characters, but they all ended in a miserable way. Just because Konoha has one person, Shimura Danzo. Therefore, Kifeng can see very clearly that as long as Danzo is here, he reveals his abilities, and the ending is probably not much better. Unless, kill Danzo first. But a pity, Danzo is protected by Sarutobi Hiruzen. And, it is undeniable that Danzo played a big role in the next war. And Anfen is safe to be a corpse collector. After Kifeng left, Obito reacted, "What are you talking about? I didn't understand a word." Shisui glanced at him with a complicated expression, "Brother Obito, Senior Kifeng, it's not easy." Chapter 22, Ninja Strength Division, Seeking Collection and Recommendation. In a flash, another week passed, and Kifeng once again led a stable, comfortable, and salty life. Every day after repairing the corpse and touching the corpse, there is a little more work. For example, listening to Asuma's complaint, during this time, Shirihong always looked at him obediently, and his speech was not as intimate as before, and it seemed that there was an extra layer of alienation. In this regard, Kifeng of course remained silent. At most, when Asuma took out the cigarette, he would give him a fire. There is also Might Guy's daily cleaning routine, combined with Kifeng's one-tomo sherinan, to keep the morgue, such as a dirty place, clean and tidy all the time, which greatly satisfied his cleanliness. Then there are the living enemies of Obito and Kakashi. The two always come here at the same time intentionally or unintentionally. Kakashi, who has always been indifferent, will also be cold-eyed and mocking after encountering Obito. Obito loses every time, but he is not reconciled. Unconsciously, this remote and deserted morgue in Kifeng has so many people who come by. This makes him very distressed. He just feels that his leisurely afternoon basking in the sun will always be destroyed for various reasons. In addition, Kakashi applied to Sarutobi Hiruzen to disband his Chunin team. For some reason, he actually joined the Yuri Zhenhong Chunin training camp, where he became famous, and he seemed to have a tendency to dominate the training camp. After Shirai Zhenhong, he also looked for him several times, but because of Kifeng's prevarication for various reasons, he returned without success. I just don't know why he is so obsessed with Kifeng. Probably because he can't understand his life so leisurely and his temperament is so salty. As a high-quality smoker, he wants to try to save him. The days of the day are always so unpretentious and fulfilling. At night, in the dead of night, Kifeng not only handles the corpse and touches the corpse to draw prizes, but also adds some new content. Training, feeling, the changes that Master Dead Bone Pulse and One Tomo Sherinan have brought to him, and the idea of trying to integrate these two abilities into one's own combat. He has no shortage of combat experience. A Jonin experience card and a quasi-film experience card, even if he only learned a little bit from it, benefited him a lot. It's just that, for Kifeng, these experiences are not enough to swallow them all together. After all, they have no blood limit, and there is no Sherinan and no Dead Bone Pulse. Moreover, the fighting style of the two is completely different. All of these need to be summed up by himself, and combined with his own actual situation, to get the most suitable fighting method. Today, Kifeng's strength still belongs to the Chunin level in the system's blunt evaluation. But after getting along with Kakashi, Yuri Zhenhong, and others during this period of time, Kifeng more accurately defined his own strength. When not using dead bone pulse and sherry non, he barely belongs to the senior Chunin, the kind of Chunin with rich combat experience and a lot of methods. But once he activates dead bone pulse and sherry non, he is estimated to be at least comparable to the special Jonin, the special Jonin who is good at physical skills. If it can be unexpected, it is not impossible to suddenly violently kill some weaker Jonin. Jonin is reluctant to live in Konoha, with a certain degree of self-preservation, so that he will not die because of other people's calculations. There is no clear standard for the classification of ninjas. The evaluation of genin, chunin, jonin, and even kage level will change according to different environments, different times, and different people or things. For example, Kifeng itself, before gaining the system, he was actually just an ordinary genin. Apart from the three-body technique and basic ninja throwing, he had no strengths and hardly used other ninjutsu. In fact, most ordinary-born ninjas who graduated from ninja school are like this, except for a few geniuses who are slightly different. After all, the education of the ninja school is standard and rigid, and to stand out from it is a sort of screening of talents. Afterwards, the division into classes and the assignment of different leading teachers is the time to truly distinguish between ordinary ninjas and talented ninjas. This is why the Uchiha clan are among the best in the ninja school, and they are called geniuses in large numbers. In fact, it is not just the Uchiha clan, but the Hyuga clan, Heitake clan, Sarutobi clan, etc. The disciples of the major clans are like this, because they have a greater inherent advantage and they must learn more in ninja schools. Of course, except Obito. The level of ninja promotion is also very vague. Genin is promoted to Chunin. In peacetime, he often passes the Chunin exam. It is conducted in a 3-person team. This is a more considered way. But once you enter the war period and turn on the wartime mode, even the commander on the side will have the power to promote genin to chunin. At that time, the gulf between genin and chunin was not so clear. But no matter how you say it, a vague standard that everyone recognizes still exists. For example, a ninja who can perform E-level, D-level ninjutsu or can use his own blood, has certain ninjas and physical skills, even if it meets genin standards. A C-level ninjutsu that can cast 10 or more times can be regarded as chunin. And there is one item in chunin that has been developed to ultimate, whether it is ninjutsu, physique, illusion, or even seal, perception, summoning, even disguise, blood inheritance, etc. One item reaches the level of jonin, and it can be regarded as special jonin. Can cast multiple times of B-level ninjutsu, and Grandmaster illusion, physique, ninjutsu, or developed to a certain degree of blood inheritance limit, can be regarded as jonin. As for kage level, it was originally a very vague concept. In fact, it was the strongest ninjas in the village. In order to distinguish them from other jonin, a more general concept was synthesized. Therefore, in different eras, the concept of kage level is also different. Kifeng is also a judgment on his own strength based on the current period and Konoha's ninja structure. If he enters the war period now, and he fully reveals his strength without concealment, it is not impossible to be promoted to jonin by an exception. Just because of the strength of dead bone pulse and Sharinan, others can't even imagine it. He actually doesn't take it seriously. Life is comfortable, the rhythm is comfortable, and the strength is steady but not slow. For him, it is the ultimate enjoyment. However, his rhythm is slow, but the rhythm of the entire ninja world has entered a period of incredible strides. This day, Kifeng was called to the office by Sarutobi Hiruzen again. But unlike last time, in this office, in addition to Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and consultant Danzo, there is also a big boss. Sarutobi Hiruzen's most proud disciple, one of the renowned Sunin, Cold Kun Orochimaru. Chapter 23 Orochimaru's Gaze, for collection and recommendation. Sarutobi Hiruzen looks serious. As a result, the atmosphere in the entire office is somewhat subtle and quiet. After seeing Kifeng coming, he quietly sipped his pipe, spit out the smoke ring and slowly stood up. When I walked to the ninja map hung on the wall, it detailed the situation of the ninja world, including the landforms, towns, and even the layout of several checkpoints at the border. Standing silently in front of the map like this, smoking one after another, the tobacco in the pipe burned out, leaving only the ashes. Danzo frowned and said solemnly, "Hiruzen, what are you still hesitating?" Sarutobi Hiruzen walked back to the desk, his pipe slammed gently, poured out the ashes, refilled the shredded tobacco, and continued lighting. After all this, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke. Last night, a ninja team from Iwagakure raided our Tumarai checkpoint in Takano. All the ninjas in the checkpoint lost contact with each other. Only at the last moment, the intelligence was transmitted, and the frontier guard team in the country of fire also vaguely saw it. Traces of rock shinobi. Hearing this, the Konoha shinobi people in the office were shocked. The same thought flashed through my mind. Could it be that the ninja world war is finally coming? Kifeng was a little surprised. Wasn't Sand Shinobi who provoked the third ninja war? Although Rock Shinobi is the one who wants to move the most, Onogi will not be so mindless. This is a signal. Rock Shinobi finally couldn't sit still, but the opponent did not aggressively attack, it was still just a test. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. During this period of time, Ninja was basically in this situation, either testing Konoha's bottom line, or testing Konoha's way. Hiruzen, do you have to bear it? Danzo couldn't sit still. Staring sharply at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now that everyone is bullying, how could Konoha continue to wait for death? No matter how frightened you are, I am afraid that next time it will not be a temptation, but an all-out attack. Once Rock Shinobi attacked, other hidden villages could not sit still. Sarutobi Hiruzen lifted his hand and stopped Danzo from talking down. I know the stakes in it better than you. You can never give up the peace you have finally won. With that said, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head to look at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you lead 3 ninja teams, don't keep your hands this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen is also very fierce, and even for this reason, Orochimaru, who is sitting in the east, was transferred back, because Orochimaru's shot was fierce enough. Humph. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen still wanted to make things smaller, Danzo hit the ground with his cane and left the office directly. Kifeng shrank in the corner and did not speak. He wanted to ask, is this kind of meeting, is it a bit inappropriate to let himself be such a genin? Unfortunately, he did not dare to ask. Orochimaru raised the corner of his mouth, licked his lips with his tongue, and nodded. I don't know if it was an illusion, Kifeng felt that the eyes of the 2 big men fell on him. Kifeng! Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted. Master Hokage! Kifeng stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Seeing him, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression eased slightly. You go too. You have done a good job during this time. We have received many thanks from the families of the deceased. Thank you for taking care of the bodies of their relatives and partners so clean. Thank you for your help to those living in difficulties. Go and bring back the companions of Tori-sen checkpoint, Orochimaru and the others will protect you. Kifeng gave a smile that was uglier than crying. I had known this a long time ago, it is better not to do those previous actions. It was time-consuming, labor-intensive, and expensive, and finally reached Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears. Instead, he kept him in his heart as the corpse collector. Konoha actually had a lot of corpse collectors. Although he was the only one willing to look after the morgue, it didn't mean he wanted to go to the battlefield. I wanted to say something, but Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored him, and just explained the details of the mission to Orochimaru and the rest of Jonin. When leaving the office, Kifeng looked unlovable. Kifeng-kun. Suddenly, a hoarse but full of magnetic voice came from behind. Kifeng turned around stiffly, and saw the long flowing hair, the long and narrow yellow eyes with purple eyeshadow, and the corners of the mouth with a certain curvature. Big. Orochimaru-sama. Kifeng-kun is interested in doing things with me? Something very interesting. Orochimaru took a few steps and walked silently to his side. Kifeng didn't expect Orochimaru to say this. Subconsciously Kaido, no, not so good. I have an experiment and lack a helper who is good at handling dead bodies. Orochimaru's voice rang in his ears. Kifeng looked at Orochimaru crampedly, and noticed the looming danger in the opponent's eyes. It was like being caught by a poisonous snake. Quietly swallowed. Orochimaru is now conducting human trials? It should be, but the subjects of the experiment are estimated to be ninjas from the outer village. The current Yakushi Kabuto has not been brought back to Konoha, and Orochimaru still lacks a capable helper. But why do you like yourself? Kifeng wondered why Orochimaru, who was hiding in the morgue and had never seen him, invited himself. If he doesn't know the future direction of Orochimaru, as one of Sunin, Orochimaru is very likely to become the fourth Hokage in the future. He is definitely a huge thigh, and I don't know how many people dream of following. Unfortunately, he knows that with Orochimaru's character, Hokage is not his pursuit, all he wants is immortality. However, Kifeng also considered another aspect. At present, following Orochimaru is relatively safe, and Orochimaru, who conducts human experiments, will definitely try to capture and collect a large number of corpses, and there are definitely some top powerhouses. This is a temptation to him. Seeing him hesitate, Orochimaru didn't force it, and chuckled softly, think about it. After speaking, the figure slowly disappeared at the end of the corridor. Consider. What a fart. Feel free to change people, like Tsunade, with a big weapon, even Jiraiya, Kifeng without hesitation, find a backer in Konoha, don't be too comfortable. Only Orochimaru can't. It really doesn't work. Shaking his head, he gave up the temptation to get close to Orochimaru and possibly reach Senju Hashirama's corpse. No matter how good Wood Style and Sage Body are, they must have their lives. If Orochimaru knows that he has both Dead Bone Pulse and Sharingan, maybe his first container of living corpse reincarnation is himself. Think about it too. There are two types of blood inheritance that Orochimaru will pursue in the future, and he actually has them. Death due to drought, and death due to waterlogging. Going to the front. This time I felt completely different from the last time. Although they all brought back the corpses, this time it was very likely to become the fuse of the war, and the first to bear the brunt was their support team this time. Even with Orochimaru, Qingfeng still feels unsafe. But facing Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders, there is no way to resist. Then in an instant, he even hoped that the war had broken out, better than crossing the river by feeling the stones, not knowing which pit he would face. Of course, just think about it. Going back and finishing Genin's bag a bit, he rushed towards the entrance of the village. This time it was all big guys, he didn't dare to be late. Chapter 24 Longevity Snake, Seeking Collection Recommendation. After an hour. The main entrance of the village. When Kifeng arrived, he saw Orochimaru alone with his eyes closed and arms folded, leaning on the gate. Seeing Orochimaru, I felt a little bit frustrated. It's not that he is afraid of what he will do, it's just a purely heartfelt fear of snake creatures. Normal people, even if they face a non-venomous snake, see the smooth scales on it, the tactful figure, and the snake's letter, there will be a little bit of fear. This is human instinct. Those snake catchers are not without fear, but they have overcome it. Looking back at Hokage Rock in the distance. I don't really want to leave. Kifeng stood by and did not take the initiative to talk to Orochimaru, and Orochimaru ignored him. The previous exchange between the two seemed to have never happened. One after another, the other ninjas arrived at the door one after another. Kifeng looked at these companions silently. Including himself, there are a total of 14 ninjas, including 3 4-person teams, and two separate teams, Orochimaru and Kifeng. The captains of the three teams are Jonin, and the members are Chinin. In the entire team, Kifeng is the only one, Genin, who looks very abrupt. Seeing that everyone was there, Orochimaru opened his eyes, glanced briefly, and nodded silently, waving a big hand. As soon as they left the village, a ninja of the Hyuga clan in the team opened Byakugan, as if entering the battlefield. All members were on guard. This is not a fuss, but a necessary precaution. One incident happened during the Second Ninja World War. As soon as a team of Konoha shinobi left the village within a dozen miles, they encountered an attack, resulting in heavy losses for the entire support team. If it weren't for Kimura's support, Jonin would feel that this team would inevitably end in annihilation. The cruel war brought not only blood and tears, but also a lot of lessons. Now that war may break out at any time, these preparations are necessary. Part of the purpose of the training camp set up by Yuri Mahong is that, as a senior who has been on the battlefield, he will pass on these lessons learned from the lessons to the newly promoted Chinin and Genin of Konoha to reduce unnecessary casualties. This is why Sarutobi Hiruzen supports Yuri Zhenhong to do so. There are 3 Jonins in the group of 14 people, and even cage-level experts like Orochimaru. All of them are experienced ninjas, which makes Kifeng feel a little relieved. It can be said that as long as it is not attacked by the cage-level strong team, there will be few security problems along the way. Sure enough, as Kifeng had expected, no troubles were encountered along the way, and the team successfully arrived at the checkpoint on the border of the Fire Country. Simply complete the material replenishment. Leaving the temporarily safe country of fire, enter the country of Taki. The country of fire and the country of soil are not bordered by small countries such as the country of Taki and the country of grass. They seem to serve as a buffer between the big countries, but in fact the buffering effect is not obvious. As far as Kifeng knows, Taki no Kuni is a small country that leans towards Iwagakure. The Takigakura village in Taki no Kuni is not very good compared to Dayan village, but among the small hidden villages, the strength is still relatively outstanding. They will not only guard against rock shinobi's attack this time, but also guard against Taki shinobi's sudden uprising. Therefore, this trip is perilous. After leaving the border, the ninjas in the squad became more vigilant and even prepared for large-scale battles at any time. Rao is Orochimaru, and he has a relaxed look. There are cliffs and waterfalls everywhere in Takano, and the speed of a group of people slowed down instantly. Not only is it difficult to walk, but more importantly, whether there will be a sudden attack behind a certain boulder, under a certain waterfall, or in a certain pool. Konoha's ninja and rock shinobi can walk unscrupulously in Takano, and Takigakura dares to be angry but dare not speak. There is no human rights in a small country, as in the entire ninja world. Whether it is Takano or Yonokuni, there are checkpoints for Konoha construction in the country. These checkpoints will not be activated in peacetime, but in wartime, these checkpoints become the key to war. At this time, the Tumarai checkpoint they went to was left by Konoha during World War II. Some time ago, rock shinobi provoked the Konoha border many times. In order to ensure the safety of the residents of the country of fire, Konoha had to focus on the defensive focus, so the Tumarai checkpoint was restarted. But I didn't expect that Konoha's ninjas were attacked shortly after they settled in, causing the checkpoints to lose contact directly. After walking cautiously in Takanakuni for a while, he finally arrived safely at the location of the Torai Mori checkpoint. Kifeng seemed very non-existent along the way. The ninjas in the team also knew what the mission Kifeng was with, so they didn't complain, but did their job well. Where the checkpoint is located? The entrance is a slightly broken building. Hyuga. Yes. Lord Orochimaru. The one who was called out was the only ninja of the Hyuga clan in the team. His Byakugan was the best detection tool. Hyuga expression gradually became a little serious. Report to Lord Orochimaru, the battle should have occurred 2 days ago, and there is no trace of a living person for the time being. Quickly and concisely reported the situation to Orochimaru. Orochimaru's pair of snake pupils revealed a slightly dangerous light, glanced across the building, and said hoarsely, "Pay attention to the surroundings, be alert for attacks, go to the checkpoint." "Yes." Several people responded. "Take out kunai or various endurance weapons and enter the building one after another. The strong smell of blood and the broken limbs are mixed with a faint burnt brown." When the team entered the building, the scene they saw didn't make everyone's expressions very good. After thinking for a while, Orochimaru suddenly said, "Do you think Rock Shinobi will come again?" "I don't know when." The person standing next to Orochimaru became Kifeng. Looking at the corpse of the ninja in the same village in the building, Kifeng felt a little heavy in his heart, showing a hint of thought, and said, "Since it was Rock Shinobi's trial, then they will definitely not leave here. They want to see Konoha's reaction. Looking at Konoha's condition, it is very likely that he is hiding in the distance, watching here in a way we don't know." Orochimaru sneered, "It's a good idea, I agree with it, and I think they won't wait long before they will come again." While talking, several people walked through the cramped corridor and came to the war room inside the checkpoint. On the table in the middle, there is a map contaminated with bloodline. Orochimaru picked up 2 of the scattered chess pieces and placed them on the map. After doing this, he groaned, "Kenta Nakamura and Hakoa Mitsui, you will lead a team to investigate in one direction, and leave marks along the way. Don't go too deep, just taste it." "Yes." The captains of the 2 teams bowed in response. As he said, he looked at the remaining jonin. "Moonlight Naoki, you take someone to clean the checkpoint and gather all the dead bodies." Then he looked at Kifeng and said nothing. But Kifeng understood what he meant and nodded solemnly. "Finally, unify the code word, no matter who it is. If you can't match it, don't hesitate to do it." Kifeng smelled a strong atmosphere of war from the series of Orochimaru layouts. This is not the same as the ninja war he imagined, but it is more real and extremely oppressive. A snake crawled out of Orochimaru's sleeve, and she opened her mouth to spit out a pen. Simply wave a few times on the paper to determine the unique mark and code word for this mission. The code word, Longevity Snake. Chapter 25 Going Crooked, Seeking Collection, Recommended Monthly Pass. Soon, the corpses in the checkpoint were all collected by the team led by Moonlight Naoki Jonin and placed in front of Kifeng. Looking at the corpses of Konoha Shinobi, not only Kifeng, but the people in the whole room are not very comfortable. There were 10 dead, and there were even corpses whose appearance was so ruined that they were unrecognizable. Moonlight Naoki said with a calm face to Orochimaru, "Orochimaru-sama, the number is wrong." After a little thought, you can understand that Konoha's ninja team is a group of 4, and 10 corpses are obviously not the number that 3 teams should have. Orochimaru had a fierce light in his eyes and licked his lips. "Rock Shinobi. There will be no corpses left in the checkpoint. Byakugan with Hyagatezu is there, and even the smallest things can hardly escape Byakugan's glance." The remaining 2 corpses were either still alive, escaping from the checkpoint and I don't know where to heal their wounds, or they were taken away by Rock Shinobi, wanting to get Konoha's border defense arrangement in their minds. The most probable one is the latter. If they are still alive, they won't stay out of touch for a long time. At Orochimaru's signal, Kifeng began to dispose of the corpse. This miserable appearance made him feel heavy. This is a ninja, is this war? Now that the war has not broken out, it is already so cruel, it is hard to imagine what kind of purgatory the world will become when the war really breaks out. Kifeng felt a strong sense of crisis. Although he was a corpse collector, he might be relatively less dangerous. But it does not mean that it will not be affected at all. When an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent, and no snowflake will not be affected. The only difference is whether it is inside or outside of the avalanche. Under the gaze of everyone, Kifeng used professional means and abilities to restore the corpse of each Konoha shinobi little by little, as much as possible. When looking at the corpses that gradually appeared, everyone's eyes eased a little, and there was a hint of approval in Kifeng's eyes. No one does not want to be buried in their homeland with relative dignity when they die. As ninjas, after experiencing the cruelty of this world, they have long put their heads on their waists. Once they die in battle, what kind of appearance they will end up in and whether they can return to their homeland is all within the mind of a corpse collector like Kifeng. Although the corpse collector is a very unwelcome profession in Konoha, at the moment of the war, he became a secretly sought-after object by everyone. No one knows when he will die. As it is now, no one knows when Rock Shinobi will attack again. While Kifeng was processing the corpse, Nakamura Kenta, Mitsui Ri, and the two teams who had gone out to investigate came back. Master Orochimaru. Simply report the collected information. Upon hearing the content, Orochimaru thought for a moment, and said, "Is the Nagano mountain in the northwestern direction?" Comparing the map, it is confirmed that Nagano mountain is a densely rocky hill, which is a very inconspicuous place nearby. Gently touched the table with his finger, his eyes flashed, "Finish for 15 minutes, and leave in 15 minutes. Yes. Instead of waiting for Rock Shinobi to attack here, it's better to take the initiative and sit and wait for death is not Orochimaru's character." Kifeng opened his mouth and pointed to himself. Noting his movements, Orochimaru pondered slightly, "Leave two Chunins here to protect Wanshin Kifeng. If you feel that there is a problem, you don't need to be aggressive and go straight." Kifeng just want to say, "Orochimaru boss, what should you do if you rush to the air? It's me who suffers." But after finishing these arrangements, Orochimaru turned a blind eye to Kifeng's help-seeking eyes, and began to deploy the battle method of waiting. Although Orochimaru is proud, he is Sunin after all. He gained fame during World War II. He had rich combat experience on the battlefield and possessed extremely high personality charm. No one disputed his arrangement. 3 Kifeng are left behind. Seeing the fading team, Kifeng can only look forward to it, hoping that Orochimaru's judgment is not wrong, and now to wipe out Rock Shinobi. The remaining 2 Chunin, one is good at perception and the other is good at trap layout, and Kifeng didn't know each other originally, so there was nothing to say, just a few words, and they did their own thing. He was the only one left to deal with the corpse in the command room. Looking at the corpses that shone with yellow and green light, Kifeng's heart was still more complicated. There is only one Jonin corpse left, and the one who looks the most miserable. His arms and legs were completely cut off, and he has used a lot of strength to barely restore it to integrity. But his face seemed to be run over by a stone, and he couldn't recover. There should have been 3 Jonin in the checkpoint, so the 2 who were lost are most likely Jonin. The remaining 9 corpses were all Chunin. 3 Jonin and 9 Chunin, such a force, will never suffer such a big blow in peacetime. The death of any Jonin is a great loss to a village. Orochimaru was here before, so Kifeng didn't dare to do anything extraordinary. Now that everyone walks away, he can finally touch the corpse. No wonder, after all, everyone belongs to the same village. You also want to contribute your last strength to the village, right? As usual, a good word before touching the corpse. Start with Jonin's yellow corpse. Yellow corpse, the success rate is 30%, may I touch the corpse, 3/3 this time, 9/9 that day. There is nothing to hesitate at this time. Rock Shinobi might come in for a sneak attack when he can increase his strength a little bit to make sure he can escape even if he loses. Let's get an experience card. Get an experience card. If you can get a Jonin experience card, Kifeng will feel more at ease. He didn't believe that Rock Shinobi would be like Konoha, but just a test, he sent a strong like Orochimaru. So if you get Jonin's experience card and face Rock Shinobi's attack, it's always okay to escape. Choose yes. Fail. Fail. Success. Get a random +3 promotion card for a single attribute. Something came out, but it was not as expected. But it's better to have it than not. Give the remaining times to the green corpse. Success. Get the water style water barrier ninjutsu card. Fail. Success. Get a random +2 promotion card for a single attribute. Fail. Fail. Success. Get the wind style great breakthrough ninjutsu card. The probability of shipment did not exceed Kifeng's expectation, and the things he got were far better than what he had previously harvested in the morgue. After all, in the morgue, the most corpses seen are genin, and occasionally a corpse of chinin is considered good luck, and jonin is even more rare. The daily gains on the battlefield are indeed greater, and the same dangers are also higher. It's just that these things are good things for slowly improving strength, but compared to experience cards that can explode, at this time node, it is indeed a bit unsatisfactory. No way. Kifeng uses the cards one by one. Successfully acquired water style water barrier. Successfully learned wind style great breakthrough. In the virtual hexagonal roulette, the attributes of the lifting card are determined in the rotation of the pointer. Body +3. Body +2. Surprisingly, this time both attribute cards are locked on physical skills. After awakening Dead Bone Pulse, his original stats tended to lean more towards physique, and his stats increased more evenly in the following week. But this all of a sudden the 5 points of the physical skill attribute is down, and it is completely crooked. Am I going to be a ninja-like guy? This is completely contrary to the development direction of ninjutsu in his plan to hide behind. Immediately afterwards, the system popped up a message box again. Comprehensive Evaluation Improvement Senior Chinin. People, Wanchan Kifeng. Age, 13 years old. Attribute, Fire, Earth. Strength, Senior Chinin. Boundary of blood succession, Dead Bone Pulse, Medium, Sherinan, Single Guyu. Body, 4-5. Fine, 2-8. Forbearance, 2-5. Magic, 2-0. Control, 2-8. Print, 2-5. Physique, Water Knife. Ninjutsu, 3 Body Technique, Fire Style Hao Yanhua, Earth Style Rock Shinobi Technique, Earth Style Earth Shore Return, Fire Style Yanbo, Water Style Water Barrier, Wind Style Great Breakthrough. Item, Flint's Obsession. It's really crooked. Chapter 26 Come Here, Seeking Collection, Recommended Monthly Pass. Senior Chinin. Look at the evaluation of system changes, as well as the serious deviation of physical attributes. The Senior Chinin in the systematic review, based on Kifeng's usual comparison calculations, plus the unexpected Dead Bone Pulse and Sherinan, should be able to fight some special jonin, provided that the other party is not the special jonin who restrains him. For example, the special jonin who is good at illusion is his nemesis. Especially jonin is a very embarrassing level of strength. It is specifically for those whose overall strength belongs to the chinin level, but some aspects are particularly outstanding, and can even be comparable to jonin's chinin, which is specially classified. The purpose is to distinguish it from ordinary chinin to a certain extent. In particular, if jonin fights with jonin of the same partial family, he can also be comparable to jonin to a certain extent. For example, the special jonin who is good at physical skills can briefly contend with jonin who is not so grandmaster in illusion and physical skills. But if, like the current Kifeng, illusion is weak in the eyes of physique for a moment, if you encounter jonin who is not weak in illusion, you can only be beaten by hanging. Even if you encounter a chinin who is not weak in illusion skills, it will be very embarrassing to fight. Therefore, in particular jonin's situation is that meeting a suitable opponent is comparable to jonin, and meeting a restrained opponent is equivalent to chinin. Kifeng he is like that. I used up all the times all at once, and I no longer expected to get anything from the corpse that could be used as a whole card. Looked at the night outside the window. Before you know it, It's night time. And many more. Kifeng, who was immersed in the beautiful communication with the corpse, suddenly reacted. According to the ninja rules for ninjas outside, the two Chunin who were armed and perceived must meet once every hour at most to exchange information and compare secret codes. But just as the time he spent dealing with his strength passed, 1 hour passed. The other two knew that they were in the command room, so they should take the initiative to find themselves. A faint premonition arose in my heart. But he didn't dare to act rashly, let alone leave the command room. The command room is fairly spacious, with a relatively clear view. The outside is full of cramped corridors, which are too easy to encounter danger and easy to be ambushed. When I first entered the checkpoint, I saw many corpses lying across these corridors. But staying inside, if it is a large-scale attack by rock shinobi, there is not much difference between waiting for death. Sitting on the ground thinking for a moment, he touched his pocket and took out a cigarette, and ignoring whether he was disrespectful to the corpse, he rubbed his hands to set it alight. Take a deep breath. Ge Laozi. Don't memorize it like that. Throwing the smoke on the ground and crushing it out, frantically took out a handful of detonating charms from the system. Although he is not good at arranging traps, he still understands the basics. These detonating symbols are connected in series with special silk threads, and they are densely pasted on the walls and doors. Who will die? The eyes closed and opened, the black pupils were covered with scarlet, and a Guyujade turned unhurriedly. He glanced around. The palm rested lightly on the long knife around his waist. Sitting on the spot, motionless, waiting silently, like a farmer who waits. I don't know how long it was staring. Suddenly, the door handle of the command room shook slightly. Kifeng narrowed his eyes and his pupils shrank suddenly. Who? The door was locked. It's me. Outside the door, there was a slightly familiar voice, which seemed to be one of the two Chunin left behind. But Kifeng didn't relax at all, he just asked in a deep voice, code whisper. There was a second of silence. Kifeng no longer hesitated, loosened the hilt of the knife, and pinched a mark with both hands. Hiss. The detonating symbols began to burn at the same time, accompanied by a slight sound, which was quickly triggered like a fuse. Immediately afterwards. Boom. 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 One after another violent explosions rang out loudly, and the whole building trembled violently. But I still have to sigh for the construction team that built these checkpoints. With such frequent large-scale explosions, the checkpoints are still strong. It's just that the walls and corridors outside the command room are all burned. Kifeng did not relax his vigilance, but turned on Sherry Nan to silently stare at the messy rock pile. With so many detonating charms, Konoha seems to be determined. Long, a fluttering word rang from the rock pile. A figure stood up from it with a little embarrassment, with tattered clothes drooping on its knotted muscles. Iwagaku Jonin earth and rock. If it weren't for detecting the abnormality at the last moment, dodge in time combined with the protection of earth style, such a dense detonation charm, enough to blow him up 5 or 6 times. But unfortunately, that 1 second of silence gave him enough time to react. Kifeng frowned, resting his right hand on the hilt of the knife around his waist, his temples throbbed violently, and Sherry Nan turned quickly. At a glance, he judged that the opponent's strength was definitely not Chunin, it was most likely Jonin, or even Jonin in particular. She looked at Kifeng's vigilant appearance, noticed his scarlet eyes, and chuckled lightly. It's really good luck, it's a kid from the Uchiha clan, but it's just one Tomo Sherry Nan. If it's Sanguyu, it can't be said that this plan will not succeed. Plan. Kifeng's heart shuddered. Soon, I roughly understood the meaning. The traces of Nagano Mountain were left by rock shinobi deliberately, in order to draw Konoha's reinforcements away, so that they could send people to calmly kill the guards who stayed at the checkpoints. This is to fight for aid. It's just, You look down on Orochimaru too, right? I suppressed the tension in my heart, grinned and asked, Konoha's determination is far beyond your imagination. I'm afraid you don't know who is leading the team this time. Oh? Who is it? Earth and Rock raised his eyebrows. Kifeng sneered, his mouth moved, and faintly spit out the name that was enough to shock Shinobi. Orochimaru. Sure enough, his eyes shrank upon hearing this name, and a trace of fear flashed subconsciously on his face. Master Orochimaru personally led the team. It is estimated that you are in ambush in the ninja world of Mount Nagano. The situation is not very optimistic. Kifeng continued. The earth and stone sinked, even Orochimaru, don't pay a price this time, don't think about leaving easily. Instead, it's you, are you ready to die? In his eyes, Kifeng is at best a Chunin. Although Sharingan is powerful, it is only a single Guyu, which poses no threat to him. Kifeng smiled calmly and hooked his finger at him, come here. This smile is not Kifeng pretending to be a gesture, but a certain thing. The opponent didn't know that Orochimaru was leading the team this time, so they must not be fully prepared. In this case, with Orochimaru's strength, it is estimated that he will be able to return soon, and that will be when Jonin died. It really doesn't work, can't he run if he can't beat it? Earth and Rock froze for a while, reacted, and became angry. Actually was shocked by a kid. With an angry fist clenched, he didn't use fancy ninjutsu, his body was the best weapon and offensive method. Rock fist. Kakaka. The fist, which was the size of a sandbag, was quickly covered by the rock. In the blink of an eye, it was close to Kifeng, and the fist brought strong wind, making Kifeng's face a little bit painful. Sharingan locks the other party tightly. With the powerful dynamic capture ability, he has a panoramic view of the offensive of the earth and rock. But being able to see it doesn't mean it can be picked up. Trouble. The opponent is not only Jonin, but also the best among Jonin. What's more troublesome is that Kifeng has no experience card to use. Chapter 27, Didn't Your Mother Teach You? Nagano Mountain. Forbearance. 10,000 snakes. Orochimaru didn't leave his hands when he came up, and he appeared directly, and a large number of snakes sprang frantically from his sleeves. Earth style. Earth flowing river. Upon seeing this, Rock Shinobi immediately released Earth style ninjutsu under the command of the leading ninja. Along with the roar, a large number of snakes were covered by the tumbling mud, and annihilated in the Earth river with a muffled sound. Its son in Orochimaru. Seeing the snake, the ambushing Rock Shinobi looked solemn, but Konoha would actually send him out. This was to convey a meaning to Iwagakuer. War, we Konoha are ready. Don't panic. No matter how strong it is a human being. Fortunately, we are fully prepared and we must make Konoha a big loss this time. Boom. The ground of Nagano Mountain shattered, and dozens of ninjas jumped up from the cracked ground. They all wore Iwagakuer's forehead protector, as if they were all Iwagakuer's elite ninjas. Damn. So many Rock Shinobi, didn't you find your Byakugan? Seeing this scene, almost all the ninjas of Konoha's face changed drastically. The face of Hayagata Kyuju, who was in charge of the investigation, suddenly became a little ugly. His Byakugan was indeed always detrimental to the investigation, but it was true that Rock Shinobi was hidden deep underground, cleverly avoiding his investigation range. Everyone, kill. The many Rock Shinobi who appeared from the ground showed hideous smiles. This time, in order to gain more and more gains, I deliberately left a trace on Nagano Mountain, not only to eliminate the ninja guarded in the checkpoint, but also to eat all the Konoha reinforcements in one bite. For this ambush, Iwagakuer worked hard. A strange look flashed through Orochimaru's cold snake eyes. At the same time, Mitsui Hikazu came to Orochimaru and said in a deep voice, Orochimaru-sama, the Torimori checkpoint has been attacked, I am afraid they will be difficult to stop, are we? Looking at Rock Shinobi, the difference in numbers between the two sides is too obvious. It is obviously unwise to fight forcibly at this time. And this time it was obviously arranged by Rock Shinobi in advance. At this time, the situation in the Tumarai checkpoint is not very optimistic. Rock Shinobi only needs to send a Jonin to kill all the people left behind. Orochimaru looked cold, but raised his mouth. It's too late to go back. Instead of saving them, it's better to wipe out the Rock Shinobi here, and they can be regarded as dead. Mitsui Hikawa was stunned, a chill inevitably rose in his heart. He understood the deeper meaning of Orochimaru's words. The 3 genin and chinin will be replaced by a group of elite ninjas. No loss. As he spoke, Kifeng's honest look suddenly flashed in Orochimaru's mind. Last time in Yonokuni, Kirigakuru's Jonin Kagaya Chiba suddenly disappeared and Kifeng survived, allowing Orochimaru to observe this little corpse collector. This time, I wonder if you can survive? Since Orochimaru didn't show the intention to retreat, the Konoha shinobi could only grit their teeth and attack. In this regard, Orochimaru does not stop it either. Just licked his lower lip. The ninja world's impression of him was still at the time of the Second Ninja World War, when Sunin also survived in the hands of the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander. But he never thought about how much he would have changed after so many years with his talent. Bite your finger, make a mark on your hands, and pat on the ground. Summoning technique. Bang. As the huge smoke dissipated, a behemoth covered in purple scales appeared on Mount Nagano. 10,000 snakes. Nagano Mountain, which is not big, is actually a bit small compared to one snake's size. Orochimaru jumped up and landed on top of Wan Shi's head. Orochimaru, are you ready for enough sacrifices? Wan Snake faced Orochimaru without any shock. Before fighting, he arrogantly asked for sacrifices. Huh. Orochimaru just smiled. Bird-sen checkpoint. Kifeng knelt on one knee, wiping the bloodline at the corner of his mouth, and Sherinan stared at the Rock Shinobi Jonin standing opposite. Earth Rock raised his eyebrows and glanced at him in surprise. Little devil, in good health. In his opinion, the Konoha imps like Kifeng can solve their problems with just one punch, just like the 2 Konoha shinobi who had dealt with outside before. But I didn't expect that after a few punches, he only vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. Kifeng licked his gums silently, licked a mouthful of blood, stood up slowly on his knees, only feeling that his muscles were too sore. But the bones didn't mean to break in the slightest. Showing bloody teeth, grinning reluctantly, you and Cloud Shinobi's Jonin are far behind. The feud between Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village was left behind when Cloud Shinobi Village attacked the hinterland of Earthland during World War II. Hearing that the other party compares himself with Cloud Shinobi's group of lumpy monsters, the Earth and Stone are even more angry. Glancing at the Konoha Shinobi's corpse on the ground that has been neatly repaired by Kifeng, he suddenly smiled and said, "A bunch of corpses, what do you do to make them look so beautiful? It makes people feel very uncomfortable. Lift your foot." Boom. The head of a Chinin corpse instantly shattered and burst like a watermelon. In the fuzzy blood plasma, the foot of Earth and Stone stepped on Konoha's forehead protector and ran the tip of the toe. Konoha's logo was constantly twisted and deformed during the grinding, making an unpleasant sound of creaking. Seeing his behavior, Kifeng's face suddenly sank. As Kifeng's complexion changed, he saw the earth and rocks in his eyes, laughed, did not speak, and continued to step on the head of another Chinin. They are corpses that have not been touched yet. Didn't your mother teach you? Kifeng's mouth opened, and a hoarse voice came out from it. Huh. Earth and Rock was taken aback. In the next second, Kifeng's figure suddenly disappeared. The Earth and Stone pupils shrank suddenly, and subconsciously raised his arm. Pouch. A sharp, white bone pierced through the strong Earth and Rock and hit his chest. If he hadn't reacted fast enough to cover the arm with chakra, I am afraid that this thorn would be enough to give him a pair of penetrations. But for these, he doesn't care anymore. What he cares more about is the permeating appearance of Kifeng at this time. Sharp and hard bones were drilled in the chest, waist, abdomen, and back. Especially in his right hand at the moment, circles of spiraling white bones hovered around, forming an unusually sharp spear, which penetrated through the earth and rock arm. He looks like an experienced rock shinobi jonin earth and stone, and he doesn't know how to describe it. Kifeng's body was completely tensed, like a huge bow that was completely stretched. With his feet pressed against the ground, he pushed forward step by step, turning the bone spear on his arm, pushing the soil and rock to the corner of the wall little by little, supporting his body completely, lifting his body's center of gravity, unable to fully exert his strength advantage. What the hell are you? Mushi endured the pain from his arm, gritted his teeth and asked. Sherinan of Uchiha, dead bone pulse of the terrible Yoryuaki clan, why are these two blood inheritance bounds concentrated on Konoha's tiny genin? Kifeng, the icy scarlet Sherinan stared at him without any emotion, just said. Didn't your mother teach you, other people's corpses, don't FG move them? Chapter 28 Bone Escape, Seeking Collection, Recommended Monthly Pass. The last word fell, the arm suddenly exerted force, mixed with the unpleasant rock fragments, the bone spear swept from top to bottom, and one arm dropped to the ground. Roll a few times and land in front of Kifeng, lift your foot like an ant, and crush it. Without the arm's barrier, the bone spear directly pierced the chest of the earth and rock, and the wall behind it was completely connected together. To be honest, Kifeng himself did not expect that after the dead bone pulse was completely erupted, he would actually show such strength. It was also because he had been in a salted fish state before, so he didn't know enough about his own strength. Of course, more of it was because of enough surprises, and Shishi didn't expect that Konoha, who couldn't stand his own punch, changed when he said he changed, suddenly becoming a hedgehog with prickles all over his body. At the same time, Kifeng did not notice that after dead bone pulse was fully enabled, the system popped up. Dead bone pulse, plus 10 body. This is the real role of blood succession limits in system evaluation. The original physical skill of 45 points plus 10 points, suddenly reached 55 points, close to Jonin. The fracture of the arm and the puncture in the chest finally made the earth and stone react. Gritting his teeth, the remaining left hand pressed hard against the wall, stabilized his center of gravity and the point of exertion, and raised his foot toward Kifeng's forehead as a whip leg. Bang! Kifeng blocked with his left hand. However, the blood vessels and meridians on the left arm exploded due to the huge impact force, and wanton blood burrowed from the various capillary blood holes in the arm. At the same time, he staggered and loosened the bone spear against the earth and rock, allowing him to escape. A broken hand, coupled with a penetrating injury to his chest, is definitely a huge blow to the soil and rock. Mouthful blood flowed from his mouth like money. But Jonin is Jonin after all, and Jonin, who is still known for his body, took a deep breath and rushed towards Kifeng with his left hand clenched. Sherinan locked, dead bone pulse defense. Once again, the battle became a unilateral beating. The only difference is that the Kifeng with all the cards in the hole, and the blood spilling from the wound, the gap between the two is constantly narrowing. Dead bone pulse still doesn't have a master. Otherwise, he will be skewered in a dance of early fern. Kifeng stared through the gap of the bones, staring at the storm-like attack of the earth and rock, and his thoughts turned, distracting the bone stripping. The pain came. No way, although the removed bone can be repaired instantly, the pain will not disappear. I originally thought that the dead bone pulse obtained through the system was a complete dead bone pulse, and it could burst out all its power in an instant. It turns out that he thinks too much. Even if dead bone pulse is the most powerful blood succession boundary, he has only acquired it not long ago. The master just had a little fur and didn't exert the power it should have at all. Otherwise, the Kifen in this state is not close to Jonin in strength, but is definitely an existence above Jonin. Boom! The earth and rock fell again with a punch, blasting Kifen back several steps. But he couldn't chase him like before, and his attacks continued. Instead, he propped his knees and panted violently in his chest. It's just that the harder he breathes, the more blood he shoots from his chest. At this moment, his face has become a little pale. It is estimated that he himself would not have thought that the battle between the two would evolve into the current situation. Just because he stepped on a corpse. I knew this was the case. I should try my best when I first came up. Now the suffocated breath is gone, his limbs are getting weaker and weaker, and his eyelids start to fight uncontrollably. Death, is it coming? Suddenly hesitated. Kifen also quietly breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he didn't feel well at all. Every punch of the opponent seemed to be swinging a hammer. The left hand also burst under the opponent's heavy blow. Fortunately, the bones are relatively hard, coupled with the recovery ability of Dead Bone Pulse, now barely regained the ability to move. He glanced at the shield made of bones, which was covered with fine cracks. This is the bone of Dead Bone Pulse. Ahem. The earth and rocks coughed violently. Kifen was cold, and didn't mean to sympathize at all. Dragging the bone spear, carefully walked towards him step by step, and did not relax his vigilance because the opponent was seriously injured. Earth and Rock raised his head with difficulty, and a tired voice sounded, "What's your name?" Kifen stopped a step away from him, and the bone spear pressed against the opponent's heart. After pondering for a moment, he said, "My name is." As soon as the voice fell, a dying-looking Earth and Rock suddenly burst. However, his movements are fast, and Sherinan locked his Kifen to react faster, and he was already prepared that the other party wouldn't stop at it. With the force of the right hand, the bone spear pierced into the heart of the Earth and Rock. For a moment, the hands raised by the Earth and Rock froze. Pouch! 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 One by one, the pale bones pierced out of the body of the Earth and Rocks, and the whole person was like a mass of bones bursting out of the body, forming a hedgehog. Bone escape. Bone spur technique. This is a dead bone pulse usage that Kifen came up with temporarily. The Yoruaki clan cooperates with the physical skills that dead bone pulse is compatible with, such as willow dance, tsubaki dance, and so on. But he only got dead bone pulse, and didn't get these physical skills. Just now, I suddenly thought, since dead bone pulse is so similar to wood style and sage body, can he try to learn Senju Hashirama's wood style ninjutsu, combine it with his own bones, and perform similar techniques? The inspiration for this trick comes from wood style cutting technique. Stabbing bones into the opponent's body, thereby detonating it, destroying the opponent's body from the inside out, and killing the opponent's vital signs. A ninja with powerful physical skills like Earth and Rock has a powerful body, especially when combined with Earth style. The physical appearance is even better, but if you choose to destroy it from his body, it will become easier. This experiment was successful and laid the foundation for the development of bone escape after Kifen. Pressing the head of the Earth and Rock, under his incredible gaze, his body fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. After doing this, Kifen finally breathed a sigh of relief, and sat down on the ground, feeling sore all over. It's really thrilling to win this stop. It is a surprise, otherwise there is absolutely no chance of winning. I didn't see that the other party broke an arm, penetrated his chest, and could crush him with a hammer. If there is no surprise of dead bone pulse, no matter how angry Kifen is for his destruction of the body, he can only choose to escape. Principles belong to principles, but there must be fate to have principles. Hiss. Pain is really painful. Dead bone pulse is strong, but the pain is really painful. Looking at the bones that pierce the body, after thinking for a while, chakra was driven again, and the flesh and blood bones squeezed out of the body and fell to the ground. There is no intention to take it back. Although I don't know if Kimimura's bloodline disease is due to the use of these bones for secondary recycling, Kifen will abandon it whenever possible. It's just that the pain deepens. But it hurts to get used to it. When all the bones fell off and the wounds on his body healed himself, Kifen lay on the ground profusely. The complexion was pale. After finishing the chakra input to the eyes, Sherinan also returned to normal. Take a short rest. He stood up forcibly. Can't rest yet, so the scene must be cleaned up before Orochimaru and others return. For the time being, I can't let others know his abilities, especially Orochimaru. Just a small-scale temptation is already so dangerous, and the ghost knows how terrifying it will be when the war is really started. It's too dangerous outside, he wants to go back to Konoha. Chapter 29 The corpse is guarded by me, seeking collection, recommended monthly pass. After processing the traces on the ground, the bones left by dead bone pulse. Kifen collapsed on the ground and didn't want to move. As for the corpse of Iwagakure Jonin, he thought about it, and finally put it away. Although the disappearance of the earth and stone corpses might be taken seriously by Orochimaru and even face some unnecessary troubles, he still had to do so. There are bone spurs everywhere on the corpse of earth and rocks. Instead of being discovered his dead bone pulse, it is better to be dead. It was a fluke to win this battle. But through actual combat, Kifen has a more accurate positioning of his own strength. The system judges that he is a senior Chunin, but Kifen seems to have the immediate combat power of an elite Chunin. If the immature dead bone pulse and one Tomo Sherinan are fully enabled, it can almost be regarded as a special Jonin with physical expertise. In unexpected circumstances, Jonin can be hit hard. At the same time, what Kifen is most satisfied with is his defense power after using dead bone pulse. As long as the opponent is not fast enough that his Sherinan can't catch it, dead bone pulse's defense is still very outstanding. Defense. This is very important. To solve the soil and rock, the bird Mori checkpoint should be safe in a short time, but he is the only one left now. No matter how tired, he can't sleep. Can only hold on to the spirit, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Fortunately, I still get stinging pain from time to time, and Kifen can't sleep even if I want to sleep. The moon sets and the sun rises. It wasn't until the sun rose high the next day that there was another movement outside the Neosin checkpoint. During this waiting time, in order to pass the time, Kifen had to use up the number of touching the corpse again today. It is a shame that there are Chunin's corpses everywhere, and the number of times spent is not a loss. There is not much change in the things obtained, 9 times succeeded 6 times, and 4 points of attribute bonuses were obtained. They were blessed on chakra and chakra control respectively. There is also a ninjutsu that is not very practical, and the rest are not forbearance. Tools are just sundries. But this is the case with Rao, and the harvest is more than what he gets every day in the morgue. In terms of attributes alone, if there is no special situation for him in the morgue, on average, it is almost 1 to 2 points a day. Although there are few, the win is stable. When you come outside the border, you get a lot of things, but the danger also rises sharply. They are all pros and cons. But in general, the system owned by Kifen is actually more suitable for the battlefield. It's just fit and fit. He doesn't like this kind of risky behavior very much. As a keyboard youth in the 21st century, what others call the dead house, what he likes most is happy water and a stable and unchanging life every day. Although he has to come to the ninja world, such a character is really not a day or two. Can be changed. I just want to be a safe corpse collector. My heart again silently confirmed my ideals. Sitting in the ruins, among the piles of corpses, showing an extremely exhausted appearance, combined with the solidified bloodline on his body, I feel embarrassed. Orochimaru and others walked into the command room frowning. I saw the mess all over the ground and the appearance of Kifen. When I went there were 11 people, but when I came back there were only 5 people, and apart from Orochimaru, all of them were not much better than Kifeng. More importantly, Kenta Nakamura, among the 3 Jonin, is gone. Moonlight Naoki supported his severely injured companion and looked at Kifeng with a hint of admiration. The command room was so dilapidated, but the surrounding area where the corpse was located was relatively clean and did not suffer too much damage. The clean corpse was in sharp contrast with the embarrassed Kifeng. I couldn't help sighing. Not only must I protect Konoha's people, but also Konoha's lost heroes. Well done, Wanchen Kifeng. With many things, relying on the scene presented in front of you, it is easy to make up the general process. This is also the essence of the so-called open picture, all content depends on editing. In response to Moonlight Naoki's words, Kifeng raised his head difficultly, clutching his chest, and said secondly, Konoha's corpse, I will guard it. Ah! Orochimaru chuckled lightly, licking his lips and staring at him scorchingly. Feeling Orochimaru's aggressive gaze, Kifeng stiffened. Clean up and prepare to go back. Orochimaru didn't say anything in detail, but simply gave orders. Yes. Inside Konoha village. The meeting room on the top floor of the Hokage building was holding a meeting at this time. The atmosphere of the meeting seemed very depressing. Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting in the first seat and Danzo was sitting on his left. Rock Shinobi, Sand Shinobi, and Kiri Shinobi are all conducting endless trials, and in this week, they have increased the strength of the trials unanimously. I want to ask everyone, is there any good way? Sarutobi Hiruzen held his pipe in his mouth, his eyes flickered and spoke in a deep voice. The ninjas present here are Konoha's most elite beings, and they looked at each other when they heard his words. Seeing that the war can no longer be stopped, nothing seems to be able to change the fact that it is about to come at this time. I don't think we can make an attack. This is against Konoha's code of conduct. Some elite jonin couldn't help but say. Konoha claims to be a hidden village yearning for peace and has been implementing this concept for decades. The first lesson that many ninjas learn from ninja school is peace. Such beliefs and guidelines must not be violated for various reasons, otherwise the belief in Konoha shinobi will be a big impact. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded solemnly. He thought so too, and did just that. Konoha is strong, but the premise of being strong is based on unity. If there are differences in concepts at this time, it will be a drain on Konoha's internal strength. He glanced at Danzo, who was sitting next to him. But there are also radicals in Konoha, but only a few. In the choice between the minority and the majority, this multiple choice question is easy to do. But we can't show weakness, especially at this time. The more we show weakness, it will only make them more unscrupulous. We must give them a strong counterattack, let them throw a rat avoidance weapon, and dare not really provoke a war. Although the trend of war cannot be stopped, for Konoha, the longer we drag it, the greater our advantage. Konoha's advantage is based on the fertile land, which is not comparable to the barren country of wind, land, water, and other countries. Even if it only drags on for a day, Konoha is stronger than the major hidden villages, and the advantage is correspondingly greater. It is Nara Luxon, the patriarch of the Nara clan, the elite jonin, who also serves as a Hokage consultant and is a staunch supporter of the Hokage family. Lu Xian, keep talking. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement. As Hokage, he needs to consider far more than Danzo. At this time, the door of the office was pushed open. A person walked in who automatically lowered the temperature in the meeting room. Orochimaru. Seeing Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. This disciple of my own has never let myself down. Orochimaru, you are back. Orochimaru just nodded, and while pulling a chair in the corner, he handed Sarutobi Hiruzen a scroll. Task Summary. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly unrolled the scroll. His expression was a bit solemn at first, but his brows stretched slightly when he looked back. In this battle, Konoha lost 1 Jonin and Chunin 7. Including the original guards of the Tori checkpoint, a total of 4 Jonin and Chunin were lost. Hearing this, the atmosphere in the conference room became extremely solemn. Jonin, this is Konoha's absolute main force, and Chunin is also the backbone. The loss this time is not small. But no one spoke. Danzo in the meeting room and the heads of the patriarchs and department heads of the major families, their expressions darkened, were waiting for the following. Chapter 30 Chunin Examination Proposal, Seeking Collection, Recommendation, Monthly Pass. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued reading. Rock Shinobi's Elite Ambush Squad, a total of 8 Jonin, 24 Chunin, of which 7 Jonin were beheaded, 1 was seriously injured, 20 Chunin were beheaded, and 3 were seriously injured. At this point, everyone's expressions are slightly relaxed. Although Konoha suffered heavy losses, Rock Shinobi's losses were obviously greater, and they seriously underestimated Orochimaru's strength. The wrong assessment, coupled with Konoha's determination that he did not anticipate, caused Rock Shinobi's loss in this trial. It is estimated that Onoki will have to lick the wound in silence for a long time to recover. Orochimaru did a good job. Danzo, who was silent for a long time, finally said, expressing his recognition of Orochimaru's ability. This time, Rock Shinobi was hit hard, and the plan for Sarutobi Hiruzen was true. However, the content of the task summary has not been read completely. It is suspected that a Rock Shinobi Jonin attacked the Neosen checkpoint when the tiger was moving away from the mountain, resulting in the death of 2 Konoha Chunin, and the corpse collector Wanchan Kifeng seriously injured. Afterwards, the Rock Shinobi Jonin was missing. Sarutobi Hiruzen finished reading and glanced at Orochimaru. Orochimaru's snake eye was full of interest, licked his lips, hoarsely said, according to Wanchan Kifeng himself, this is the case. Others don't know, but Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru both know. This is not the first time such a thing has happened. In the last time in Yonokuni, Mist Shinobi Jonin Kagaya had crossed Konoha's line of defense and attacked the Kakashi team, and finally met Wanchan Kifeng. But the results last time and this time are exactly the same. The 2 rival Jonin were missing. Genin Wanchan Kifeng was seriously injured but survived. If 1 time is a coincidence, then 2 times. Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed the guess in his heart, gave Orochimaru a look, and after confirming that the other party would pay attention, the meeting continued. Such an important meeting will obviously not be interrupted by a little genin. Although the ending of the matter was a bit abrupt, the major patriarchs and elite jonin were also a little surprised. After all, a genin can survive jonin's hands, it is a very lucky thing. All of you present here are jonin and above. They understand how far between genin and jonin is. But seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't mean to go deeper, everyone wouldn't say much, but silently remembered the name Wanchan Kifeng in their hearts. They didn't notice the look Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Orochimaru. Ahem, return to the topic, Lu Xian, you continue. Nara Luxin nodded expressionlessly, showing no emotion at all when he was interrupted, and took advantage of this time to perfect the plan in his heart. Looking around the crowd, he said in a deep voice, I suggest that Konoha can hold the Chunin exam in advance. Chunin exam. As soon as the words came out, everyone in the conference room stared, surprised at Nara Luxin's proposal. But after another thought, I quickly understood the deeper meaning. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared in a daze, knocked his pipe, and after a moment of indulgence, he motioned to Lu Xian to continue speaking. We can invite Cloud Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, and Sand Shinobi. Nara had a heart in her chest and talked freely. The only exception is not to invite Rock Shinobi, the intention of this. Cloud Shinobi is our nominal ally. Although some time has passed, they are still allies as long as the covenant is not torn. We can use this to test their tendency. Cloud Shinobi is also a party we can win. After all, the hatred between Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakure is not small. The Kirigakure of the water country has always been in the same position. Relying on the barrier of the sea and the battle advantage on the water, it has more than self-preservation and insufficient external attack. Let them see the strength of our Konoha. I wonder if they want to continue to expand the war. Need to consider carefully. As for Tsunagakure, Tsunagakure's internal conflicts have never disappeared, resources are scarce, and its position is vacillating. If we further communicate with them and try to relax some of the provisions of World War II, it may not be possible to win. I just have to worry about Tsunagakure's elder, Cho, who is the most determined fire extinguisher. At the same time, the surrounding small hidden villages were also invited over to determine their position and give a certain amount of shock. The potential role of the Chunin exam is analyzed clearly, and the stakes are explained thoroughly. In general, it means to win a part, to deter a part, and a part to be neutral. With such a set, Konoha's pressure may be much less. Very good. Sarutobi Hiruzen decided directly. In fact, he had discussed this plan with Naralu Xin a long time ago, but he needed a suitable occasion to speak out the plan. After that, the tasks of the various ethnic groups and departments were divided and set. The big policy was set, and the small details of the plan were handed over to Naralu by Sarutobi Hiruzen. After the meeting, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru, the pair of masters and apprentices, walked by a river in Konoha. How long have we not walked like this, Orochimaru? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. The older the person, the easier it is to recall the past, some beautiful things. Ha ha. Sarutobi Hiruzen bounced with blue veins on his forehead, and he was helpless for Orochimaru's indifferent temperament. Seeing Orochimaru, who has completed and can be alone, Sarutobi Hiruzen is still very pleased. It's just that there is a hint of worry in the depths of this comforting eye. And this worry, in today's harmonious teacher-student relationship, he has actively and selectively forgotten. Tell me your opinion, Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped and stood by the river, smiling at the children playing in the distance. War. Orochimaru stood beside him, licking his lips. For war, Orochimaru is not very repulsive. What should come is coming, and no one can stop it, just like a damn person will die one day. Shinigami is not affectionate. Orochimaru said lightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that his disciple was obsessed with life and death. But I didn't expect that his unrealistic obsession, not only did not dissipate because of the increase in age, on the contrary, his obsession was getting deeper and deeper. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, pondered for a moment and spoke again, talk about Kifeng. Speaking of Kifeng, the interest on Orochimaru's face suddenly aroused. There are two possibilities. One is that he is hiding his strength, and the other is that someone is helping him in the dark. This person may be Konoha's ninja, or other village ninja, or wandering ninja. Orochimaru said bluntly. Hidden strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a while, then quickly shook his head. Unrealistic. Konoha is a place rich in geniuses. He has seen any genius, the genius of the ninja family, the genius of the common people. But Kifeng is impossible. It's not that he hasn't sent people to observe, from the time when the other party came into contact with Asuma, and then to the last Mizuna incident. The monitoring Umbu Ninja Unified Report situation is almost the same, a ninja who can't rest on peace anymore. In addition, he is not a family ninja, with a weak foundation, no blood inheritance limit, and no family support. Rao is the most civilian genius that Sarutobi Hiruzen has ever seen, such as Orochimaru and Namikaze Minato. It is impossible to kill Jonin at the age of 13 without the guidance of the strong. Perhaps, does he still have a secret? Orochimaru added jokingly. Can you find out if someone is hiding behind him? Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored his joke, just asked. No. Orochimaru replied quickly, and continued, it's not impossible, but I didn't find it. Orochimaru said that he didn't find it, and it really didn't. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, took his pipe and poked, "Perhaps, it's just luck," as he said. Because from several observations, Kifeng is sincere to Konoha, to his companions, especially to his corpses. This is impossible to pretend. Sarutobi Hiruzen does not believe that anyone can pretend to be free in front of him and Orochimaru. Therefore, he is a Konoha shinobi, and his heart is in Konoha, there is no doubt about that. Orochimaru shrugged. Luck, maybe. There is really no other explanation. Lucky ninja, it's not uncommon. Sarutobi Hiruzen has even seen more exaggerated. Hundreds of thousands of ninjas battled on the battlefield, and thousands of people died. Even jonin suffered heavy casualties. However, a Konoha genin who was at the center of the battle survived intact and hardly suffered any damage. What is luck? This is luck. But luck is also part of strength. For whatever reason, he is a Konoha shinobi, that's enough. Indeed, he is a Konoha shinobi, and he is also a Konoha shinobi who is gradually recognized by others with the act of protecting the corpse. That is enough. Did not say much about Kifeng. A lucky genin is not enough for Sarutobi Hiruzen to spend so much energy in this period of time. However, in the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he was labeled a lucky ninja. What Kifeng, who was far away in the morgue at this time, didn't know was that he was mentioned many times back and forth between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru. And because of his positive attitude towards corpses, he was recognized by Sarutobi Hiruzen. If he knew it, he would have taken every corpse more seriously. The attitude of protecting private property. Chapter 31 Inheritance of Foreign Protector, Seeking Collection, Recommendation, Monthly Pass. On a trip, the danger is the danger, but the harvest is really high. Looking at the morgue full of dang-dangs, Kifeng, with a bandage wrapped around his arm, has never experienced such satisfaction. The corpses are full of satisfaction in the room. If normal people know that he has such a hobby, it is estimated that they will stay away. This person is abnormal, he actually likes to be with the corpse. If Kifeng has a girlfriend or a wife in the future, maybe the other party will have to say, "Do you love me more or the corpse more?" And Kifeng's answer may make her crazy, "Corpse. No way, the corpse, especially the corpse of the strong, is a guarantee for him to live safely in this world. If you can't even live, what kind of love and love can you talk about? It's not right." Kifeng rolled his eyes and suddenly reacted, "Even if I don't go to the front line, the corpses of those dead ninjas will be transported to me. And many more." But during the previous period, there were obviously a lot fewer corpses, especially Jonin's corpse, whether it was Konoha or outer village. Rubbing his chin slowly. In other words, someone is deliberately cutting off these corpses, or Konoha or other unknown places, destroying these corpses in a special way. Gradually, Kifeng seemed to understand something, and his expression changed. After a while, he bowed his head and sighed, took out a cigarette and lit it. Since Guy was responsible for cleaning the morgue, it was clean every day, so clean that Kifeng didn't know how to continue to assign tasks to Guy. Therefore, he can only reluctantly increase the difficulty appropriately. Spit out the smoke ring. Forget it, this kind of thing is not something I can mix. Anyway, it is estimated that the casualties will not be few in the next period of time. Rubbing his hands, he turned his attention back to Jonin's corpse, which was splayed horizontally in front of him. Count all the yellow corpses, there are 11 in total. 11. Including the 7 rock shinobi Jonin killed by Orochimaru and the others, the Konoha Jonin who died in the battle, and the Toritsu checkpoint Jonin who was robbed back. Among them was a yellow corpse that Kifeng had touched, and there were 10 left. But it also includes the rock shinobi Jonin that he killed by himself. After all, there are still 11. In addition, Chunin's corpse, which is the green corpse, makes a total of 36. Get rich. Kifeng stared at Venus, and he was really excited and trembling hands. The only pity now is that there are too many corpses, and he has a limited number of times a day. It is estimated that the corpse will be taken away by the family before it is finished. Start with Jonin, try to minimize the loss. In this corpse, there are no special bloodline family members. Starting from Konoha's ninja, Rock Shinobi's body will not be taken away anyway, and it is estimated that he can stay in the morgue for a long time. Yellow corpse, the success rate is 30%, may I touch the corpse, 3/3 this time, 9/9 that day. Yes. It is always exciting to touch the corpse every time, no matter what level the corpse is. Fail. Success. Obtain the Shadow Clone Technique Ninjutsu card. Fail. Finally. Kifeng felt tears in his eyes. Finally got the Shadow Clone Technique. The first native plugin in the Hokage world. Although Kifeng didn't have a high demand for Shadow Clone Technique, because he basically didn't practice, and mainly relied on the strength improvement brought by corpse touching, he knew that his talent was extremely mediocre, and cultivation was just a waste of time. But Shadow Clone Technique has a great effect even in actual combat. As a B-level ninjutsu, Shadow Clone Technique is not as perverted as the number of A-level Forbidden Technique multiple Shadow Clone, but it is safer. Continue. Yellow corpse, the success rate is 30%, may I ask if you touch the corpse, 3/3 this time, 6/9 that day. Yes. Fail. Fail. Success. Get a random +3 promotion card for a single attribute. Very simple, but also the best to use. Kifeng now has the most difference in basic attributes. If his basic stats can be upgraded to Jonin, and further development of Dead Bone Pulse and Sherry-Non, he can try to break his wrist with the General Cage level powerhouse. The third one. Success. Get a random +3 promotion card for a single attribute. Fail. Success. Obtain the inherited forehead protector. There are special props. The corpse touching this time was generally quite satisfactory, just like when he usually touched the white corpse, there were not too many surprises. But the white corpse became the yellow corpse, and the value of the thing was a little higher. The 6-point attribute is his usual 5 or 6 days harvest. Use ninjutsu cards, use upgrade cards. Successfully learned Shadow Clone Technique. Magic +3. Body +3. I really have to go farther and farther on the way of the physique monster. Bring up the attribute panel and click on the item information of the inherited forehead protector. Name, Inherited Forehead Protector, upgradable. Level, Level 1. Description, this is the inheritance of ninjas, and it is filled with the will of generations of ninjas. Function, after wearing the body +2, fine +2. Side effect, the inheritance of the will of fire is unstoppable, and after wearing it, it will subtly increase the sense of belonging to Konoha. Note, the key to how to choose lies in your attitude. Upgradable equipment. This is the first time Kifeng has seen equipment that can be upgraded. A total of 4 points are added to the initial attributes, but the added attribute types are very good, physical skills and chakra, which are the basis of the ninja foundation. The focus is still on upgradability. Kifeng weighed the forehead protector in his hand. Although the attributes seem to be ordinary at the moment, Kifeng understands what the 3 words upgradable mean. I have a bit of IQ. The potential is limitless, the future can be expected, the old future fighters. To be able to find such a good thing from a yellow corpse, it can be said that blood is earned, which is too good value. The only thing Kifeng doesn't understand is how to upgrade this forehead protector. Do you have to wait for him to die, pass it on to others, and upgrade? But at that time, this thing has nothing to do with me, I'm all belching, and I don't care what pretends to upgrade or not. There are also side effects of this piece of equipment. Subtly enhance the wearer's sense of belonging to Konoha. Are you a lobbyist sent by the old monkey Sarutobi Hiruzen? Finally, Kifeng is still a bit unsatisfied. How can this be a forehead protector, not a ninja sword or something? This infinitely upgraded equipment has no cards at all. Looking at this forehead protector, not only does it lack the metallic luster of the new forehead protector, but even on the straps of the forehead protector, there is faintly present Madara's bloodline. Forget it, people must be content and can't ask for too much. If you are not handsome, you are not handsome, it is still very practical. Kifeng took off his original forehead protector and put on this inherited forehead protector. Suddenly, I could feel a peculiar energy coming from the forehead protector. And, inexplicably, he only felt that Konoha was so beautiful, and he hoped to stay with Konoha forever. This is the side effect. The impact is not great, and the feeling is not very clear. Kifeng didn't think there was any problem with this. A joke, he is not in Konoha now, can he still run to betray him? Konoha is now the safest place in the ninja world. Besides, forehead protector just makes him feel more belonging to Konoha, it doesn't mean he wants to become a diehard Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. They do not represent the entire Konoha. Kifeng cleverly found the loopholes in this piece of equipment. At the same time, as he put on this piece of equipment, his physical skill attribute value finally broke through the 50-point mark. Disregard the remaining attributes. Chakra also became the second attribute value to break through 30 points. And, the system also gives a hint about this. Comprehensive Evaluation Improvement Elite Chunin. People, Wanchen Kifeng. Age, 13 years old. Attribute, Fire, Earth. Strength, Elite Chunin. Boundary of blood succession, Dead Bone Pulse, Medium, Sherinon, Single Guyu. Body, 5-0. Fine, 3-0. Forbearance, 2-5. Phantom, 2-3. Control, 2-8. Print, 2-5. Physique, Water Knife. Ninjutsu, 3 Body Technique, Fire Style Hao Yanhua, Earth Style Rock Shinobi Technique, Earth Style Earth Shore Return, Fire Style Yanbo, Water Style Water Barrier, Wind Style Great Breakthrough, Shadow Clone Technique. Items, Flint's Obsession, Inherited Forehead Protector, Wear. Next, in addition to getting some ninjutsu and attributes from the corpse every day, Kifeng felt that he also needed some training. The main goal is on Dead Bone Pulse. He has not developed the ability of Dead Bone Pulse, unable to fully demonstrate its power. Although his talent is ordinary, the ability development of blood succession boundary has nothing to do with talent. The focus is on his mind. Kifeng thinks that he has nothing else, his mind is good. Chapter 32 Examiner, Seeking Collection, Recommendation, Monthly Pass. Night falls. Kifeng had been busy all day before finally processing all the corpses in the morgue. Fortunately, Dead Bone Pulse has also greatly improved the recovery ability. Although it is not completely recovered, it is far from the average ninja. However, the mental trauma was still there, so he was not going to wait until 12 o'clock to continue touching the corpse. Instead, he went back to sleep to soothe the injured soul. As soon as he walked out of the morgue, before he could lock the door, he noticed a figure clinging to the shadow in the corner. I was shocked. But when he was about to put on a defensive posture, he saw the appearance of a figure clearly. To be honest, the first time he saw this man, he would rather come to an enemy who wanted to steal a corpse. Orochimaru. Watching Orochimaru walk out of the shadows. As always, Kifeng respectfully said, Master Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked at Kifeng with interest. It took a long time before he said, Kifeng-kun, I've always been curious. The last time Yunokuni Kiranin, this time Takanakuni Rock Shinobi, are all Jonin, you or how did you survive? The penetrating snake pupil locked Kifeng tightly. Although he has answered this question more than once, Orochimaru still feels that Kifeng has not explained something clearly. Kifeng smiled and answered calmly, because of luck, Konoha shinobi has a good reputation in the ninja world. Orochimaru raised the corner of his mouth and smiled, luck. The deep gaze made Kifeng feel very uncomfortable, as if his secret could not be hidden in front of him. But he still held on to his expression, controlled the slight changes in his face, and didn't show too much. No way, if he wants to continue to stay quietly in the morgue, hiding his strength and abilities is a must. Otherwise, not only Orochimaru, but Danzo will also look at him. This is what Kifeng is most worried about today. Although, Orochimaru now has a certain curiosity about him because of his rhetoric and encounters. It seems necessary to really fabricate such a non-existent ninja. Kifeng felt helpless. In this regard, he already has a certain plan, and he only needs to let this fabricated ninja appear at the right time. I didn't see much from Kifeng's face, or Orochimaru didn't care what he wanted to express. I saw him put his arms around his chest, and said again, there is one more thing that I don't understand. Kifeng-kun, why do you reject me when you first see me? It is far more in awe than other people. Kind of rejection. Hearing this, Kifeng shuddered. Orochimaru's observation ability is really nuanced, and it is even more difficult to hide something in front of him. Thoughts turn. Fortunately, he thought about some rhetoric in advance to deal with this situation. Scratching his head awkwardly, he explained with a smile, actually, my awe is one aspect, and more still, I am afraid of snakes. Well, afraid of snakes. This is not a lie, especially the snake named Orochimaru. As for whether he believes it or not, the benevolent sees the benevolent and the wise sees the wisdom. Orochimaru didn't ridicule, but seriously said, afraid of snakes? As expected of Kifeng-kun. When communicating with Orochimaru, it is always unclear whether he really believed it or pretended to believe it. So Kifeng decided not to continue this topic, but actively changed the direction of the conversation and tried to seize the initiative. He pondered a little, and asked softly, I don't know if Master Orochimaru came to this morgue late at night. Is there anything I can do for you? Orochimaru stared at Kifeng and licked his lips. Yes. He walked to a neatly groomed corpse and put his fingers on the corpse lightly, as if stroking a piece of art. He said without his head, we are really amazingly similar to the corpse, Kifeng-kun. After that, I returned to the topic, the village will hold the Chunin exam in a while. Huh? Chunin exam? This time? Kifeng was a little surprised. Even Genin, the corpse collector, knows the tension in the ninja world at this time. Now that the Chunin exam is being held, isn't he afraid of people from other villages coming to do things? Immediately afterwards, he followed up and asked, Master Orochimaru doesn't want me to take the Chunin exam, right? Orochimaru raised his mouth, did not answer, just looked at him with a smile. Seeing permeating. Kifeng quietly swallowed, no need. Genin is pretty good, besides, I'm just a person, and I don't have Genin's team, so don't influence others. Don't worry, with Kifeng-kun your strength, you don't need to take the so-called Chunin exam. Upon hearing this, Kifeng breathed a sigh of relief. But then Orochimaru's words made him a little confused. It's for you to be an examiner. Examiner? Me. Genin. Kifeng pointed to himself in disbelief. Are you kidding me? I am a Genin, how can he to be an examiner for the Chunin exam? Of course not in Genin's identity. Orochimaru walked around the corpse and walked to Kifeng, slowly leaning down, his pale face printed in his eyes. Yonokone's mission, Takanakone's mission, these are all rated as A-level missions at the end, whether you are through luck or something else, since you complete the mission, it means you should be able to take on more responsibilities. NS. Therefore, I specifically applied to teacher Sarutobi to promote your ninja level to Chunin. After speaking, He squinted and waited silently for Kifeng's response. Kifeng lowered his head and dared not look directly into Orochimaru's eyes. After a long silence, he raised his head and said, "Chunin, is it processing capital? Plus." Orochimaru was a little uncertain about his brain circuit. Kifeng chuckled and curiously said, "But, doesn't Chunin have to pass the Chunin exam to get promoted? Unless it is UMBU, or the wartime system is activated." Orochimaru added. He stretched out his hand and patted his shoulder lightly. "Do you think it's early to start the wartime system now?" "Early? If it was before, it might have been a little early, but I personally participated in the task of the Neosin checkpoint." Kifeng felt that it was not too early at all. "Now that you know that the war is about to break out, it is better to be prepared in advance than not being prepared at all." He shook his head while pursing his lips. But there was some unwillingness to say, "Can you not go? The examiner of the Chunin exam is far less comfortable and safe than touching the corpse in the morgue. The significance of this Chunin exam is obviously extraordinary. Different ninjas from all hidden villages will come. Exposing to these people's sights, causing unnecessary attention, is not what he wants." Unexpectedly, Orochimaru nodded, "Yes. But," he added, "becoming my subordinate, you don't need to participate. Dying around, still came back here." Kifeng rubbed his nose awkwardly. Actually, taking the Chunin exam is nothing bad, and you can make more friends. Of course I want to be Orochimaru your subordinate, but I think my ability is still poor. It's a little bit, I need to exercise again." Orochimaru smiled inconspicuously, as if he was not surprised by Kifeng's answer. A week later, Cloud Shinobi, Kiri Shinobi, and Sand Shinobi will arrive one after another. You can report to Nara Luxon in advance, and he will arrange tasks for you. After speaking, Orochimaru's body shape began to collapse like ooze, and finally disappeared underground, leaving only a small snake, winding and crawling and leisurely leaving the morgue. There is also a black palm-sized booklet, which is a ninja card. Watching the little snake leave, Kifeng inserted his fingers into his hair and rubbed it vigorously. Picking up the ninja card, looked at the words Chunin with very spicy eyes. "What is this? The point is, can the Chunin exam be held at this time? Dare to hold the Chunin exam? It's just like the eve of World War II in the previous life, still organizing the Olympic Games. The location of the previous life was in Berlin, Germany, here in the country of fire Konoha. G. Chapter 33 I've been recruited, seeking collection, recommendation, monthly pass." Obito's extremely exaggerated and unrestrained voice can be heard from a distance, full of surprise, shock, and disbelief. "Senior Kifeng, you are actually Chunin. Why are you?" Obito looked at the ninja card that was left by Kifeng. The word Chunin on it was the source of his shock. "Why? Don't you go to bed every day until noon, stay in the sun at the door for the whole afternoon, and see the corpse collectors who do not practice or do tasks? Why did you get promoted to Chunin?" Obito's voice was louder than ever. "It's irrational. He practiced seriously every day, helping his grandma to cross the road every day, and clamoring to defeat Kakashi every day, but he hadn't graduated from the ninja school early. In his eyes, this delicious and lazy senior has quietly become Chunin." And the look of disgust. "What do you mean? It's not easy for us to graduate to become genin. You are a Chunin like a salted fish, and you look like you are disgusted. No reason. The world is getting worse. Konoha's ninja assessment system has become so casual. Chunin. You deserve to be Senior Kifeng, you are a role model for ordinary ninjas like us, and we have become Chunin. No. I must work harder to clean the room." Guy whizzed up and down the morgue full of dead bodies. Wherever he passed, all the dust and trash were invisible. Kifeng silently took one out of Asuma's cigarette case, rubbed his fingers, and lit it both for himself and him. The two took a deep breath simultaneously, and slowly exhaled a ring of smoke, slightly intoxicated. The hazy smoke enveloped the two. "I didn't expect you to be promoted to Chunin." Asuma sighed. Kifeng gave him an angry look. "Ask you father. If others want to be promoted to Chunin, it doesn't mean he wants to. Do you know how dangerous it is to promote Chunin? Either take 3 subordinates or follow a Jonin, and the risk factor of the mission is greatly increased. Even if he is a corpse man, he can evade these tasks to a large extent, but once on the battlefield, Chunin can no longer be as wretched as Genin." Thinking of this, Kifeng was so angry. "You don't seem to like it?" Asuma was a little surprised. Kifeng gave him a blank look and was too lazy to answer. "A lot of things, like Asuma, Obito, and so on, don't understand. Only when they grow up will they understand that what fame and fortune, what is drunk and gold, are all rubbish in the face of a comfortable and stable life. This is the generation gap between men and boys, they don't understand. Just like when you are in school, your seniors always tell you, it's better to study. You will never understand why. You won't understand until you go to society, and you will even continue to repeat the sentence to your juniors." Ugh. After taking another breath, I felt that the suffocated breath eased. No way, I don't know what Orochimaru is interested in, so that he can catch the ducks on the shelves. By the way, are you so empty? It's still an appointment and they all run to me? People who don't know think this is a good place. Suddenly, the morgue that everyone can't avoid, what do so many people do? It's a holiday, there's nowhere to go. Asuma said lightly. Kifeng glared, "Run to me if there is nowhere to go? Can't you go find Shirihong to play?" It's just that as soon as I spoke, I suddenly felt that Asuma's eyes were a bit wrong. "Are you embarrassed to say?" Speaking of Yurihong, Asuma's teeth tickled with anger. If it weren't for the ratio in front of me to complain to Yuri Zhenhong, which caused Yuri Zhenhong to keep Zirihong by her side during the holiday, and she couldn't get close at all, and did she need to run to this place where the bird doesn't shit? Ha ha. Kifeng laughed dryly. It was indeed his own fault, but Yuri Zhenhong was also eyeing him at the time, and he had to give him a goal to shift. Forget it, it's okay to have fun occasionally. Too lazy to manage. Kifeng moved his butt, posing as the famous Ge Yali. Still, the life of salted fish suits me best. If there is a bottle of happy water at this time, life will be perfect. A week later. During this week, all the corpses brought back were touched through the system. In addition to the increase in basic attributes, which gave him a slight improvement in strength, he only obtained a Jonin experience card, which was a full stop to this harvest. Konoha Jonin Nakagawa Kami Ryo experience card, rare. The illusion type Jonin's experience card is very different from Kifeng's own attribute expertise, so he thinks that even if it is used, the fit may not be high. But just as an ordinary whole card, it should be enough. And, after having an experience card again, I have more or less confidence in my heart. Holding Hokage's mission appointment letter, in the office on the middle floor of the Hokage building, I found Nara Dear Heart. The Nara family, the Yamanaka family, and the Akamika family. Although these 3 clans are not rich families in Konoha, the 3 clans have been very firm alliances since the Sengoku period. This is even more true after joining Konoha. The 3-family union is not inferior to Konoha. Any family. The Nara clan is responsible for the wisdom of the 3 clans, and the Nara Dear Heart is a symbol of high IQ. Mr. Dear Heart. Kifeng looked respectful. Nara Luxon is not only the patriarch of the Nara clan, but also a consultant of Hokage and the squad leader of the Konoha Jonin class. Nara Luxon, who was on the desk, raised her head, and when she saw Kifeng, she was a little confused. But he didn't show impatience because he didn't know Kifeng. Instead, he smiled and asked, "What's the matter?" Kifeng stepped forward and put the appointment book on his desk. Nara Luxin glanced briefly, and said in surprise, "Are you Wanchen Kifeng?" "Yeah." Kifeng looked simple and honest. "Is he famous?" Looking at Nara Luxian's initial expression, it was obvious that he didn't know herself. Why did she show such an expression after hearing her name? As if seeing his surprise, Nara Luxin smiled and said, "Master Orochimaru personally recommended you to be promoted to Chunin, and recommended you to be the examiner of this Chunin exam." Immediately he looked at him meaningfully. "Master Orochimaru is one of Sunin's powerful ninjas, Kifeng, you have to learn from him and strive to become a towering tree that can cover Konoha." Heard him say so. Kifeng has only one idea. Hidden. Orochimaru also asked if he wanted to become his subordinate, but he cleverly rejected it. But now it seems that the inquiry is simply unnecessary. His recommendation like this is equivalent to telling the senior Konoha that Kifeng is already his person and his subordinate. Suddenly, it was as uncomfortable as eating shit. He really doesn't want to get involved with Orochimaru. Even in the eyes of others, Orochimaru is almost equivalent to the next Hokage, and he has a very high voice in Konoha. Become a person whom Orochimaru values, and in the future will also have a place in Konoha. It's just that he knows very well that Orochimaru is an extremely dangerous person, and now his thoughts have begun to twist. If it weren't for the shackles of the identity of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Konoha Shinobi, I'm afraid he would have let himself go. Most importantly, Kifeng possesses Sharingan and Dead Bone Pulse. Once exposed, they are sliced by Orochimaru every minute. But this kind of thing can't be told to others. I just felt that I was stuck in my mouth. I wanted to vomit but didn't dare to vomit, and I still showed a satisfied expression. He took a deep breath and showed an extremely ugly and embarrassing smile. "Just please, Mr. Luxian, arrange the task for me." Nara Luxin nodded. Looking through the books on the table, this is his arrangement for the Chunin exam this time. "Soon, I found a vacant position from it." "Well, Kifeng, you will be in charge of the deputy examiner for the first exam, and for the second exam, just take care of your own job, and collect the corpse." After speaking, I handed over a scroll with detailed information about Konoha's arrangement for the Chunin exam. "Yes. P.S. I accidentally wrote Naralu before, but it has been modified now. Chapter 34. It's loaded again, seeking collection, recommended monthly pass. Unexpectedly, one day I will become an invigilator." Kifeng walked on the way back. If there weren't for those things Orochimaru did, he might feel a little bit of comfort in his heart. Pity. On the road, it can be clearly felt that the streets of Konoha are a little more popular. The Chunin exam is an event held every once in a while in the ninja community. It will not only welcome the arrival of the ninja community in other villages, but also promote the economic development of the village. For example, during the preparation of the Chunin exam, a large number of caravans will arrive at Konoha one after another. Especially the villages that came to take the Chunin exam. He is a person who likes to be quiet. This may be a habit developed as a death house in his previous life, or he may have been in the quiet place of the morgue for a long time. But he does not reject this excitement. Add a bit of life to the indifferent ninja world. But he can also clearly feel that Umbu's control of the street, or the entire Konoha, has been further strengthened. The purpose is to prevent sudden situations from happening during the Chunin exam. Of course, at this special stage when the war is about to break out, Kifeng believes that Umbu is more to prevent those with ulterior motives from sneaking into Konoha and doing some unfriendly things. As he walked through the most prosperous street and entered the alleyway to go back to the morgue, he suddenly heard a little unusual movement. Not much movement. He didn't want to see it. But the movement appeared on his way back. As I approached, I soon understood the reason. I saw that in a small alley, there were two groups of people, all of them young, but it seemed that the atmosphere was not very friendly. One side wears the forehead protector of Konoha shinobi, and the other side wears the forehead protector of Kiri shinobi. Forget it, it's better to do more than to do less, let's leave it to Umbu. He could see that both sides are genin from their respective villages. He wasn't surprised by this kind of things that genin couldn't understand between different villages. After all, such things also appeared in the original work, not to mention that the relationship between Konoha and Kirigakura is not very friendly now. However, when he was just about to make a detour, he inadvertently glanced at him, but saw a familiar figure in the mist. What? If you read it right, the other party should be Hoshigaki Same. One of the 7 future ninja swords, the owner of the big sword Same Hata, a terrifying existence known as the Tailless Beast, a member of Akatsuki, and Uchiha Itake's partner. But at the moment, Hoshigaki Same should only be about 10 years old. Kifeng also relied on the other party's weird shark skin and the gill-like lines on his face to barely recognize him. He seemed to perceive Kifeng's gaze, and Hoshigaki Same, who was leaning on the wall, turned his head and looked at Kifeng. A pair of shark-like eyes gives people a cold feeling. Stop the action. Rubbed his head with some annoyance. If Hoshigaki Same is here, I'm afraid Konoha and genin who are newborn calves will suffer before Umbu arrives. Kifeng stared at the opponent for a second, then retracted his gaze, muttering to himself. His gaze swept across Konoha. Well, none of them are great. It is estimated that they are not Hoshigaki Same's opponents alone. Do you want to intervene? This is a problem. While Kifeng was observing them, the Wu Renren also discovered this uninvited guest. Following their gazes, Konoha also found Kifeng standing not far behind them. Kifeng shrugged. Well, it seems that I can't hide it. If they didn't find him, they would leave. But now they have seen him, and if something unexpected happens and the boss knows about it, he will also be held accountable. After all, in any case, he has now successfully faded from the identity of a student and became a teacher. After thinking for a while, with a stern face, he stepped forward and asked, what happened? Everyone looked at each other, and did not immediately answer the Kifeng that appeared suddenly. Then the atmosphere becomes more awkward. Kifeng. Suddenly, someone on Konoha's side called out his name. Kifeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At last it was not so embarrassing. Follow the voice and look. Kifeng, really you? We haven't seen him much since graduation. The person who spoke came forward and patted Kifeng on the shoulder, as if he knew him. It wasn't until the face appeared in front of Kifeng that he finally remembered. This person seems to be a classmate with himself before. It's just that there is really no sense of existence, and I didn't think of it all at once. Odajik. Why are you here? Odajik asked. Oh, I heard something, come over and see, what happened. There is actually an acquaintance. He remembered that when Odajik was in the ninja school, he belonged to those middle school students with a very low sense of existence. Kifeng was one of the people in the tail of the crane, so Odajik recognized him. Asked the reason. Odajik showed a look of indignation. He pointed to the opposite Kiri shinobi, gritted his teeth and said, they said that Konoha's genin is vulnerable. This genin exam is pure self-inflicted shame. After speaking, he looked at Kifeng earnestly, waiting for him to show the same expression as himself. But Kifeng twitched his eyes, trying to make sure that his expression did not change too much. No way. Because he thinks what the other party said makes sense. In Konoha genin at this stage, it seems that none of them can compete with Hoshigaki Same. Of course, you can only think about it in your heart, and you can't just say it. Who is that guy? The appearance is plain, the breath is plain, there is no characteristic, and I don't know. Wu Ren's side also discussed in a low voice. It's probably Konoha's unknown genin, maybe it's also a miscellaneous fish who took the genin exam. Someone laughed disdainfully, Konoha really doesn't work anymore. He has cultivated so many genin who has no sense of existence. There is no blood in his body. Genin of Kirigakure does have the qualifications to mock Konoha genin. Because of the implementation of Kirigakure's blood mist policy, mist shinobi genin needs to graduate, and all of them must be stained with the blood of their companions. And Kirigakure's way of cultivating genin is much crueler than Konoha. In other words, compared to all the hidden villages in the ninja world, Kirigakure's way of cultivating is the cruelest. It is not an exaggeration to call it the gurule. Not a trash fish. Hoshigakiki-same grinned, revealing shark-like sharp teeth, and looked at Kifeng's direction. That guy noticed me from the beginning. He probably wanted to leave before, but he stopped when he saw me. Is it? The mister next to him seemed a little surprised, but immediately sneered, it doesn't matter, at best, it will slightly increase the difficulty of the Chunin exam. After finishing speaking, he turned his head extremely arrogantly, wiping his neck to the people of Konoha, and shouted, Konoha genin, wash your neck and wait. As soon as these words came out, Kiri Shinobu laughed wildly. Konoha genin glared at him one by one, as if he could do it at any time. And Wuren is waiting for them to do it first, so that there is a suitable reason to do it in Konoha. Otherwise, Umbu invited them to the Umbu base for tea every minute. It's just that Kifeng cannot sit back and watch such things happen. There was a look of disgust. It's not that I dislike Mistra or Konoha's genin, it's the forehead protector I'm wearing. The impact is still there. Taking a step forward, he stretched out his hand to stop Konoha genin who was about to send him to death. Seeing him stepping forward, the Wushinmen were also ready. Looking at him is like looking at a lamb preparing to die, and they are hungry wolves that have been coveting for a long time. Smashing his mouth, Kifeng said slightly, this mist shinobi genin, please pay attention to your wording, otherwise you will lose the qualification to take this genin exam. Hearing what he said, everyone was taken aback, and immediately burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Laughing at me, you are a trash fish, what qualifications do you have to dare, you. However, before he finished speaking, he got stuck in his throat and couldn't continue speaking. Pointing to Kifeng with an incredible look. Because he saw that there was an extra sign in Kifeng's hand with the word examiner clearly written on it. Not only the expression on the side of Kiranin froze, but the side of Konoha also looked like a ghost, especially Odajik who knew Kifeng. The look in his eyes is like not knowing him. I originally thought that Kifeng and them were all students taking this Chunin exam. How did he know that he suddenly took out a sign and changed from a student taking an exam to an examiner invigilating the exam? This change in identity. Something unexpected. Kifeng rubbed his nose helplessly. I think, as one of the examiners of this Chunin exam, I should be qualified to ban you from taking this exam. He didn't want to. I wanted to get along with them as ordinary people, but they were so aggressive, there was no way. He had a showdown and stopped pretending. He was an examiner, so I asked if he was afraid. Anyway, even if you don't reveal your identity today, you will know it tomorrow. Damn it, I have installed it again. Chapter 35 The Helplessness of a Married Man. Seeing everyone's hell, Kifeng's little vanity was satisfied. The examiner of the Chunin exam, the first experience seems to be pretty good. He patted the sluggish expression on the shoulder of Odajik, go back and rest early. No matter what the other party says, you have to find it in the examination room. Don't make a fuss here. Then he looked at Kiri Shinobu, his gaze passed over the person who was ranting just now, and fell on Hoshigakiki-same. Hoshigakiki-same glanced at Kifeng deeply, did not speak, turned, and walked towards the depths of the alley. The other Mizumi also reacted, glaring at Konoha, and angrily followed Hoshigakiki-same away. Kifeng disintegrated a possible unexpected situation in time, did not stop, waved his back and walked towards the residence. Konoha Genin looked at each other behind him. In the end, they all focused on Odajik. They thought that Kifen, who was about the same age, was Genin who took the Chunin exam just like them, but they didn't expect to become an examiner. Noting their sight, Odajik smiled helplessly. "Don't look at me, I don't know what's going on." He is probably the most surprised. Looking at the direction Kifen is away from, I really don't understand why there is such a big change all of a sudden. Kifen returned to the morgue. I took off the forehead protector on my head a little irritably. The influence of this inherited forehead protector is much greater than he imagined. Even if he didn't have this forehead protector, he would do so. But the starting point will be completely different. Forget it, find a chance to pass on. Obito, this guy should be a good choice. After removing the forehead protector, the system score will change. Kifeng thought about it for a while and felt that he could react to it. There should be no problem, so he put it on again. Today's number of corpse touches has not been used. But there are not many dead bodies in the morgue. In this week, the families of various ninjas have taken their bodies back. Some of them were touched by Kifeng, and some were not touched. Fortunately, his gains were not small this time. In addition to the steady improvement in attributes, and the promotion of equipment such as the inherited forehead protector, he subsequently gained a lot of ninjutsu. Among them, what he cares most about is the medical ninjutsu called healing. Healing jutsu is the basic ninjutsu for medical ninjas. It can heal some injuries. Although it is not as powerful as healing jutsu, it is not bad. In any case, Kifen, as a corpse collector, actually belongs to a branch of the medical department. As a half-medical ninja, how could he not know medical ninjutsu? Use up the frequency without any waves? The next day, Kifeng came to the examination room, the office next to it. The proctors of the first Chunin exam gathered here. Kifeng is here. When Nara saw Kifeng, he smiled and greeted him actively. "Aren't you late?" Kifeng nodded and greeted everyone. He is a newcomer, and he still has enough respect for his predecessors. His behavior was unanimously approved by the seniors in the office. Apart from anything else, at least the first impression is good. Nara clapped her hands and motioned everyone to look at him. Kifeng stood aside slightly restrained, exactly what a newcomer should look like. The first session of the Chunin exam is still a written exam as usual. Cheating is allowed, but the number of times is limited to 5 times. Anyone found more than 5 times will be eliminated. No one was surprised by this. Because the Chunin exams held in Konoha have always been the same process, other villages may be different. For example, Kirigakure comes up to fight, but Konoha pays more attention to cultural ability, so the practice will not change. The village ninjas who came to take the Chunin exam also learned about the exam through their instructors. Nara waited on the crowd, and after a little hesitation, he said, "Then I will leave Wanshin Kifeng, Yamanaka Kayufeng, Akamaika Dingyu and you 3 to stay in the examination room and take charge of the examination. The rest will wait outside and escort those who violate the rules, or Genin, who has reached the upper limit, leaves?" "Yes." Everyone responded. Kifeng was a little surprised. "Invigorate the exam by yourself as a newcomer? I thought I just had to make soy sauce." In fact, he doesn't know, not just him, but Yamanaka Kayufeng and Akimichi Koji are also examiners who have not proctored several times. And the reason for choosing these newcomers is to take a form. Konoha's emphasis on cultural achievements does not mean that other villages also value it. If the invigilation is too strict, causing heavy losses in other hidden villages, Genin, it will give people a feeling that Konoha is overly suppressed, and once the number of people is too small, the subsequent rounds of examinations will not go smoothly. So let them proctor Chunin who don't have much experience. After simply explaining the task, the test has not yet started, and everyone is sitting in the office chatting. Every time Kifeng took an exam in his previous life, Kifeng would be more or less nervous, and was extremely envious of seeing those calm and invigorating invigilators. Unexpectedly, he would also have a day of invigilating the exam. There is no pressure, and a little gloating. He took out a cigarette happily, rubbed his fingers to light it, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled the smoke ring. Comfortable. But soon, he noticed that the chatting in the office stopped, and his eyes fell on him. The hand holding the cigarette paused, and a cramped smile appeared. Sorry, I'm used to. Just as he was about to pinch the cigarette, he saw Nara's hand appearing in front of him. I looked up and saw a expression in Nara. After hesitating a little, he tentatively took out the cigarette case, took out one and handed it to Nara one. The smoke was quickly snatched away. Kifeng subconsciously made a pinch of his fingers, his fingertips lit a flame and sent to him. Soon, there were more people in the office. It's just that, in such a thing as handing cigarettes, the rule is that there are so many people present, how can it be given to only one? Then, Kifeng's cigarette case is empty. The office was instantly surrounded by clouds and mist, and people who didn't know thought they had entered a fairyland. Seeing this scene, Kifeng was speechless. I couldn't help asking, Mr. Hongai, you guys. Nara sat next to him and patted his shoulder lonely. Kifeng, you don't understand the helplessness of married men. I will cry if I continue. But Kifeng got it, and suddenly realized. Feelings, in this office, one by one, are all wives strict? People in the ninja realm mature prematurely, so they usually get married early, so that they can still maintain a sufficient population in the ninja realm with a very low average age. Marriage is a man's grave, Kifeng. Nara said with emotion. He patted his shoulder earnestly. No, the Nara clan is a strict wife and he has heard about it, but the whole office is like this, which is a bit exaggerated. He doesn't believe it. He would rather believe, this group of people is the smoke of him. Although, he has no evidence. Looking at the empty cigarette case, I want to cry without tears. However, because of this incident, he and all the examiners in the entire office have obviously narrowed a lot of distance. Before, they were only chatting and Kifeng was listening. Now he can finally intervene. Overall, it's not bad. After half an hour, Nara stood up and said, the exam is about to begin. Chapter 36 We are very professional, seeking collection, recommended monthly pass. As soon as he entered the examination room, I saw that there were already a lot of people gathered inside, and roughly calculated, there were probably hundreds of people. Half of them were Konoha's ninjas, and the other half were ninjas from the rest of the ninja village. Gist Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, Sand Shinobi, Kushino Shinobi, Rain Shinobi, Yu Shinobi, Taki Shinobi, etc. He just swept away Konoha's ninja, and his main eyes remained on Kiri Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, and Sand Shinobi. While he was observing the examination room, these candidates were also observing the examiner. But when Konoha's ninjas saw Kifeng, many people showed surprised expressions. Many of them are ninjas from the same period as Kifeng, or even earlier. It was somewhat surprised that he appeared here as an examiner. But it does not affect the examination. As soon as Nara said a few words briefly, the test paper was sent down. Kifeng has read this test paper. Generally speaking, it is very difficult. Rao is Konoha who values cultural teachings, and he may not be able to answer all of them, let alone ninjas from other villages. Therefore, the content of the exam is very simple. It seems to be a test paper, but in fact it is a test of their vague cheating ability. This is an assessment of details. The examination papers were sent out soon. As soon as Nara gave Kifeng a look, he left the examination room. Yamanaka Kayufeng and Akimichi Koji took the initiative to give Kifeng the position of the invigilator because of the previous smoke, and let him sit in the front of the invigilator. In this regard, Kifeng said that he was also helpless. After getting the exam papers, there were various noises in the exam room. Everything seems to have no waves. The candidates were only slightly surprised that Kifeng's identity did not affect their participation in the test. Nara sat in the monitoring room, observing the situation in the examination room with Erlang's legs tilted up. As the chief examiner, he was the easiest in Chenen's first regular written test. Soon, all the examins who reviewed the test found that the test paper was very difficult, and they used their abilities to cheat. Hey, the quality of these candidates is pretty good. Nara sighed. Sitting in the monitoring room, he has seen some less obvious cheating actions. As an experienced old examiner, he is accustomed to these small movements. As long as he is not out of line, he will not point out. But if he doesn't say it, it doesn't mean that no one knows. Kifeng, who was sitting in the upper seat, looked serious. Number 78, warn once. Take back your sand eye. Number 86, warn once. Take back your slanted eyes. No. 32, one warning. Hand in the cheat sheet. Forget it, hand in your underwear. Number 16, warn once. Do you think I can't see the boy in front of you with his feet wrapped around it? In public. Kifeng began to dafa kamui. As a habitual offender in the previous life, he was too aware of the small movements of these candidates. Although the ninja uses different methods, the various subtle movements and tendencies are the same. He spoke again and again, as if to convey the tribulations he had suffered to these candidates in a single brain. It is almost impossible to escape his eyes with the behavior of the people present. Even if it was a movement that Nara hadn't noticed, he also noticed it. The test takes less than 10 minutes. Number 86. Lost the qualification for the exam. All of a sudden, the examination room became turbulent, and everyone did not dare to make any more moves, for fear of being discovered. However, if they don't cheat, they can't complete the papers. How can they pass the exam? Nara's eyes widened in the monitoring room. At this moment, Kifeng seemed to be the most severe examiner in his eyes. The questions that Yamanaka Kaiyufeng and Akamai Katingu asked were less than 1/5 of the questions he pointed out. Is this the rhythm of knocking out everyone in the first Chunin exam? Kifeng is to kill the exam. Nara murmured. He couldn't sit still. If this continues, I am afraid that those who can participate in the second round will not exceed the first hand index. This is a fart. One by one, the examins were sent out of the examination room dejectedly. The examiners outside the examination room who thought they were just playing soy sauce became extremely busy for a while. Some of the candidates who left the examination room were too late to be escorted. In just 20 minutes, Kifeng successfully sent 20 candidates out of the examination room. Not only the ninjas from the outer villages like Mizumi Ninja, Konoha's side was not spared either. Is this guy growing up Sharinan or Byakugan? The candidates were so depressed that they couldn't shout out openly. After all, cheating is just a vague reminder, and it doesn't mean they can do it with integrity. As more and more candidates left with their heads down, Nara finally couldn't sit still. On the 16th, I lose my qualifications for the exam. Kifeng's indifferent voice sounded again. He had only one feeling at this time. Invigilation, cool. It's so cool. But by coincidence, the number 16 candidate was the Wu Ren who met in the alley last night. Kifeng is not selfish. Certainly not. He just paid extra attention to these mists for a little bit. But the bad-tempered Wuren doesn't think so. He thinks Kifeng is targeting him. Although he feels okay. Although the cheating of others was also pointed out, at least the other party was discovered when the action was about to end. Unlike him, he was discovered by Kifeng as soon as he made a move. He deeply felt Kifeng's malice. So. I'm not convinced. You are against me. Against us, Mizuna. This Wu Ren did not leave immediately, but stood in front of Kifeng with a look of resentment. Kifeng's expression did not change, looking directly at him. This candidate, our invigilator, is very professional and will not target anyone. Unless you can't help it? He is not a saint, why not target him if he has the opportunity? He clearly remembered that the man called himself Miscellaneous Fish yesterday. In the battle, he cowered, and the invigilator fought hard. If you can mix a special jonin with your proctoring ability, it seems not bad. Seeing Kifeng's unwavering appearance, this Wuren pinched his fists and gritted his teeth. For a while, Shinobu thinks more and more angry, and takes a step back and thinks more and more losses. Yesterday's things, coupled with today's things, combined, new hatred and old hatred, he couldn't bear it. Go to hell. In his opinion, although Kifeng is an examiner, although he is Chunin, his age is not strong enough, not to mention that Konoha has never heard of such a person. He is not stupid, knowing that he can't kill people in Konoha, but he must let Kifeng know how powerful he is and how powerful they are. Draw out the short sword, 3 steps and 2 steps, the not to distance is instantly shortened, and the angry attack is watching the thunder fall. The expressions of Yamanaka Kayufeng and Akamai Kadingyu in the examination room changed. This is the appalling behavior of the examinee assaulting the examiner. Looking smaller is a contempt for Konoha's rules. Looking larger, it is Kirigakuru's attitude towards Konoha. It's just that the examination room is very large, and the two are standing in the back corner again, and it is too late to help. In the surveillance room, Nara saw the scene as soon as she stood up, with a solemn expression. At this moment, the examiners outside are also on the way to escort the candidates, and there are almost no people waiting outside. It depends on Kifeng's personal ability. But they really don't know Kifeng's strength. Even before this, many people had never heard of this name and met this person. Some examines watched the scene with interest, including Hoshigaki Same, and a few strong players in Cloud Shinobi and Sand Shinobi. They were curious about how Kifeng would respond. Kifeng's expression remained unchanged, his eyes flashed. After thinking about the two behaviors of dodge and counterattack for a moment, the one that fits his character is of course dodge. But if you dodge as an examiner, you will be weakened, and you will inevitably be underestimated by the examinee, which is not conducive to the subsequent invigilation, and will even lose Konoha's face. Konoha's face must not be lost. Forehead protector once again took off. Make a choice in an instant. There was wind under his feet, and Short Sword rushed up to face the Vunin, slammed his fist away, turned around and kicked his chest with a powerful kick. Only heard. Click. Click. A crisp sound of bone fracture. The fog endurer came quickly, went faster, and slammed into the wall of the examination room. With a face full of disbelief, he slowly slipped from the top, and blood spurted out of his mouth uncontrollably. Kifeng walked slowly to him, looked at him condescendingly, and said calmly, "We are very professional and will not target anyone." Puff. He didn't know if it was injured or angered, the Wajini turned his eyes and fainted. Kifeng scanned the audience with sharp eyes, no one dared to look at him. The exam continues. Most people are not surprised by this result. Chunin kicked Genin, how normal. Due to Kifeng's prestige, I immerse myself in the question. Chapter 37 The Ugly Show, Seeking Collection, Recommended Monthly Pass. The surface is calm, but the heart is actually panicked. You must know that although many candidates in the examination room were expelled by him, more of them still stayed in the examination room. If they attacked in groups, then inside, there are people like Hoshigaki Same who is Genin on the surface, but actually possesses Chunin and even stronger strength. Without fully revealing his strength, Kifeng felt that he was not an opponent. Fortunately, the sanity of this group of people is still there and will not do this. Someone just dragged away the unconscious Miss Shinobu. Nara, one of them came. Kifeng gave Kifeng a look and motioned for him to come out. Kifeng shrank his neck and walked out. Kifeng, good job. Nara came up with a compliment. Kifeng breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that Nara was here to inquire about the crime. After all, he almost killed the Chunin exam by himself. For these ninjas in the outer village, we can be polite and kind, but this does not mean that Konoha is weak and can be bullied. You did a good job this time. The real purpose of this Chunin exam, Nara can't understand it again and again. It is to give a shock to the big hidden villages who come to participate, and by the way, give a certain opportunity to negotiate. In order for Konoha to take more initiative at the negotiating table, the Chunin exam must fully show Konoha's advantages and Konoha's strength. Kifeng touched his nose. It should be. However, no one thought it was normal for him to kick mist into a feint. Kifeng is Chunin, the examiner, and the other party is Genin, the candidate. There is an indelible gap in strength. Genin is kicked and feinted by Chunin. Is there anything wrong? Not paying too much attention to his strength, let him breathe a sigh of relief. It was difficult to ride a tiger just now, and he didn't want to attract unnecessary attention because of this incident. Orochimaru alone is enough for him. If you add Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, Uchiha, Hyuga, etc., he probably won't be able to be a corpse collector at ease. That kind of intricate rights disputes are too much brainstorming, so leave it to those old guys. Young people must look like young people. After talking about the business, Nara glanced around her eyes. After making sure that no one was there, she said quietly, Kifeng, appropriately relax the monitoring density and don't kick most people out. There are 2 more rounds in the future. I've been preparing for a week, so I can't watch other people's efforts in vain, right? Kifeng stretched out his hand and made an OK gesture. Actually, I understand that most of them are only after they have completed the cheating action. As long as they can complete the test paper within 5 times, they will not be rejected. It's just that some people were slightly targeted by him. He is not a grudge. Nara thought for a while. It seems that he did this from the beginning. He patted him on the shoulder with great relief. Very well, then follow your own rhythm. Nara S1 admires a principled person like Kifeng. I'm a real man. Couldn't help but sigh. Watching Kifeng walk back to the examination room again. It's just that he just got stuck when he said his emotions. 25th. Lost the qualification for the exam. 30, the 4th warning. Listening to the serious voice of Kifeng from inside, Nara twitched the corner of her eye. Suddenly he regretted it a little. He had known that he would not say anything like this according to his rhythm. Not really, few people can pass the first round in the end, right? Nara can't wait to slap herself twice. In fact, he is the one who looks up at Kifeng. Even if Kifeng really had the ability to kill Chunin for the exam by himself, he would not dare to do so. When the time comes, just ask someone to ask and you will know that he did it, and it was suddenly exposed to everyone's sight, not what he wanted. Besides, if he did this, not only would he not get Konoha's appreciation, but instead would be missed by Genin who was ousted by him. Slightly reduce the frequency of roll call. 2 hours later. The exam that these Genins would never forget was finally over. At this time, the candidates who were still sitting in the exam room silently wiped the sweat from their foreheads, and looked at Kifeng's eyes with fear. Is this man the devil? But he could see all the little moves and the tendency to cheat. Fortunately, many people went crazy in that Wuren, and Kifeng was madly doing karma during the time when Nara called out the examination room, otherwise it is estimated that many people would not be able to pass. Especially when he had a calm atmosphere at this time, it seemed that he caught them cheating, and he didn't make him spend much effort at all. A joke, Kifeng said that in the subject of cheating, everyone here is rubbish. playing a big sword in front of Guangong and a big axe in front of Lubin's door. Show your ugliness. When Nara walked in, her expression was a bit dazed. The number 130 and 40, in the end, only less than 60 remained. There was such a knockout rate in the first round of the Chunin exam, and there was no one. What made him breathe a sigh of relief is that Kifeng is still quite reasonable, and the major villages have more or less stayed. Kirigakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Sunagakure each retain the basic configuration of 6 genin, plus some ninjas from Xiaoan Village and Konoha. Roughly speaking, a total of 19 teams passed the first round. Nara summoned the crowd, and under the escort of various examiners, went to the examination room for the second round of examinations. This Chunin exam is not the Death Forest at Exercise Field 44 in the original book, but the Terror Cave at Exercise Field 11. The Horror Cave is underground, and the surface is a barren area covered with rocks, as if it had been eaten by a huge mouth, rugged and rugged. And you can see the openings of different sizes of caves under these stones, which extend in all directions. The dark cave mouth is like the big mouth of the devil's open blood basin. Just getting closer will inevitably cause a trace of heart palpitations. To be sure, there are absolutely no caves in the underground, and there are many ferocious creatures inhabited. Some creatures are not less intelligent than human beings. In this horror cave, not only must be careful of the ninjas in the major villages, but also these wild creatures. Secondary 1, here it is. One of Nara brought everyone close, and a ninja with long yellow hair, wearing a Konoha Jonin vest and a red cloak greeted him. Hailiang. Nara nodded slightly. Yamanaka Hailiang, the patriarch of the Yamanaka clan, is the pig of the current Ino, Shika, Cho, Jonin of the Grandmaster Heart Transfer Technique, and the leader of the Konoha analysis team. There are so few people this time. Yamanaka Yuri frowned. Kifeng, who followed, moved slightly, trying not to attract attention as much as possible. Nara smiled awkwardly, without explaining anything. Kifeng is only an invigilator, he is the chief examiner, and this kind of thing cannot be shied away. It's okay, leave it to me later. With that, stepped forward. Wisdom's gaze scanned the audience. Everyone who stared at him felt his eyes pierced, and a chill rose in his heart, as if all his secrets had been seen through. He smiled and said, "Before the second test begins, you all need to sign a consent form. Casualties are inevitable, but you can still choose to refuse now, and the way to leave is behind." The ninjas looked at each other. They all survived the devilish first round, and now they give up, and they are all sorry for the brain cells they died in the first round. No one withdrew, and soon the consent form was signed one by one. Very well, next are the exam rules. Yamanaka Hailiang put away the consent form, and said in a deep voice, "Now there are 19 teams, each of which receives a scroll, namely the scroll of the sky and the scroll of the earth. There are only teams that have collected both types of scrolls, and only when you arrive at the Redemption Cavern in the center of the Terror Cavern can you pass this round of exams. The time limit is 3 days. Now, each one will receive the team's scroll. The real test has actually started now, and the examiner did not cover it when handing out the scrolls, so which team got the kind of scrolls in their hearts? Many people have begun to lock the hunting target. Well, each examiner led a team to enter the horror cave from different directions. After that, one team left under the leadership of the examiners. By coincidence, Kifeng was assigned to the team that Hoshigaki Same was in. Chapter 38 Collecting Corpses, Seeking Collection, Recommended Monthly Pass. Along the way, silently led the Mist Ninja team where Hoshigaki Same was to the designated entrance. I just feel that every moment, every minute, there is a feeling of thorns on the back. It was as if a shark followed the smell of blood and locked him firmly. This feeling was very uncomfortable, and Kifeng had the urge to turn around and smash all the shark's teeth. However, due to identity, this cannot be done. He could only smoke a cigarette and smoked himself. Soon. Arrive at the designated entrance. Right here. Step aside and leave the entrance to them. The three Giri shinobi glanced at him deeply, and Hoshigaki Kisame, who was walking at the end, showed sharp shark teeth and smiled at him. Kifeng felt a little bit shy, but didn't say anything. Until the three figures completely disappeared in the dark cave. Hoshigaki Kisame's corpse, something moved. Kifeng murmured. Although the current Hoshigaki Kisame is still young, he has not become the Ninja 7, and has not been blessed by the big sword Samehada. Hoshigaki Kisame, who owns the big sword Samehada, is the real tailless beast. Their combination can be said to be the most suitable among all the 7 ninja swords. But it does not prevent Kifeng from coveting his body, corpse. The reason why Hoshigaki Kisame can grab Samehada from the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost is not only because of his strength and the help of Uchiha Obito, but also because for Samehada, his chakra is more delicious. Hoshigaki Kisame's appearance is intriguing, but correspondingly, God has bestowed him a more special trait. It can hold a lot of chakra, and after spending time with Samehada for a long time, he has also mastered the ability to absorb chakra. If he could get his body, maybe he could feel this special physique. Rubbing his chin, Orochimaru should be very interested in this kind of body. Would you like to tell him? Think about it, forget it. Forget it, let's be honest, you can't chew too much, it's good to be able to figure out dead bone pulse and sherry non. Don't provoke Orochimaru. He fears. He took out a cigarette and walked slowly towards the morgue. In the second round, his task was to collect the corpses, but he didn't need to wait in the horror cave every day. It's been a long time since I got up so early. For Kifeng nowadays, nothing is more pleasant than getting up at noon, taking a shower, and then sitting in a sunny place that you like to enjoy the sun. A box of fresh grass tobacco. A crappy and jerky ninja novel. Along with the crowds that have recovered from the early morning in the distance, they have completely boiled, watching the people coming and going to make a living, and they have stolen their lives for half a day. This may be the real taste of life. It is really very difficult to get into such a quiet area in the ninja world. So Kifeng cherishes his current job. It might be more comfortable if no one is bothering you. Glancing at Might Guy, who was cleaning frantically in the morgue, he was somewhat helpless. Changed GEU's lying position. It would be great if there were no wars. Ninja is also a good world for the elderly. It is estimated that he can figure it out. Leisure time always flies so fast. Evening. Came to the central monitoring room of the horror cave. There are not only Konoha's high-level leaders, but also jonin from various hidden villages, all of whom are powerful in the famous ninja world. The arrival of Kifeng seemed very insignificant and did not attract much attention. Only Nara noticed him and waved at him. Kifeng walked to him and asked in a low voice, "What's the matter?" The atmosphere of this monitoring room is a bit too scary. In comparison, the horror in the horror cave is nothing at all. Nara smiled bitterly. The situation is not so optimistic. Konoha's genins have been targeted. Isn't this something expected? Kifeng didn't think there was any surprise. The current situation in the ninja world is that the major hidden villages watched Konoha eagerly, and the reason they agreed to take the Chunin exam was only because no village was willing to be the first bird and suffered Konoha's crazy counterattack, not to mention it. Others do wedding dresses. Of course, the big hidden villages do not trust each other, which is also a major reason. Otherwise Konoha would have died. However, Konoha initiated this Chunin exam before the war broke out, and Kifeng thought it was a good move. You can explore the intentions of other villages and show Konoha's strength to frighten them. Even if it can't stop the war, it will be a little bit delayed to give Konoha more breathing time. The plan is a good plan, but it means that Konoha's genin will definitely be attacked frantically. Because the major villages want to explore the bottom of Konoha. Therefore, since the plan is like this, it is inevitable that the situation is serious. But he couldn't show any outrageous expressions, and continued to ask, "It's difficult." Nara nodded a little. "Hoshigaki same of Wujin, Baki of Sand Shinobi, Darui of Cloud Shinobi, they are all strong, definitely have Chunin and even stronger strength, several villages are well prepared." "Isn't Konoha?" Kifen was a little surprised. "Shouldn't it? This is Konoha, how could it be possible that there is no preparation at all? Not to mention Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo's old yinbai will definitely do whatever it takes for Konoha's face." Speaking of this, Nara's expression is a little better. "Elder Danzo, sent someone." "That's it? Danzo won't just sit back and watch other village ninjas behave recklessly in Konoha. Danzo definitely has this ability. He may not be able to be upright, but conspiracy and trickery are definitely a good hand. But Konoha has lost 15 genin. Nara regretted it so much. No wonder the atmosphere in the surveillance room is so cold. Then why do they also have such an expression of bitterness and hatred?" Kifen Nunu said. "Point to the leader Jonin Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost of Kiri Shinobi, Jonin Tutai leader of Cloud Shinobi, and Jonin Lugosha leader of Sand Shinobi. Because they are doing it too." Nara shrugged. Kifen raised his brows. "I like to hear and see. Things are not as troublesome as imagined. Ninjas, fighting is common." He even felt that the first and third rounds of Chunin's exam were unnecessary, and he would go straight to the second round, just kill you or die. There is going to be a war, and there are still so many. However, these are all Big Brothers should worry about, and now he has his own task. "Then I went." Nara nodded. "Be careful." "Certainly." He cherished his life more than everyone present, but he didn't believe that these genin would do anything to him as a Chunin examiner. It's not necessary, and it's no good. Leaving the surveillance room that made him feel uncomfortable, he entered the horror cave through the door downstairs, holding a detailed map, which clearly marked the location of the corpse. Collect corpses online. The first is a group of Konoha genin. The death is very simple, they all wipe the neck with a single knife. It is estimated that it was not made by Kiri Shinobi, or by Cloud Shinobi. In my heart, I mourned for them for 3 minutes. Put away the corpse and immediately proceed to the next area. He died so many in just half a day, and his work was very heavy. Chapter 39. Are you dismantled? Seeking collection, recommended monthly pass. The process of collecting the corpse went smoothly. After all, for those who have died and those who have lost the scroll of the Heaven and Earth mission, it is no longer important. A large number of Konoha genin, and a small number of outer village ninjas. The last place left. Kifen wiped the sweat from his forehead. Collecting corpses is also a very tiring job, especially in such a large area of the Terror Cavern. Running around is still very tiring. After a while, Kifeng stopped when he saw the 3 bodies. The way of heaven is reincarnation, it depends on who the heaven has spared. Tusk. It's the 3 mists of Shinobu. Looking at the 3 Wujin corpses, a green light spot appeared on one of them. Can't help but curl his lips. It was said that it was the Chunin exam, and it turned out that every village was like this. Genin was sent in name, and the real strength actually had the strength about Chunin. This is a small, simplified version of the armament display. Skillfully took out the scroll, prepared to collect the corpse, and then went home to rest. However, he just squatted down to give birth, but his movements stopped. He raised his head and frowned and looked at the rock not far away. 3 figures slowly appeared. It is Kiri Shinobu, headed by Hoshigaki Same. I'm seeing you again. Should I call you Mr. Examiner or Mr. Corpse Collector? Wolai Yashida asked with a smile while holding the tree trunk. Kifeng stood up slowly, frowned. Are you waiting for me? How did the other party know that he would come here to collect the corpse? And it looks like he's been waiting for a long time. Kifeng, Wanchan Kifeng, now that I know your name, it is not difficult to find out your identity, it just takes a while. Hoshigaki Same's mouth opened wide, and his characteristic voice sounded. As Hoshigaki Same, who has been valued by the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost since he was a child, and cultivated as Umbu, he is definitely good at collecting intelligence. Even if it is Konoha, Konoha does not restrict their travel. This is the confidence of Dayan village, and I also want to understand the power of Konoha through the investigation of the outer village ninja himself, which is a kind of shock. But this happened to Hoshigaki Same to investigate Kifeng's identity. Hearing that, Kifeng slapped his lips, it's quite heartwarming. With that, he lowered his head and continued to deal with the corpses on the ground. What's the point of squatting yourself here? The entire horror cave is under the supervision of Konoha. If you dare to do something with the examiner here, you will definitely not survive the next day. Especially now that Konoha's high-level executives are in anger, Hoshigaki Same and others dare to be in trouble, and it is estimated that they will end badly. But the next second. Water style. Blasting water and rushing waves? Wow! The monstrous current came out consistently, pouring out like a flood. Facing the overwhelming water, Kifeng's figure was instantly submerged. Cut. The attacking Kiri Shinobu just wanted to taunt, when he heard it. Notice. Hoshigaki Same's figure flickered, and he appeared next to the misty Shinobu, kicked it flying, avoiding a fist that suddenly appeared. It is Kifeng. Carrying the corpse of Warren who hadn't had time to put it away in the end, he said in a deep voice, "Hey, are you thinking about Warren? Then again, these are all the corpses of your companions, right? What a pity it was ruined." The man who was kicked by Hoshigaki Same stood up quickly, did not blame him, but stared at Kifeng viciously, "The weak, if you die, you die." Rubbed his head with a headache. Kirigaku's education level should really be improved. Now Kifeng somewhat supports Obito's later blood fog policy, which is more brutal and brutal. This group of people definitely has a problem with their brains, and they do not go through their brains. I said, you take the initiative to attack the examiner and don't want to take the exam. However, when Hoshigaki Same raised his hand and ran his fingers, a large number of mechanical parts slipped off his fingertips. Monitoring this kind of thing, 3-year-old Warren will dismantle it. As Umbu's ninja, how could it not deal with monitoring? Just like to let Konoha's senior officials watch Konoha's genin being slaughtered, so I didn't take it apart. Tisk. Kifeng smacked his mouth. Well prepared. From this point of view, the other party is indeed targeting himself. Why? Is it because he is targeting Kiri Shinobu? Thinking about it this way, it seems that the reason is quite good. I have targeted them, so are they still not allowed to fight back? Surveillance nearby, are they all taken apart? Kifeng put the body on his shoulders away and couldn't help asking. What do you say? Nothing left, right? This is for you to consider, after all, once it is discovered, it will be you. Hoshigaki Same frowned. Why does it seem a bit wrong? As a shark, as Umbu, as Mizunin, his perception ability is also a strong point. At this moment, Kifeng, who looked at the harmless humans and animals in front of him, was obviously as weird as a husky, but the muscles, skin, and pores on his body were condensed unconsciously. The shark-like Kangbyukugan bead locked Kifeng tightly, arched slightly, and put his palm on the handle of the knife behind it. Should they be taken apart? Kifeng muttered to himself. The surveillance room in the center of the horror cave. Master Danzo. Master Deerheart. The monitoring of an area in the cave is abnormal. The Konoha shinobi who was in charge of modulating the monitoring shouted. Danzo did not speak, but silently watched a group of Konoha shinobi on the split screen of the monitor, they were slaughtering a group of ninjas out of the village. Nara Luxon frowned. What's the reason? I don't know, it is suspected of man-made sabotage. The entire area is monitored without exception, and even the spare line has been cut off. The ninja replied. Who was there just now? The area is remote, and there is only one of us who collects corpses, but... Collect the corpse? Kifeng flashed across Naralu's mind, and her brows wrinkled tighter. But what? But there is a team of Mist Shinobi Genin staying in that area and not leaving. Nara Luxon looked gloomy, turned his head and glanced at the tall and strangely shaped Mist Shinobi Jonin, the watermelon mountain pufferfish not far away. He roughly heard Nara mention the situation in the first round of Chinin's exam. Thinking of what might happen, he shouted, send a team to go there as soon as possible. Repair the surveillance, those who violate the Chinin exam rules. He glanced at the calm watermelon mountain pufferfish again, and shouted coldly. Kill. Wu Ren was too courageous, he even dared to attack the examiner during the Chinin exam. Without mentioning what the purpose is, this kind of behavior alone touched Konoha's bottom line. This is going to be frantically tested at the edge of the death line. Nara's dear heart beats his temples, and his brain is spinning at a high speed, quickly analyzing what it means for the other party to do so, and what it means to dare to do so. It looks like an ordinary Chinin exam, but it is actually a game between high-level parties. The final result may not be important, but the process of this game is very important. Many of these actions may contain some special meanings, some potential purposes, and war tendencies. As Hokage's consultant, he was sent to preside over this exam because he read out some information and smelled some signals. Seeing Nara Luxon regaining his gaze, the watermelon mountain blowfish ghost raised his mouth. He cultivated Hoshigaki same, and he knows how strong he is, and they are also instructed by him to do so. Follow the requirements of Third Mizukage to explore Konoha's bottom line as much as possible. If the examiner of the Chinin exam is killed this time, Konoha will have a strong attitude, and the dead will be 3 Mist Shinobi Genin, although Hoshigaki same is a pity. But the current Hoshigaki same did not show a particularly strong talent. What's more, even if his watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost died, as long as Mizuki Ninja can take the upper hand in the war, he will die if he dies. Third Mizukage will not feel distressed. It doesn't matter who dies. Knowing Konoha's attitude will re-examine the necessity of war. And if Konoha's attitude towards the death of an examiner is not clear, it would be fun. Kirigakure may gather the power of the whole village and try his best to initiate this war. Everything is to test Konoha's attitude. Facing the 3 hidden villages at the same time, do you have the determination to fight at all? As Kirigakure on the sea, he undoubtedly occupies a huge geographical advantage, advancing and attacking, retreating and defending, all in their master. So, temptation, let them start first. Chapter 40 Take a shower, seeking collection, recommended monthly pass. To be honest, Kifeng didn't want to do it very much, he just wanted to collect a corpse in silence, and then go back to sleep. Don't want to participate in these pickled and shit things. But the current situation is that even if he wants to leave, these Mist Shinobi won't let it go. As long as it is an individual, it is more or less temperamental. Wu Ren provokes again and again, and he also got a little temperamental. He completely forgot what he was aiming at in the first round of exams. Besides, now everyone has pointed the muzzle to his nose, if they really don't do anything. He is frustrated and his thoughts are incomprehensible. It is easy to sleep well at night if the thoughts are not well understood. In order to sleep more comfortably at night, I was forced to make some counterattacks. Fortunately, the Mist Ninjas have removed all nearby surveillance, so they don't have to worry about anything. After confirming the safety of the angle of view again and again, Kifeng slowly pulled out the long knife around his waist, and lightly touched the blade with one hand, as if he was wiping the blade. But in the next moment, The rock under his feet burst out, and the whole person snorted, turning into smoke and disappearing. Hoshigaki-same's complexion changed, he leaped up without hesitation, and while jumping backwards, his hands quickly formed seals and pressed down in the air. Water style. Water mackerel technique. Wow! The surface of the stagnant water permeating the ground in the cave was rippling, and the sharks formed by the condensing of several currents rushed towards Kifeng. The shark's sharp mouth was glowing with cold light, as if it were about to tear him into pieces. It's just that Kifeng's body shape resembles flowing water, and the shark's attacks that were softly and unmarkedly avoided one by one. Without fast enough speed and sharp enough dynamic vision, this kind of behavior comparable to dancing on the tip of a knife will be swallowed by sharks if you are not careful. Water knife technique. The figure suddenly appeared beside a Wuren, whose familiar figure and sword skills suddenly displayed made this Wuren stunned. How could the opponent know their Mizumi shinobi's swordsmanship? Oops. In a moment of dazedness, hairs burst. This missed shinobi genin's complexion changed drastically, his eyes flashed with horror, and he did not expect that he would become the opponent's first target. What shocked him even more was how could he suddenly explode at such a fast speed when he was obviously just an unknown corpse collector. Combined with the water knife technique, it made the figure more erratic and changeable. In the blink of an eye, he was already beside him. Missed Shinobi Genin quickly drew out Kunao and swung it up against Kifeng's blade. Kifeng's eyes were calm, and the muscles of his right arm holding the long knife bulged in an instant. He gave up the gentle enough but weak flowing water knife technique. What was unreasonable was a powerful slash. Kang! A silver thread slid down from above, passed through Kunao, and wiped the mist forbearance. It was only a flash, and the thunderous offensive disappeared and returned to calm. The figure of Mist Shinobi Genin froze in place, rolling his eyes with difficulty, falling on Kifeng in front of him, opening his mouth to say something. A red line suddenly emerged from the center of his eyebrows, bloodshots gushing from it, accompanied by splashes of water. The body fell backwards to the ground. This scene happened too fast, and almost everyone in Vunin couldn't react. What made him even more unacceptable was that the companion who also possessed Genin's strength, in the hands of the humble corpse collector, Kifeng, could not even take a knife. This is a gap in absolute strength. There is no fancy moves, no gorgeous forbearance, just a knife. In this regard, Kifeng is not surprised. Joke. Although his current system evaluation is the Elite Genin, he deeply knows that the evaluation of the Elite Genin is entirely based on the physical skill attribute, which forcibly raises his evaluation level. Excluding the remaining hindrances, his physical skills combined with dead bone pulse's body after awakening are not necessarily inferior to ordinary Jonin's physical skills. Of course, it's just physical exercises. However, it was enough to deal with these Vunin who would reach Genin's strength. I'm just a collector of corpses, you don't have to spend so much time for me, it's not worth it. Kifeng stood beside the corpse, shook the bloodline on the knife, and spoke lightly. He glanced at Hoshigaki-same again, squatted down casually, put away the corpse on the ground, and did his job. Hoshigaki-same looked at Kifeng from a distance, his expression was not as calm as before, and the corners of his mouth with a slight grin were stiff. The look in his eyes motioned to the other Mizunin. That missed forbearance knew instantly. The two of them made seals at the same time. Water style. Great waterfall technique. Water style. Great shark ball technique. With the combination of dual water style ninjutsu, the turbulent tide swept through the small cave. A terrifying shark with an unusually large body wagging its tail and shuttled through the water at a very fast speed, seemingly leading the tide. Kifeng frowned slightly. The opponent has performed water-style ninjutsu many times, and has successfully transformed this cave into the most suitable battlefield for their mist ninja. Without restricting the release of chakra, they have created an excessively large current. Under the cover of the current, Kifeng's eyes closed and opened. A touch of scarlet flashes in the eyes suddenly, and the rapidly rotating black single go jade has a tendency to be drawn in a circle. Eyeballs swayed from side to side. Finally, between the turbulent water and the ferocious sharks, I found the tiny gap. Close Sherry Non now. The dynamic vision disappeared, but the flaw that existed was already locked by him. Water knife technique. Water and water can be fused together. Around Kifeng's body, a stream of water hovered around, rushing in against the tide. I vaguely saw Kifeng's figure being swallowed by the wave, and the sharks in the water bite at will. The other Warren breathed a sigh of relief quietly. Ended. Hoshigaki Kisame next to him just wanted to say something, but his eyes were narrowed. He glanced at the misty shinobu next to him, and then looked into the distance to be dark and unknown. His body retreated and slowly disappeared in the water. Yes. In the next second, the sudden sound made the Wuren Tibet violently shrink, and the feeling of terror filled his entire mind in an instant. He tried to react, but it was too late. Laugh. Blood splattered. Warren's head flew up from his neck in an instant, and the eyes of the falling head were filled with horror and disbelief. Kang. Soaked Kifeng's figure slowly appeared. Frowning and looking around, couldn't help but smack his lips, as expected of Hoshigaki Kisame. Although Kisame is great, it is the future, and he has not fully realized his talent yet. Hoshigaki Kisame who did not get the big sword Same Hata is not the real Hoshigaki Kisame. It's really fast. Kifeng didn't have enough perception ability and didn't know where he went. Silently took out the root and completely soaked the smoke. Tisk. The hot temperature rises on the palm of the hand, and the smoke is dried. Although it is still a bit shriveled and distorted after baking, at least it can be smoked and set agitation. Afterwards, a cigarette beat the living gods. He took a deep breath, put away the still warm Mizuna corpse on the ground, slowly turned around, and greeted the Konoha support team that came quickly. The reason why Hoshigaki Kisame left without hesitation was also because of their arrival. The Konoha support team appeared in front of Kifeng. The leader looked at Kifeng, and asked in a deep voice, "What's the situation?" Kifeng waved his hand, "It's okay, it's hot, I took a shower." "Where's Vunin?" "What kind of fog?" "I don't know." Although he could not kill Hoshigaki Kisame, Kifeng believed that Kisame was not a brainless person, and would not publicize the fact that they would encircle and suppress Kifeng, which ended in a fiasco. So, he doesn't say it, Kisame doesn't say it, no one knows. What's more, isn't it common sense that Genin examiner wins Genin examinee? Slowly exhaled the smoke ring. "Several people, if it's okay, I'll leave first." Waved his hand and disappeared into the cave, leaving behind a few Konoha shinobi who did not know what was wrong. Chapter 41 Puppets, Seeking Collection, Recommended Monthly Pass. Wu Ren's attack can only be regarded as an episode for Kifeng. However, it is not a small event for Konoha and the watermelon puffer fish in the monitoring room. It is likely to affect Konoha's diplomatic trend with Kirigakuer, as well as Kirigakuer's position and development in the upcoming war. Degree of strength. But when Nara Luxon and Watermelon Mountain pufferfish learned the result, they were a little confused. Didn't fight? Or did you not encounter it? Nara Luxon was a little relieved. Not playing is not a good result, but at least it is not the worst case. The watermelon pufferfish ghost frowned. He knew that Hoshigaki Kisame would definitely put the task first. This shouldn't happen, but now the Chunin exam is still going on, and he can only ask about the situation until the end. However, when Hoshigaki Kisame appeared on the surveillance screen again, several people were stunned again. With the loss of 2 Mizuna, Hoshigaki Kisame is unscathed. Even if he is alone, he still maintains a sufficient threat in the horror cave. But, the point is, what about the 2 Mizunin? Unanimously, the two looked at each other and both saw the doubt in each other's eyes. However, the exam continues. Back in the morgue, Kifeng skillfully placed the gathered corpses and arranged their outfits. Not to mention, although it was the Chunin exam, there were quite a few ninjas with Chunin strength among the candidates. Especially for those ninjas from Kirigakure, Cloud Shinobi Village and Tsunagakure, the Chunin rate among Konoha shinobi is significantly lower. Because there are more dead bodies, Kifeng did not waste time. When he was busy and looked at the bodies restored to the original, he nodded contentedly. Recently, he feels that his habit of cleanliness has become more and more serious, not only the requirements of the environment, but also the pursuit of perfection for these corpses, which is similar to obsessive-compulsive disorder. Tisk. Smashed his mouth and shook his head. After sorting out the corpse, of course the next step is to touch the corpse as usual. Originally, there was little hope for the corpses of these nominal genin, who actually possessed the strength of Chunin, and they just carried out the lottery drawing routinely. But I didn't expect that some good things were really out of these corpses. Success. Obtain the special puppet technique scroll, Part 1. From the body of a Chunin of Sand Shinobi. Special puppet art scroll. Kifeng took out the scroll somewhat unexpectedly. When he scanned the contents of the scroll roughly, he was surprised. Because what is described in the scroll is actually the process of making a puppet. Puppet. As a Tsunagakure who is good at using puppetry, human puppets are Tsunagakure's taboo. Anyone who touches this knowledge will be ruthlessly encircled and suppressed by Sand Shinobi. Puppetry is a technique developed by Tsunagakure's second Kazekage Sandgate. It is a technique that combines puppet production and puppet manipulation. General puppet production is the product of combining various wood, metal, or other materials through special techniques. With the puppet manipulation technique, the puppet master does not need to participate in the battle personally, and can play some tricky abilities. However, the production of human puppets is to use human bodies to remove the internal organs, retain the original chakra and abilities, and maximize the skills of ensuring the original abilities of the human puppets. But human puppets need to be based on humans after all, and the production process is very cruel, so Tsunagakure expressly banned them. It's just that some things exist for a certain reason. There are still many Sand Shinobi secretly studying the production of human puppets. In Kifeng's impression, it is Sasori of Akasha, the grandson of Tsunagakure Eldercho, who used the technique of puppets to the ultimate. In this future, he assassinated Tsunagakure Third Kazekage and joined the terrorist existence of Akatsuki, even completely turning himself into a puppet. It can be said that although the signs of the Third Ninja World War have existed for a long time, the real culprit that led to the outbreak of this war was him, Sasori of Akasha. It is estimated that Sasori has already created a lot of puppets, right? This name Sand Shinobi and Sasori, will there be any relationship? Kifeng closed the scroll. Although this kind of thing is of high practical value, it is only the first part, only the production process. Without the control technology, it is actually not very useful. However, puppet production is interlinked. If we can find out some of the weak points or shortcomings of ordinary puppets, they might be able to play an unexpected role on the battlefield in the future. For puppets. To be honest, Kifeng, who is used to seeing corpses, is really not repulsive. His receptive ability is very high, perhaps because he has known the existence of human puppets a long time ago. In the future, apart from those messy ninja novels, there will be more casual reading. For this, Kifeng feels pretty good. Suddenly a picture flashed in his mind. He made a puppet, and he could control it perfectly. Then he said to the puppet, "You are responsible for pretending to be coercion, and I am responsible for guilty." Thinking of this, he smiled and shook his head, not paying attention. It's just that if someone knows that he regards the scroll made by a puppet as a casual reading, I don't know what others will think. The main reason is that the novels of ninja are too spicy. For him who is used to reading all kinds of novels about 8 Gate, it is really no different from reading Hyuxia books. In addition, the production of human puppets also contains a lot of knowledge about human body structure, which may be useless, but it is better to understand than not to understand. At the same time, the appearance of this scroll made Kifeng inevitably think of the assassination of Thirtkaze Kage by Sasori of the Red Sand. War, coming soon. Except for this scroll, the remaining times of touching the corpse did not show anything unexpected. Innocently increased 2 attributes. The improvement of strength remains stable. Open the properties panel. People, Wanchen Kifeng. Age, 13 years old. Attribute, Fire, Earth. Strength, Elite Chunin. Boundary of blood succession, Dead bone pulse, Medium, Sherinon, Single Guyu. Body, 5-2. Fine, 3-2. Forbearance, 2-6. Phantom, 2-4. Control, 2-9. Print, 2-9. Physique, Water Knife. Ninjutsu, 3 Body Technique, Fire Style Hao Yanhua, Earth Style Rock Shinobi Technique, Earth Style Earth Shore Return, Fire Style Yanbo, Water Style Water Barrier, Wind Style Great Breakthrough, Shadow Clone Technique. Items, Flint's Obsession, Inherited Forehead Protector, Worn, Konoha Jonin Nakagawa Kami Ryo's Experience Card, Rare, Special Puppet Scroll, Part 1. The system rating is still only the Elite Chunin. Kifeng estimates that if the evaluation of the system is to be improved again to reach a special Jonin level, his overall attributes will at least be improved by more than 1 level. I only hope that before the war starts, it can be promoted to a special Jonin evaluation. Special. Although Jonin carries the word special, it is also Jonin. The gap between Jonin and Chunin is much larger than the gap between Chunin and Genin. Especially the special Jonin strength in the system evaluation, Kifeng estimates that the real strength should not be much inferior to the ordinary Jonin. If Jonin's strength can be possessed before the start of the war, then his ability to protect himself in the war will be greatly improved. The task of collecting corpses can also be completed more smoothly. As long as you survive this war, you can have at least a decade of peace. Thinking of peace after the war, he can salt fish every day, from sunrise to sunset. Kifeng feels full of energy. His efforts now are for better salted fish in the future. After coming to the world of Hokage, he seems to have inherited the attribute of the dead house, insisting on using the salted fish to the ultimate physique. Chapter 42 War, Here Comes, Seeking Collection, Recommended Monthly Pass. Why are you here again? Kifeng looked at Asuma next to him impeccably. It's okay during my normal school days at the ninja school. Asuma doesn't come every day, just a few days later. I can't bear to smoke, so I came back to look for him. But now, at most, there will be one at a time. Kifeng is speechless for 2 days or even at 1 o'clock every day. At any rate, it is the son of Konoha Hokage's family. He has an unusual status. What the hell is he running in the morgue every day? So now Sarutobi Hiruzen has no time to talk to them, otherwise he might put on his shoes again someday. Asuma took a puff of smoke, as if to learn the trend of Kifeng evolving into salted fish. I heard you went to be an examiner for the Chunin exam. Asuma asked. What? Kifeng gave him an angry glance. Is Genin in other villages very strong? The old man's face is not very good when he comes home these days. A Chunin exam is not enough. Your old man is worrying about other things. Kifeng faintly replied. It seems that the negotiation between the village and the other 3 villages is not very smooth. 2. Now everyone can see that Konoha has become the target of public criticism. Everyone wants to take a bite on Konoha's biggest piece of meat. At this time, if you want to negotiate, it hurts not to pay Sarutobi Hiruzen. The price is definitely impossible. Besides, the interests of the ninja world are paramount, and the price paid does not necessarily guarantee that these hidden villages will not suddenly rise at a critical moment. It is not so much negotiating with them as it is to delay Konoha's time. During this period of time, Kifeng could clearly feel that the whole Konoha had a murderous aura. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, who were stationed outside, have all returned to the village. What annoying! The war. Asuma pinched out the cigarette butt and looked at Kifeng eagerly. Facing his eyes, Kifeng curled his lips, but still passed a cigarette. I smoked so much at a young age, worried about lung disease. If not. Even students like Asuma who are still attending a ninja school know that war is coming, not to mention those ninjas of Konoha. Hey! Asuma whispered, and put on the cigarette happily. Everyone wanted to make a shot but didn't dare to do it for the first time. I guess it will take a while. I have to say that even though Asuma is young, he is Sarutobi Hiruzen's son after all. After all, I can see many things better than others. Maybe. But sometimes, some things are not so easy to control. Just like this Chunin exam, Konoha wants to pass this exam to re-establish Konoha's momentum, but the major hidden villages are obviously also prepared. Kakashi has graduated to become Chunin, and the other talented geniuses are either still in the ninja school, or just like Kakashi, they can no longer take the Chunin exam. The villages in front of the village consciously targeted, and the only thing that could sustain it was the root ninja that Danzo had inserted. But two fists are hard to beat four hands. As Kifeng, who collects corpses every day, he is very aware of the situation of Konoha Genin in the horror cave at this stage. It is not an exaggeration to say that everyone shouts and beats. Therefore, in general, Konoha's form is not optimistic, and even has the feeling of shooting himself in the foot. The original intention of the plan was good, but I didn't expect to face the sudden Chunin exam. Other villages were so well prepared. Asuma, you too. As usual, Might Guy appeared here sweating profusely. While breathing heavily, his eyes were full of youthful enthusiasm. Now Kifeng's morgue has really become a place for him to rest. For Guy, cleaning and sanitation are no different from taking a rest. Not to mention that the air conditioner is still on in the morgue, and it feels sour as soon as you walk in. Guy, you came a bit early today. Asuma greeted him lifelessly. Suddenly, I felt that maybe I and Kifeng, mixing an ordinary position in Konoha pension is also an excellent choice. As for the red evening Sunday. Glancing at Kifeng with a calm expression. Shi'ar Hong has been taken by Shi'ar Zhenhong recently, and he didn't even have a chance to get close, otherwise he wouldn't use it to quietly be lonely here. Guy took the broom skillfully, seemed to be talking to himself, and then seemed to be answering. Tsunagakuru's mission suddenly said today that they are leaving. My training was interrupted and I can only come here first. Kifeng, who was sitting on the rocking chair and squinting, suddenly opened his eyes and sat up and asked, Guy, you said, Tsunagakuru's mission has just left? Didn't even wait for the Chunin exam to be over. Yeah, Senior Kifeng, don't you think it's weird, Chunin gave up on such an important thing as the exam? Guy seemed speechless. That's Chunin, he hasn't even reached Genin yet. I don't know what those people's minds are thinking, youth. How can you retreat? After speaking, Guy rushed into the morgue with a brave appearance, performing his 32-way sweeping method. Asuma, who knows Kifeng best, gave him a surprised look, noticed his solemn expression, and couldn't help asking, what's the matter? Kifeng said in a deep voice, things are in trouble, but the Tsunagakure mission's abrupt behavior, should the senior officials guess something? You mean? Asuma's pupils shrank, unable to react for a while. Kifeng nodded heavily and turned to look in the direction of the Hokage building. War, here comes. The Chunin exam was forced to stop. The sudden departure of Sand Shinobi made Konoha, Kiri Shinobi, and Cloud Shinobi who participated in the Chunin exam realized the seriousness of the situation. After Sand Shinobi left, Mist Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, and the ninjas of the small hidden villages all chose to leave. I was afraid that if I walked slowly, I would be stopped by Konoha. Hokage Building Office. Hiruzen. How can you let Sand Shinobi leave? Danzo pushed the door into the office with a calm face, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen standing by the window smoking a cigarette, and asked harshly. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around, the tobacco in the pipe was burning and the wafting smoke misted his face and eyes. Seeing him not answering, Danzo walked in with his cane. Do you know that the Luasha led by Sand Shinobi this time is a disciple of Tsunagakure Third Kazekage, and it is very likely that he will become the fourth Kazekage in the future. Buckle it, Sand Shinobi will definitely be a rat. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a low drink, interrupting his old friend. Sharp gaze shot from the old eyes, looking straight into Danzo's eyes, and said every word, we are Konoha. We are Konoha. Konoha, who inherited the legacy of first Hokage Senju Hashirama, the Konoha who would rather give up the 9 big-tailed beasts, and insist on peace, Konoha who can clearly disregard the world of ninja and suppress the 4 great nations but chooses the peaceful way. What's more, Sand Shinobi just showed some signs of something wrong, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. If Sand Shinobi is attacking Konoha from the front line, Sarutobi Hiruzen can still consider. But now the ninja world is clearly calm and weird, and the foreign village missions are detained. From the point of view, Konoha has fallen in love. Although the ninja world is ruthless and can do whatever it takes, it is also necessary to prepare for being famous. It is easy to deduct Sand Shinobi's mission, but in this way, Konoha's ninjas, on the battlefield, will feel that they are doing something wrong with Konoha, their spirits will be reduced by 3 points, and their strength will be greatly reduced. Even if it was not Third Kazekage's disciple Luosha, but Third Kazekage himself, they couldn't do that. Just like, the death of second Hokage Senju Tobirama, who went to Cloud Shinobi village to sign an alliance, although it was the self-employment of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, also made Cloud Shinobi the existence of the ninja Kushikatsu, and thus became the same as Konoha. The league fell into a disadvantage. This is the best proof. Pettious. Stupid. Stubborn. Danzo slammed the door after 3 words with an angry expression. In his opinion, Sarutobi Hiruzen is really pedantic. At this time, what kind of etiquette did he talk about? He directly deducted all the missions, and then took the lead in sending troops to destroy Tsunagakure, and the first step to unify the ninja world was successful. Until now, they still choose to be beaten passively. Konoha is no longer the Konoha who needs patience when second Hokage Senju Tobirama just passed away. Konoha now can look down upon the entire ninja world. Hiruzen is really old and loses his heart. It's time for Hokage to sit down. Danzo strode out of the Hokage building. Chapter 43 Declaration of War, Seeking Collection, Recommendation, Monthly Pass. The strange calm did not last for a few days. Just 3 days later, Tsunagakure finally couldn't suppress the internal disputes that divided the village into 2 factions. The Sand Shinobi elders, headed by Cho, decided to transform the internal conflicts into external conflicts. Otherwise, don't wait until the war begins, the Tsunagakure will probably fall apart. So, Tsunagakure announced to the entire ninja world. Their Tsunagakure's third Kazekage, the existence that has become the strongest wind shadow in the history, is dead. As soon as this news came out, the entire ninja world was in an uproar. Ying, that is the highest leader of a village, a symbol of the village, the backbone of all the ninjas in the village, and third Kazekage, who is at the peak, is dead if he is dead. Immediately afterwards, what made the ninja world even more uproar was that Tsunagakure released the news that the culprit who assassinated them, third Kazekage, was Konoha. It is self-evident to point the finger at Konoha in a straightforward manner. Tsunagakure had an irreconcilable contradiction with Konoha. During the Second Ninja World War, One don't know how many sand shinobi died in the hands of Konoha shinobi. Among them was a pair of daughter-in-laws of the 1,000 generations of elders, the two talented Kage. The level is strong. And the one who killed them and became famous in the first battle was Heitake Sakumo, known as Konoha's White Fang. Although White Fang is dead now, Cho's hatred of Konoha hasn't been put down at all. The enmity between Cho and Konoha, for Cho, who has the greatest say in Tsunagakuer, is of course the enmity between Tsunagakuer and Konoha. Therefore, the early bird that the whole ninja world had been waiting for a long time finally appeared. It is not Rock Shinobi who moves the most frequently, nor is it the Mist Shinobi who has the most obvious intention, but Sand Shinobi who has been silent. But no matter who it is a good thing for these hidden villages to appear. This statement was unanimously adopted within Tsunagakuer. Although many people saw that the death of Third Kaze Kage was a lot of tricks, in this situation, no one dared to speak up, and at the same time, the spearhead was turned outward, and the internal contradictions were disintegrated. So on the second day, led by the two elders Cho and Ebizo at the same time, Tsunagakuer entered the country of rain and approached the border of the country of fire. At the same time, the leader of Iwagakuer, Third Tsuchikage Oniki, announced to the entire ninja that Rock Shinobi also declared war on Konoha, attacking Konoha for this unjust act of assassinating other hidden village leaders. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that Iwagakuer is just playing by the question, and they have long been unable to restrain it. Third Tsuchikage is an old man. The first thing that caused Ninja to be in turmoil was because of his eagerness, creating a tendency that Iwagakuer would attack Konoha, and motivating other hidden villages overtly and secretly, forming Konoha to be besieged. The illusion of war, which leads to the irreversibility of the war. Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi declared war at the same time, which put Konoha into a very passive situation. However, Fuwashuan does not come singly. It is Konoha's ally Cloud Shinobi village who unilaterally tore up the alliance, and the army led by Third Raikage to attack Konoha that really got Konoha in the quagmire of war. For a time, 3 of the 4 hidden villages outside Konoha actually launched a war against Konoha. On the contrary, Kirigakuer, who had been very active before, became silent at this moment. No one knew what Kirigakuer was thinking about. The ninja world, which was still peaceful, became like this in just 3 or 4 days. Xiaoan village and ordinary residents were all rumblings. The whole ninja world was caught in the panic of war. Konoha. The highest meeting room in the Hokage building. The 4 top leaders of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Yudatan Koharu, Mito Kato Homura, Konoha presided over the meeting. All jonin in Konoha attended this meeting. Danzo, who was sitting next to Sarutobi Hiruzen, looked at him with uncontrollable resentment. It's the same again. It became like this again. Sarutobi Hiruzen's indecision led Konoha into an awkward situation facing the 3 hidden villages at the same time. If Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to him earlier and took the lead in attacking and defeating a village at will, Konoha would not become so passive. Even if it is a powerful Iwagakuer, Danzo is confident. In one-on-one situations, Iwagakuer is definitely not Konoha's opponent. Destroy one to frighten the other 3 hidden villages, and when Konoha slows down, he will have the power to swallow the entire ninja world. Unfortunately, everything is too late. Sarutobi Hiruzen also knows the grievances of his friends, but he does not regret it. He has his own persistence and his own ideas. These things are above all else. Simply expounding the situation to all jonin present, the entire conference room fell into calm, and the faint murderous air intensified. Konoha doesn't like wars and doesn't provoke wars, but it doesn't mean that they are afraid of wars. For this momentum, Sarutobi Hiruzen is very satisfied. This is what he insists on. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen called out the names of the 3 disciples he relied on the most. They are one of Konoha's greatest heritage. Orochimaru licked his lips with a Ruruo smile at the corner of his mouth without speaking. Jiraiya stood up bravely and converged to the usual state of ninja in the game. Jiraiya got serious. You can totally trust him. Tsunade's momentum is not as strong as the two of them, but she also has a big weapon that the two of them can't match. When this weapon is released, the gods evade. Orochimaru, Taki no Kuni. Jiraiya, Yu no Kuni. Tsunade, Rain no Kuni. Sarutobi Hiruzen succinctly assigned a complicated battlefield to the three. Waving his hand, we will prepare ourselves, and set off as soon as possible. The three nodded, turned, and left directly. As they left, many jonin in the conference room also left with them. There was not much pre-war mobilization, and the war that had been gathering for so long, what should be prepared, during the Chunin exam, almost all had been prepared. Although I didn't expect Iwagakure to take the lead, but Tsunagakure, the results were the same. After a large number of jonin left, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo. As an old partner who has worked together for decades, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo and understood what he meant. Although Danzo is indecisive about Sarutobi Hiruzen's indecision, it is obviously not the time to argue. Slowly stood up with his crutches, as long as Kirigakure dares to go ashore, there is no need to go back. There was a sense of murder in the elderly Danzo. Looking at the half-empty conference room, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed heavily. Whether Konoha can survive this time depends on whether the efforts over the years have been effective. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen can't help thinking of Heitake Sakumo. If Heitake Sakumo is still there, Konoha can definitely be more calm. Although he is Hokage, he cannot go to the battlefield for various reasons. He needs to guard Konoha's rear and make overall plans. Once he is on the battlefield, it means that Konoha is already incompetent. This is a signal that will provoke more fierce attacks from the major villages. Everyone, let's take good care of Konoha and make all preparations so that our companions on the battlefield can have no worries. Yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Nara Luxin. Luxin, the layout of the supply line is up to you. Yes. I just hope that, more and more heroes can emerge from Konoha in this chaotic world. Chapter 44, Consecrated. Seeking Collection Recommended Monthly Pass. In the past few days, Kifen has been living anxiously all day long, sleeping poorly, eating poorly, smoking cravings, and even the excitement of touching the corpse every day has faded. He knew that the war had broken out, and the things that had been worrying for a long time suddenly landed. Not only did he not feel at ease, but he was even more worried. Slightly crushed the cigarette butts. The war hasn't really started fighting yet. I'm a small corpse collector, shouldn't I be on the battlefield for the time being? Kifen looked at the sun high in the sky. The dazzling sunlight shone on him, but he couldn't feel the temperature. Tusk, is the air conditioning in this morgue so cold? Suddenly, Kifeng's body stiffened, and slowly turned his head to the side, only to see a figure appeared under the shade of a tree not far away. Wearing Konoha's standard green waistcoat, with long flowing hair and lanky appearance, if you don't look at your face, this water snake waist might be a beautiful woman. Pity. Kifeng chuckled and shouted, Master Orochimaru. Don't plan to go to the battlefield, what are you doing here? Are you panicking? Kifeng-kun, you are now called to join the advance force. Orochimaru licked his lips and looked at him with interest. Kifeng cried and said, Me? I'm a Chunin, no, it's useless, right? There are not many people who collect corpses in Konoha. Orochimaru didn't explain anything, but after leaving a sentence, his figure turned into smoke and disappeared. After half an hour, Konoha Gate. It is Shadow Clone. Kifeng wiped the sweat from his forehead. He finally knew what was going on with his fearful feeling. Yes, Konoha has not many corpses, otherwise he would not be the only one willing to guard the morgue. Except that he is truly full-time, most of the rest are medical ninjas concurrently. He knew that it was inevitable that he would go to the battlefield, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. Almost forgot that he was targeted by Orochimaru. It's just that he still didn't understand why one of Orochimaru's dignified Sunin, Konoha Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's disciple, was staring at himself. It's still the kind that doesn't let go of it when I look at it. It makes no sense. He was complaining, but he was very honest. He packed up a little and walked towards the door. Now is the time of war. Anyone who is called up must go, otherwise he will be sentenced to village crime and punished. The war was urgent, but Kifeng's presence did not arouse much attention. Most of the advanced troops are Jonin and senior Chunin. After the battle is stabilized and the situation is confirmed, Konoha's remaining ninjas will rush to the front. This first batch is the strongest in overall strength, but also the most dangerous. Soon, the mighty ninja army left Konoha, the country of fire. Border. Orochimaru led Konoha's advanced troops of more than 100 Jonin and Chunin, and arrived at the checkpoint in the Land of Fire, the Wushi checkpoint. At this time, the Blackstone checkpoint has become a ruin. The Konoha shinobi who had been stationed either died or were successfully evacuated in the end. Some places are still burning, and many corpses can be seen on display, including Konoha and Rock Shinobi. Orochimaru beckoned with a solemn face, and several Jonin consciously appeared beside him. Reorganize, and camp here first. Yes. Collect all these corpses and send them to. He glanced at Kifeng who was at the back of the crowd, pointed at him, give him a separate tent, and send the corpses to him. Yes. Several Jonin responded, glanced at Kifeng who had no sense of existence in surprise, and immediately started to act. Because it is already at the border of the country of fire, there may be fighting at any time, and the advanced troops have already experienced more than a day's journey when they arrived here. Although he still maintains a high level of tension, if he continues to move forward, if he encounters an ambush, he may suffer a lot from facing the well-reserved Rock Shinobi. Most of the ninjas in the advance force were ninjas who had experienced World War II, so the camp was quickly set up. In the central command camp, Orochimaru and the elite Jonin responsible for the team are all concentrated here. Of course, there is another unexpected person. Kifeng. To be honest, Kifeng, who was dealing with the corpse just now, was stunned when he was called to the camp by the Umbu ninja. All of you present here are big men, the Uchiha, Hyuga, Nara, Yamanaka, Akamika, and other Konoha clan elites Jonin. He is a small Chunin, which is a bit abrupt. But there is no way. According to Orochimaru, Kifeng, who is in charge of the corpse collection team, is also an independent team and needs to participate in this meeting. Although, the corpse collection team is only Kifeng alone. However, he tried his best to maintain his own transparency and try not to attract the attention of all the big guys. At this time, a map of the border was placed in the middle of the camp. Orochimaru looked at the map and thought for a while, do you think, where should the next step be? Glancing at everyone, the serpent's eyes revealed a solemn killing. After a brief silence, Uchiha stretched his finger out of the border of the country of fire, a place not far from the country of Takano, Toraimori checkpoint. He paused for a moment and continued, Rock Shinobi's advanced troops will definitely not retreat after a single raid. It is very likely that they will occupy our Niaomarai checkpoint and use this as a stronghold to concentrate the war on the border of our country of fire. Orochimaru didn't speak. Hyuga glanced at Uchiha's heart in half, and said solemnly, there is another possibility that Iwagakuru's advanced troops are hiding somewhere in our country of fire and haven't left. It is indeed possible. The Tori checkpoint is very important, but the first thing our advanced troops must do is to stabilize, so I think we need to take the lead in eliminating the possible situation in the Land of Fire. It was Narasaka one who spoke very neutral, and did not offend Uchiha. Did not offend Hyuga, and clarified his point of view. Orochimaru still did not speak. His eyes fell on Kifeng in the corner, licking his lips. Kifeng-kun, what do you think? Kifeng blinked. The eyes of the big guys in the camp fell on him, giving him a feeling of thorns on his back. Yarn. Ask me at this time? I'm just a corpse collector. It's Chunin. Are you afraid that your brain is broken? Kifeng was incompetent and furious, but he did not dare to disobey Orochimaru's order, although the look in other people's eyes had become a little strange. It is quite surprising that one of his corpse collectors of Chunin appeared here, and now Orochimaru is still asking for his opinion, which is somewhat intriguing. Being able to be so valued by Orochimaru, no one dares to look down upon him. Many people even suspect that this unheard-of corpse collector is a disciple of Orochimaru. Definitely is. Otherwise, why would Orochimaru take it so seriously? Disciple of Orochimaru. Thinking of this, the eyes of the big guys changed instantly. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's most important disciple, Orochimaru belongs to the pure Hokage family. It is very likely to inherit the position of Hokage in the future. Then Kifeng will also become a member of the Hokage family. I don't know how many years later, it may be possible to compete with Hokage. The bit. Think far. But the Hokage world is also a relational world, especially the teacher-student relationship. It can be said that it is not much inferior to the father-son relationship. Of these people's guesses, Orochimaru certainly guessed some, but instead of denying it, he smiled and said nothing. This makes them think that their guess is correct. Among the many changing eyes, Kifeng could only spit out one sentence after thinking for a while, I don't know. But I made my own answer to this question in my heart. If I were the commander of the Rock Shinobi Advance Force, when Konoha's advance force just arrived here to prepare for repairs, taking advantage of the energy consumption of the Konoha Shinobi, when organizing the camp, I failed to maintain a perfect formation to launch a sneak attack. Because he remembered that there seems to be a Earth Dragon hidden technique in Earth-style ninjutsu, which can hide deep underground, can well evade some perceptions, and is very suitable for sneak attacks. Boom. 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 Before I finished thinking about it, there was a sudden violent roar outside the camp. A ninja rushed in, Master Orochimaru. Rock Shinobi. Rock Shinobi sneak attack. Kifeng silently fills in the unfinished words in his heart. This has a relatively high success rate. In this way, it shouldn't be regarded as a crow's mouth, right? Didn't it light up? Is it on? Chapter 45 Confrontation, Seeking Collection, Recommendation, Monthly Pass. Kifeng's crow's mouth is fulfilled. But the big guys in the camp could not hear it? There is no way, the enemy attack has already reached the door of the house. If you don't hurry out to contain the sneak attack, I am afraid this advance force will suffer severely. Jump out of the camp one after another. When Orochimaru walked out, he looked at Kifeng deeply, the look intriguing. Kifeng smiled slyly. Follow the big guys out of the camp. He was really just talking nonsense, but he didn't know that Rock Shinobi was really going to do this, and it made him very embarrassed at once. After all, Konoha's advance troops are all very experienced ninjas. It is unreasonable not to check the surrounding environment before setting up, and to confirm that there is no danger before turning around and throwing into the construction of the camp. In particular, there are several ninjas from the Hyuga clan in the advance force. Under Byakugan's glance, ordinary ninjas have nowhere to hide. Damn it! What are Perception Ninja and Hyuga's Byakugan doing? Isn't it not aware of it? Uchiha couldn't help snarling as soon as he walked out of the camp. Hyuga, who was next to him, looked ugly, but didn't say anything to refute. This time, their Hyuga does have an unshirkable responsibility. Orochimaru didn't get angry, and took the entire camp into his eyes with a cold face. After getting a general understanding of the situation, he calmly gave instructions. All Konoha shinobi, give up all supplies and gather in front of the command camp. Jonin is outside, Chinin is inside, physical ninjas are outside, ninjutsu and phantom ninjas are inside, and lightning-style ninjutsu and earth-style ninjutsu are ready. Orochimaru's words reached the ears of all Konoha shinobi. The panicked advance troops, hearing his words, immediately found the backbone of the master. The panic expression gradually disappeared, and slowly gathered towards the command camp. Almost suffocated, Hyaga's Byakugan is really troublesome. In order to avoid them, he went underground like a mouse. The cat has been so long. The sudden appearance of rock shinobi really caused a serious injury to Konoha's advance troops who could not be defended. After drilling out of the ground, they all smiled grimly and used fierce methods. Such suffocation is rewarded, and the ninjas who attacked Shimanoha camp suffered heavy damage. But Konoha has Orochimaru, and they still can't take it lightly. Looking at Orochimaru, who was surrounded by Konoha shinobi not far away, as the commander of rock shinobi's advance force this time, Tsuchika gave a cold smile. This time it was Orochimaru leading the team, but this time we must let Konoha taste it. To the pain of failure. The arrangement of the sneak attack was a decision he made. In order to avoid Byakugan and perceive the ninja, they also tried their best. Try to hide in the rock formations deep underground. As Iwagakure who has been preparing for a long time, the same is true for their Iwagakure advance troops, and their goal this time is also very simple. He severely inflicted Konoha's advance troops, and even tried to wipe out Konoha's advance troops, to fight for the war in the entire ninja world. Before long, the experienced Konoha advance troops finally gathered near the command camp and confronted the rock shinobi who stood not far away. The ground is full of broken rocks, burning camps, and dead companions. Konoha's ninjas were all humiliated, but apart from the initial panic in their eyes, they had already evolved into biting hatred at this time. This time, Konoha's losses were much more serious than expected. But, it doesn't matter. Because they have Orochimaru. Cold Kun, Orochimaru. Without much words, meeting on the battlefield must be the most tragic fight. Orochimaru took the lead and rushed to rock shinobi first. Konoha suffered a serious loss this time, and he couldn't shirk the blame. In that case, rock shinobi's loss would be even worse. In fact, retreating at this time may be a better choice. If Kifeng is allowed to choose, he will retreat without hesitation, because a sneak attack has already produced a relatively large gap in the number of people on both sides. But Konoha, including Orochimaru, did not propose to retreat. Because once you retreat, behind is a completely open country of fire. This battle cannot be retired. Tuhi's complexion changed, and he said solemnly, Earth style. Dilyabai. Rock shinobi cooperated tacitly, and the words in Tuhi had just fallen, and the rock shinobi standing in the forefront were sealed almost at the same time. A line of people squatted and clapped their palms to the ground. Rumble. The huge earth walls rise together, forming a wide and strong earth wall between Konoha and rock shinobi. Rock shinobi stood on the earth wall, and used the advantage of the earth wall to perform various offensive ninjutsu. Summoning technique. Bang. At Orochimaru's feet, a huge purple snake shadow instantly climbed up, carrying him, and rushing towards the rock shinobi group at a faster speed. It looked like a sharp sword, abruptly on rock shinobi's defensive line, and tore a huge gap. The rampant wand snake relied on his size advantage, ignoring rock shinobi's ninjutsu attacks, slapped his body frantically, and with his own strength, the entire tight defense line of rock shinobi was disrupted. Rock shinobi wants to take advantage of the number of people to fight Konoha collectively. This is their advantage of rock shinobi. To put it bluntly, in the entire ninja world, if it comes to collective cooperation ability, collective combat ability, and teamwork ability, the Iwagakure said it is the second, but no one dares to say it is the first. But the existence of a strong man like Orochimaru is unreasonable. Forcibly destroyed rock shinobi's tactics, and forcibly pulled it down to engage Konoha in a head-on confrontation and fight alone. This is Konoha's advantage. With Orochimaru's breakthrough, a group of Konoha shinobi followed closely, and quickly found their opponents as if they were fighting each other, destroying Rock Shinobi's advantage to the maximum. However, Konoha is still on the weak side after all. Rock Shinobi's individual combat capability is not that strong in comparison, but it doesn't mean they don't have it, not to mention that there is a considerable advantage in number. Whoosh! 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 At the next moment, 4 Rock Shinobi's elite Jonin surrounded Orochimaru, and the commander Tuhi was counted for a total of 5 people 3. Although such a battle did not threaten Orochimaru, it was enough to restrict his actions. In addition, after many collisions and numerous attacks on the huge size of the snake, he finally couldn't support the release of the summoning technique, leaving Orochimaru alone to face the siege of 5 Rock Shinobi elite Jonin. Huh! Rock Shinobi! Orochimaru! Let your arrogance and pay the price today. Tuhi mocked. Orochimaru's cold snake eyes were full of cold light, and a hoarse, low, magnetic voice sounded, "You alone are not enough? Let the old thing Onoki come, maybe there is a chance." Arrogant. Onoki is the third Tsuchikage. Soldiers against soldiers, opponents against generals, and shadows should be against shadows. Licking his lips lightly, is it arrogant? You will know soon. Once Konoha and Rock Shinobi came into contact, they had an extremely tragic collision. Every Konoha shinobi has exploded out of his full strength, and regards death as home. Even if it is dead, he must drag a few Rock Shinobi down together. But among the many Konoha shinobi, there is one exception. For example, at this moment, the cat was wiping Kifeng in cold sweat behind the stone, and while breathing for a breath, silently put away the corpse beside him. Whether it's Konoha's or Rock Shinobi's. I kept repeating in my heart, we are just a corpse collector, we are only responsible for collecting corpses. Chapter 46 Corpses, not to be desecrated, seeking collection, recommended monthly pass. Such a fierce battle, Kifeng, a small Chunin, is still the kind of Chunin with 0 battlefield experience. There is no need to die. Isn't it nice not to see Orochimaru all there? On the battlefield, the corpse collector is responsible for this. The companions fight to death in the front, and they quietly condense the corpse in the back. No one would talk about them, and no one would criticize the corpse collectors for disregarding the tragic situation of the battle. No way, each perform its duties. No one wants to fight on the front line by himself. As a result, after he died for the country, the body was still unable to return to his homeland. Therefore, not only did Konoha not object to the corpse collector, but rather supported it. But to be honest, Kifeng's heart is also very heavy when putting away the corpses of Konoha shinobi. For a moment, he even had the urge to rush to fight Rock Shinobi to the death. Fortunately, this impulse was quickly restrained by him rationally. Just kidding, what can he do as Chunin in such a battle? If he is a cage-level powerhouse, even if he is just an elite Jonin, he will rush forward as soon as he rushes up. Maybe he can really achieve unexpected results. But Chunin. It's just multiple deaths. Even if he completely broke out all his whole cards, Dead Bone Pulse and Sherry Nan will be dispatched together, and it may be possible to save a few people. But when this incident is over, it's strange that the Uchiha clan and the Konoha seniors didn't trouble him. The most important thing is Orochimaru. Maybe it was sliced. Facing Orochimaru with his current strength, he really panicked. Forget it. Kifeng secretly slandered himself and performed deep hypnosis on himself. I am salted fish, I am salted fish, I am salted fish. There is nothing wrong with being a corpse collector honestly. To fight those things head on, let's hand it over to Konoha's heroes. There are always people who have to bear the dark part. I will be in the dark and embrace all the corpses. Kifeng also found a good excuse for himself. Collect the corpse in peace. Yellow corpse, green corpse, green corpse, yellow corpse. The light spots of different colors and different shades made him dazzled. If you exclude factors such as identity, situation, feelings, etc., now it is like picking up equipment everywhere. There is a feeling of being taken by the boss to brush the dungeon, the boss fighting the monsters bravely in the front, and his own trumpet is harvesting the spoils in the back. Cool is cool. But such a process is destined to not go smoothly. There is a corpse collector like him on Konoha's side, and of course Rock Shinobi also has someone with the same job. As the saying goes, the corpse collector sees the corpse collector with red eyes. Encountered a business rob. Kifen looked at a Rock Shinobi who was walking fast on the battlefield with a cat not far away. His eyes were fixed on the corpse of Konoha Jonin in the middle of the two, and the opponent stopped his movements and aimed at the corpse. This corpse was a yellow corpse, but the yellow light spots on it were extremely bright. There is no doubt that this is Konoha's elite Jonin, but it is a pity that he has fallen here. This is also Konoha's battle with Rock Shinobi, the first elite Jonin to fall here, but his death is very valuable, because before he died, 3 Iwagakure Jonin were killed, and eventually he was exhausted. Was killed by a sneak attack. Jonin is considered to be a middle-level senior in a village. Elite Jonin belongs to the quasi-senior level. There must be a lot of information about the village in his mind. The Rock Shinobi corpse collector also seemed to realize the value and importance of this corpse, and was facing away from Kifen. Not only this Konoha's elite Jonin corpse, there are also 3 Rock Shinobi Jonin corpses nearby. These are the most important corpses in the battle up to this time. Kifen is bound to win, and so is the other party. Kang. Kifen slowly drew out the long knife, and gently wiped his fingers on the blade. While the blade reflected the light, it revealed a hint of coldness. He didn't want to shoot. But if the other party wants to grab the body, of course it's another matter. This touches his bottom line. One step was taken, and another step fell. The silver blade was a good thing, and the water flow was distorted, and the bright white light circle surrounded him, covering it. With each step, the light was more abrupt and the light was more distorted. Seeing the change in Kifen, the other party became a little dignified, even a little jealous. But when he glanced at the body of the elite Jonin, he gritted his teeth and jumped out. The purpose is clear. If you want to grab the body, you will retreat quickly. However, his speed is very fast, Kifeng's speed is even faster. Water knife technique. The figure is quirky and changeable, and the figure resembles a turbulent but sleek water. Ignoring all the obstacles nearby, Rock Shinobi first stepped to where the corpse was. Rock Shinobi rushed toward him through gritted teeth, and his steps changed again. Willow Dance. The Willow Mai of the Kyoryuaki tribe, after his time on the development of Dead Bone Pulse and his in-depth understanding of the characteristics of Dead Bone Pulse, plus the posture of Mai Yani released by the opponent during the Kagaya Thousand Blade battle last time, and Kifen has finally mastered this kind of body technique, with the soft and tricky body technique of flowing water knife technique and willow dance. Although there is only one knife, this does not hinder his performance. Next second. In the wide-open eyes of the Rock Shinobi, Kifeng seemed to be transformed into a slender wicker, and like a continuous stream of meandering water, mixed with silver-white light, when he was a little at a loss. The silvery white light spread across the neck, from shallow to deep red blood lines. As he kept rotating his eyes, looking at his standing body, a thought flashed through his mind. I'm dead? Yes. Under Kifeng's physical skills far surpassing ordinary Chunin, combined with the combination of flowing water swordsmanship and willow dance, this Rock Shinobi was only beheaded by Kifeng after just a face-to-face encounter. Kifeng, who seems to be greedy for life and fear of death, didn't hesitate to deal with the bottom-line problem of corpses. Looking indifferently at Rock Shinobi's head, who was gradually losing his glamour, he said lightly, "The corpse, there is no room for desecration." Damn it, I have installed it again. When the opponent gave a corpse for free, it also included the corpse of Rock Shinobi that he had received before. Harvest. The reason why Rock Shinobi Kifeng didn't hesitate to take the shot was because he knew that no village would foolishly send Jonin to collect the corpse. Jonin is the main combat force, sent to collect the corpse, it is a bit violent. The corners of the mouth rose slowly and uncontrollably. The corpses of an elite Jonin and 3 Rock Shinobi Jonin on the ground were happily put away, as well as the corpse collector of Rock Shinobi and the seal scroll on his body. There is no time to appreciate the spoils. Now Konoha and Rock Shinobi's battle has completely entered a fierce battle. Orochimaru is also full of combat power. For a while, it is impossible to tell which side will win. The advantage of Rock Shinobi is the number of people, while the advantage of Konoha is the presence of Orochimaru, who is beyond the strength of the whole game. Since he couldn't tell the outcome, he had to collect the corpse more quickly. Otherwise, once Konoha is defeated, he will have no chance to return the corpses of these Konoha heroes to Konoha, and will have to abandon some of the corpses of his companions when retreating. However, Rock Shinobi's number advantage is still very obvious. Someone noticed Kifeng's actions to solve Rock Shinobi's collection of corpses and take the Rock Shinobi's corpses away. This touched a lot of Rock Shinobi's defense. So there was a Jonin from Iwagakure who put down the target of the siege with a full face and charged towards Kifeng. Konoha focuses on returning the fallen leaves to their roots, as does Rock Shinobi. In particular, some of Rock Shinobi's combat deployments, part of Rock Shinobi Jonin, are also known. Once the corpse was robbed, Konoha's intelligence department got some arrangements of Rock Shinobi's personnel or even the arrangement of supply lines, which was very unfavorable for Rock Shinobi. Therefore, this Jonin made a decisive move. Anyway, it doesn't take much time to solve a Jonin. Feeling the chill, Kifeng decisively put down his work and ran towards the forest not far away. Damn it, dying. Be targeted. Therefore, corpse collectors are also very dangerous on the battlefield. Chapter 47 Konoha Jonin's Blessing, Seeking Collection, Recommendation, Monthly Pass. Kifeng rushed into the woods without looking back. Many ninjas on the Konoha side also noticed this situation, but with Konoha's current manpower, they really couldn't get a hand. Leading a Jonin away made some Konoha shinobi sighs of relief, and slightly relieved the pressure. Master Orochimaru. As the only person in this advance force who knew Kifeng apart from Orochimaru, Nara couldn't help shouting. Although Nara knows Kifeng and the relationship between the two is good, he also appreciates Kifeng, especially the friendship of a cigarette. However, in the current situation, the life and death of a Chunin is really irrelevant. Even if every Chunin can lead away a Jonin, Orochimaru and even Nara will do so without hesitation. As long as Konoha can win. It's cruel, but very realistic. This is war. As long as Konoha can win, he wouldn't hesitate to let Nara sacrifice himself. But Kifeng is different from other Chunin in that he is a corpse collector. There are a large number of corpses of Konoha shinobi and Rock shinobi ninjas, and there are many Jonin and even elite Jonin who know important information about both sides. Once Kifeng is killed, a large number of Konoha corpses and important information in his hands will fall into Rock shinobi's hands. Just as Rock shinobi didn't want Konoha to get it, Konoha didn't want Rock shinobi to get it either. Although Orochimaru was entangled by 5 Rock shinobi, the snakes everywhere still helped him observe the surrounding situation. He almost got Kifeng's pursuit and killing at the same time as Nara. But he did not move. Just slowly raised the corners of her mouth, glanced at Narachawichi who was a little anxious, and said faintly, "Don't worry." Hearing this, Nara was taken aback one by one. I immediately thought of it. Yes. Kifeng is the disciple of Lord Orochimaru. Since Lord Orochimaru is not worried, it means that Kifeng must have a whole card or a backhand. The Konoha shinobi people around who were worried that the corpse of their companions would not return, had the same thoughts in their hearts. Since he is a disciple of Lord Orochimaru, it must be okay to survive. It is easy to think of another Sunin's Jiraiya. His disciple Namikaze Minato has become Jonin, and initially showed his strength and talent that has not yet been fully redeemed. A disciple who is also one of Sunin, although he is young, he is probably not much worse, right? After thinking of this, I let go of worry and continued to concentrate on fighting Rock Shinobi. Out of the corner of Orochimaru's eyes, he looked at the woods Kifeng ran into. Luck? Let's see if your luck can be used this time. He attaches great importance to Kifeng, not aimlessly, but with his own considerations and plans. Orochimaru never does meaningless things. What Kifeng didn't know was that because of some beautiful misunderstandings and Orochimaru's refusal to be beaked, he, who might have had support, became lonely at this moment. If he knew, he would really rush to Orochimaru to scold him. Is it sick? What do you think of me? Can't you just say it? Am I still okay? It's just that, now he has put his mind on Rock Shinobi Jonin behind him. Jonin, it's not that he never killed one. Jonin of Iwagakure killed one head-on not long ago. But this does not mean that he has the strength of Jonin and can compete head-on with Jonin. After jumping into the forest, immediately seal. Shadow clone technique. A clone that was almost identical was separated, possessing the same abilities as the main body, and as long as it was not subject to a fatal attack, it was almost indistinguishable. Immediately afterwards. Earth style. Rock Shinobi technique. The clone continued to run, but the body took advantage of the trend and found a stone to hide. Because there was a certain distance between the two, and after entering the forest, the shadow of the leaves and the interference of light, the Rock Shinobi Jonin did not find Kifeng's body for a while. However, Kifeng knew that Shadow Clone could only deceive for a while, and could not really lead the opponent away. At the same time, he can't just go back like this, otherwise there will be another Rock Shinobi attacking him, and he may even send a stronger Jonin because he suspects that he has solved the Rock Shinobi Jonin who chased him before. This is not what he wants. Now, before him, there are only two choices, either leave the battlefield with the flow, or use this cover to kill the Jonin who was just chasing him. After hesitating for less than a second, Kifeng made a decision. Leaving the battlefield privately, but a felony, once convicted, there is only death besides defecting. Moreover, he is not really unable to do it at all. FK him. He made this decision not because he had a fever in his head, but because he did have such a whole card and ability. The last time I visited Takanakuni Torari checkpoint, I brought back so many Konoha and Iwagakure's Jonin corpses, and successfully obtained a Jonin experience card from it. Konoha Jonin Nakagawa Ryo experience card, rare. However, this Nakagawa is a Jonin illusionist, which is not in harmony with his attributes, so I don't know if he can have the strength that directly rivals Jonin after using it. But it doesn't matter, he now has a lot of Jonin and elite Jonin corpses in his hands, and the number of corpses he touched today is not enough to use in the future. If you can get something better in these 9 opportunities, it is the best. If you don't believe it, use this experience card. In any case, the illusionist Jonin is also Jonin. Use Earth style to drill into the ground. Open the seal scroll to release 3 corpses. One of them was the corpse of the Konoha elite Jonin that was snatched earlier, and the other 2 were the corpses of Rock Shinobi Jonin. They are all yellow corpses. It's up to you to see if you can gain anything. There is no time to communicate too much with the corpse. Just touch it. Yellow corpse, the success rate is 30%, may I touch the corpse, 3/3 this time, 9/9 that day. Yes. First, the corpse of Rock Shinobi Jonin. Fail. 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 3 consecutive failures. Kifeng pursed his lips, did not speak, but chose to continue. Fail. Success. Get a single random attribute plus 3 promotion card. Fail. With a simple lifting card, Kifeng did not hesitate, took out a shot on himself, and melted into his body as a streamer. As the virtual hexagonal roulette pointer in front of you stays on fine, the chakra attribute value increases by 3 points. 2 times can be said to be close to failing to touch the corpse. Kifeng took a deep breath. I really want to take out a cigarette and take a sip to resolve the depression in my heart. But this is a normal phenomenon. The success rate of the yellow corpse is relatively low, but it is easy to produce better things. In comparison, if only to improve the basic attributes and abilities, after so long of Kifeng, the green corpse is the most stable. Look at the corpse of the Konoha elite Jonin. It's all in the same village. You wouldn't do the same to me, would you? Whispered in his heart. Reached out and put his hand on the corpse that shone with dazzling yellow light. Fail. Fail. Success. Get the blessing of Konoha Jonin. He quickly opened the attribute panel, and focused his will on this piece of equipment that had just gotten hot. One piece, the same pattern as the spiral logo on Konoha Forward Protector, and a palm-sized icon. Name, Konoha Jonin's Blessing. Description, as a Konoha's elite Jonin, he longs for Konoha to win the war, and he blesses every ninja who fights for Konoha. Function, after wearing the Konoha Shinobi Experience card, plus 10% fit. Remarks, Konoha Shinobi Experience card only. Good stuff. Kifeng's eyes lit up. Although I did not get the expected Elite Jonin Experience card, this Konoha Jonin's Blessing is more valuable than the Experience card that only has one chance to use it. Now that the war has begun, there will be no shortage of opportunities to obtain the Konoha Shinobi Experience card in the future. Wear it directly without hesitation. Then he took out the Jonin Experience card and looked at the image of Konoha Jonin depicted on the card. After a little hesitation, he took out a piece of equipment that he had never used since he got it. Flint's Obsession. Human skin masks as thin as cicada wings. Gently cover the face. Flint's Obsession, Essence +2, times -1, remaining 4/5. A refreshing touch immediately followed. Kifeng's appearance has changed. His originally handsome face has turned into a rough and mediocre appearance. Even if he is familiar with him, he cannot be recognized. Because, not only the appearance, but also the figure and outfits have changed. I have to say that this flame obsession has a pretty good effect. Kifeng stood up, completely changed from appearance to breath. He narrowed his eyes and opened them suddenly, and a touch of scarlet rolled around in his eyes. Since Orochimaru doesn't believe that someone is helping me secretly, then I will show it to you. Chapter 48 I Love Konoha, for collection, recommendation, monthly pass. Take out the Konoha Jonin Nakagawa Kami Ryo Experience card, rare. Using the Experience card again, Kifeng has a lot of experience, and he also understands the system's mechanism for the Experience card. Enable Konoha Jonin Nakagawa Kami Ryo's Experience card, rare, and the numerical matching starts to be calculated. Trigger Konoha Jonin's Blessing. Successful use. The match is 70%. Change in ability evaluation. People, Wanchen Kifeng. Age, 13 years old. Attribute, Fire, Earth. Strength, Jonin. Boundary of blood succession, Dead bone pulse, medium, Sherinon, single Guyu. Body, 5'9". Fine, 5'8". Forbearance, 4'9". Magic, 6'2". Control, 5'0". Print, 5'1". Physique, Water Knife. Ninjutsu, 3 Body Technique, Fire Style Hao Yanhua, Earth Style Rock Shinobi Technique, Earth Style Earth Shore Return, Fire Style Yanbo, Water Style Water Barrier, Wind Style Great Breakthrough, Shadow Clone Technique. Items, Flint's Obsession, Inherited Forward Protector, Wear, Special Puppet Scroll, Part 1, Konoha Jonin's Blessing, where the bonus on physical skills can be said to be negligible, but the attribute bonus on illusion is extremely exaggerated, exceeding Kifeng's physical skills in one fell swoop. Finally felt the feeling of not being a physique monster. At the same time, a large amount of knowledge about illusion was poured into my mind, and the understanding of illusion grew wildly, and it became an illusion specialty in an instant. Kifeng also discovered a special case of the experience card. That is, the higher the attributes of oneself, the more attributes attached to the experience card, instead of just attaching the attributes of the experience card to the original attributes. Feel the change of oneself a little, adapt to it. Suddenly I was attracted by a bunch of small characters on the property interface at this time. Click it subconsciously. Matching degree bonus, basic matching degree 50%. 1 Tomo Sherinan plus 10%. Konoha Jonin's Blessing plus 10%. Total, 70%. So there are still these things. Kifeng was taken aback. And many more. Kifeng remembered that when he checked the various supplementary regulations on the experience card, he mentioned that the code of conduct, inner fluctuations, and the intensity of craving would affect the matching of the experience card. Just in Article 136 of the bylaw. Thought for a while. He hesitated. Kifeng spoke slowly, trying and questioning, I love Konoha. Immediately, the system popped up the interface again. Love Konoha plus 10%. It's ridiculous. Is it true that in the future, if you almost get the experience card of Jiraiya, you will call I love beauty? If you get the experience card of Tsunade, you will call I love gambling, and if you get the experience card of Orochimaru, you will call I love cross-dressing. Keek, it's far away. But it feels so unreliable. Very unreliable. However, Kifeng can be regarded as a little trick for the master to use the experience card. Still very awkward. The matching degree has increased to 80%, and various attributes have been slightly improved, but the overall strength evaluation still does not exceed Jonin's category. It seems that he still hasn't figured out many things about this system. When you have the opportunity in the future, you must find time to read the various supplementary provisions of the system carefully. Now, it's time to go up and solve the rock shinobi. 1 Tomo Sherinan was spinning around, revealing an inexplicable glimmer. After using the experience card, his perception ability has also been strengthened, and it can be felt that the rock shinobi has turned around and returned. Use earth style again to get out of the ground. Appeared silently not far from the rock shinobi. Illusion type ninja has a very big advantage, that is, if the opponent's ability to resist illusion is very weak, and unprepared, the illusion type ninja's crushing advantage is very obvious. This is one of the reasons why Sherinan is so powerful. After all, not every owner of 3 Tomo Sherinan can copy thousands of ninjutsu like Kakashi. Shisui, one of the strongest illusions in Uchiha, uses illusion combined with body flicker technique to instantly kill opponents in seconds. To be honest, there are not many ninjas in the ninja world with strong resistance to illusions. Kun is not as strong as Orochimaru, and it is also unnecessarily abused by Uchiha attack as illusion, even if it is because Orochimaru has used living corpse reincarnation once, his soul and spirit have been partially mutilated. But this can still prove a lot of things. You know, in terms of strength alone, Uchiha Itachi, who has just defected from Konoha, is only 13 years old. No matter how talented he is, he has not reached the cage level strength. It can only be said that Mangekyo has half-footed into cage level. As for Orochimaru, the veteran cage level powerhouse, even among the many cage levels, is a very top-notch existence. Jiraiya, who is the purest cage level skill, can't get any money from him. Therefore, the illusion type ninja battle is either to abuse the opponent to the death, or to be abused to the death by the opponent, and there is no middle option to be evenly matched. Kifeng originally had some doubts about the ability of using this illusion-type Konoha Jonin experience card, but it was not until he used this card that he realized that illusion was a bug in the ninja world. Restraint allows the opponent to call Dad. If not restrained, you have to call the other's dad. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and his hands quickly formed a seal. Darkness technique. The powerful spirit instantly enveloped the rock shinobi, directly depriving him of the opponent's visual ability and plunged him into the boundless darkness. The sudden change surprised rock shinobi Jonin. Illusion. Rich experience tells him that he has been illusioned. After a brief panic, he reacted quickly. Earth style. Shield. Boom boom boom. The surrounding ground roared, and a large number of rock piles swelled up, shrouded himself in the blink of an eye, preventing himself from being attacked and killed without seeing clearly. Illusion, in the final analysis, is an illusion that deceives the other's five senses, thus making the other party apparently hallucinating. Smart illusion users can even manipulate the flow of chakra in the enemy's brain at will, which is a fighting method that requires high IQ and combat literacy. Of course, it is not difficult to crack the illusion. As long as it is not a pupil-like illusion, you can actively disrupt your own chakra, thereby breaking the illusion. This rock shinobi Jonin is also prepared to do so. But, of course, Kifeng could not give him such an opportunity. He used the experience card of the illusion-type Jonin, but it does not mean that his original ability has disappeared. He can only use illusion. Gritting his teeth. Laugh. 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 A large number of dense white bones are like blooming flowers, piercing crazily from every corner of his body, instantly turning into a hedgehog covered with bone spurs. Dead bone pulse. After covering up his identity with Flint's obsession, Kifeng can finally use Dead Bone Pulse and Sherry Non without hesitation. Bone escape. Bone spear. Stretching out his right hand, the ulna, elbow, upper carpal and other bones extend and pierce out the arm, twisting and twisting with the arm, forming an extremely sharp bone spear. Next second, his body flickered, holding a bone spear. His whole body was like a sharp arrow, blasting directly on the dirt wall. Boom! The earth wall burst, and with the impact of the high-speed rotating sharp bone spear, the earth style of rock shinobi Jonin was destroyed, revealing rock shinobi with shocking eyes and apathy. But the location of the broken earth wall also made him lock Kifeng's position. The heart was crossed, his teeth were gritted, and his hands were instantly imprinted. Earth style. Earth-cracking stone gun. The surrounding soil wall instantly collapsed, and a huge and sharp soil gun was formed in front of rock shinobi, pointed in the direction of Kifeng, and pierced with the sound of breaking through the air. Kifeng did not panic. Reach out his left hand. Bone escape. Bone ingot wall. On the left hand, waist, abdomen, and back, a large number of bones gathered in the left arm and formed a solid wall of white bones around them. Boom! The soil spear blasted against the bone wall with a dull sound, like a bell ringing, deaf and deaf. Kifeng's eyes narrowed. Sherry Non instantly grasped the gap of the other party's ninja operation, supported the bone spear and bone wall by the body frame, and pulled away Ji Yin with both hands. Illusion. Narrow seize technique. Rock shinobi Jonin's eyes changed, a roaring towering ape horribly uplifted, slapped his chest fiercely, and fiery balls of fire fell from the sky. Rock shinobi's face was horrified, and his hands were almost instinctively lying in front of him, trying to block the fireball that fell from the sky. In just a short moment, he suddenly reacted. This is illusion. However, it was too late. Puff! The sharp bone spear pierced his chest, all the hallucinations in front of him disappeared, and his eyesight became clear. The purpose is the scarlet Sherry Non, and the twisted and hard bones. Unbelievable in his eyes, the power of his body was madly passing, and he opened his mouth to say something, but was flooded with blood. Boom! The body fell heavily to the ground. The last thought in my mind was, how can it be? Sherinon plus dead bone pulse. Chapter 49. Do it, it's over, seeking collection, recommended monthly pass. Solved Rock Shinobi Jonin. Kifeng stood there and didn't move. He was reminiscing about the battle that took place in less than a minute. To be honest, he himself did not expect that the role of illusion in actual combat would be too great to end the battle in such a short time. And, to put it bluntly, Kifeng, who uses this experience card, is stronger than the experience card ninja itself, or even a lot stronger. Because this Konoha Jonin is an illusion-type Jonin, and illusion is a strong point. Although physique and ninjutsu are not weak, they are not outstanding among Jonin. And Kifeng's physical skills are his strengths, even more so after turning on Dead Bone Pulse, coupled with a small amount of matching and stacking, his physical skills become a little outstanding in Jonin. Combined with the powerful illusion of excellent experience cards, it is equivalent to a comprehensive Jonin that integrates control and power attack. If ninjutsu can also reach the standard at this time, then he is not Jonin, but an elite Jonin. Therefore, Rock Shinobi's failure is inevitable. The control of illusion combined with the offense and defense of Dead Bone Pulse, apart from the slight lack of speed, the harvesting ability on the battlefield is really not much weaker than the future instant Shisui. This is a whole new experience. Before using the experience card, Kifeng is completely based on the additional abilities and enhancements of the experience card. But this time, he used the experience card to make up for his own weaknesses, and even said that he greatly strengthened his own weaknesses and combined them. Illusory, so powerful. Kifeng whispered in his heart. There are not many phantom ninjas in the ninja world, and the real strong ones are even rarer. In Kifeng's impression, the illusionist is so powerful that it can stand up to the ninja world. I am afraid that only Yu Yu's Hiha Shisui and Uchiha Itaki are good bases. Friend. Because the use of illusion is a test of the IQ of the caster, non-high IQ ninjas may not be used to it. The use of illusion requires not only the master's style, the flow of chakra, and the influence of mental coverage, but also the timing, rhythm, and arrangement of the illusion. It is difficult for the opponent to distinguish between reality and illusion in an instant, so as to grasp the gap of this moment and kill the opponent. Otherwise, if the illusion technique is too abrupt, and the spellcaster will immediately understand that he is in the illusion technique, the effect of the illusion technique will be weakened by half. Of course, Sharingan's illusion said otherwise. For example, in this battle, Rock Shinobi was hit by the dark action technique at the beginning, and immediately understood that he was hit by the illusion. He immediately used the earth style to protect himself and tried to crack the illusion. If it hadn't been for Kifeng's Dead Bone Pulse to play an unexpected role, it would be hard to say what the situation was. Kifeng made up for this mistake in time when he performed the illusion technique for the second time. Nailooc technique caused the opponent to panic for a short time, and he succeeded in one blow. Illusion requires highly difficult skills. Darkness technique, Nairobi technique. Kifeng remembered the techniques of these two techniques and the circulation of chakra in his mind, but he estimated that after the end of the experience card, he wanted to use his illusion ability to use it again, which might be unrealistic. But in the future, there may still be a useful opportunity. Remember, these two techniques are the limits of Kifeng. After all, whether it is illusion or ninjutsu, Jian is only a very superficial part. The focus is on the circulation of chakra. This is a very cumbersome step. A little mistake will lead to the failure of the technique and even unexpected danger. If it's only Indian style, it's not difficult to remember. Otherwise, Sharingan's copying ability will not be well known in the ninja world. Ninjas with a little better memory can remember these prints. Putting away his mind, he glanced at the corpse of Rock Shinobi on the ground and grinned. Jonin, isn't it that hard to kill? Looking at the corpse of Rock Shinobi on the ground happily, he harvested another yellow corpse. Although war is dangerous, it is indeed a paradise for corpse collectors. The other side. The battle between Rock Shinobi and Konoha is finally coming to an end. And it was Orochimaru who led the battle to the end. Orochimaru was entangled by 5 Rock Shinobi, and it was difficult to get out of it for a while. Seeing Rock Shinobi's advantage gets bigger and bigger, Orochimaru exploded. He completely gave up his defense, relying on his almost pervert body and recovery ability, stormed the command of Rock Shinobi's advance troops, Tokuwa, regardless of the other 4 Rock Shinobi's restraints. He forcibly beat Tuhi to half a waist and used Earth Style to escape from the battlefield. As the strongest Rock Shinobi in command and advance force, Tuhi left, causing Rock Shinobi to lose his backbone. More importantly, without Tuhi, the other 4 Rock Shinobi can no longer contain Orochimaru. How terrible is the completely liberated Orochimaru? Just ask Rock Shinobi in the room. Almost with his own power, the whole situation was reversed and Rock Shinobi was defeated steadily. Rock Shinobi's advance troops lost their command and started to retreat almost entirely out of instinct. Naturally, Konoha could not let go of the group of Rock Shinobi who killed unknown number of companions. This is what a cage-level powerhouse can play on the battlefield. When it cannot restrict it, it is when it starts to harvest the battlefield. Orochimaru said that Tuhi and the others couldn't do it, and it was not enough to let Onoki come. It was not without a target, but he did have such confidence and ability. Onoki's own Tsuchikage identity does not come. Well, Orochimaru will hit him. At the same time, Tuhi fleeing the battlefield was full of upset and unwillingness. It's not that he is greedy for life and fear of death, nor that he doesn't want to fight Orochimaru's life and death, it is because of his identity that he is not allowed to do so. As an advance force, Tuhi's status in Iwagakure is not low. Correspondingly, he knows a lot of information about Iwagakure's battle situation, including some Iwagakure's secrets. Once he is caught by Konoha, or the corpse is taken away by Konoha, Konoha, who owns the Yamanaka clan and various secret arts families, can definitely get a lot of information from him. Even if it was only the intelligence of the end of the star, it seemed extremely critical at the moment when the two sides were about to collide head-on. This is not allowed by his status. So, even if they saw him run away, the Rock Shinobi didn't say anything, because they also knew the key. This time, it was just a confrontation between the advance forces, just a tentative collision before the full-scale war between the two sides, and it will not affect the big battle. If he is caught, it may have a very big impact on Rock Shinobi's entire layout. Tuhi drilled out of the ground and looked at Orochimaru, who had begun to ravage Rock Shinobi in the distance, clutching the wound on his chest, his eyes struggling. It was not easy to watch the deaths of his companions, but he could only smash his teeth and swallow in his stomach. He gritted his teeth and turned to leave. But he just turned around, his bloodshot eyes widened, and there was a flash of disbelief. At the same time, Kifeng, who was standing opposite him, was also confused. This coincidence. Tuhi caught a glimpse of the corpse of Rock Shinobi Jonin lying on the ground and wiped his anger on his face. Although he is not the Kifeng of human beings at the moment, the corpse of Rock Shinobi on the ground speaks for itself. Suddenly, anger rushed to the last line of defense in the brain. However, before he acted, Kifeng took the lead. If it is Tuhi in its heyday, Kifeng will turn around and run without hesitation. But now, the Tuhi covered with blood, the Tuhi burning in anger, the Tuhi will lose its sense. In his eyes, it is a moving treasure chest. Coupled with the easy resolution of Rock Shinobi Jonin just now, the effect of the experience card is still there. Dry. That's it. Chapter 50, Outrageously Stable, Seeking Collection, Recommended Monthly Pass. Illusory Technique. Xia Follower Technique. Printed. Along with the flow of chakra, a pure spiritual force spewed out, covering the Tuhi who was in anger. In an instant. After Tuhi's vision was temporarily distorted, the appearance of Kifeng in front of him changed, and it seemed to be the existence he feared most at this time, Orochimaru. At the same time, one after another Konoha shinobi, bloody and full of hatred, appeared from every corner, holding all kinds of endurance tools, knotted with all kinds of seals, and locked him. Orochimaru! He roared and forced his anger to cover up his inner fear. One of the main points of the use of illusion is that when the enemy is affected by his own emotions, the power of illusion will far exceed normal. The greater the fluctuations in the influence of the magician's own emotions, the greater the power of the illusion. At this time, he was already wounded, but also full of unwillingness to witness the death of his companion. After being hit by Kifeng's illusion, the whole person fell into a state of madness. Jian. Earth style. Geodynamic core. Rumbling. Although he was affected by the illusion, most of his strength was still there. With the emergence of Chakra's frenzy of not wanting money, this earth-style ninjutsu is quite powerful. The whole ground began to roar continuously, the towering rocks were uplifted, and the flat ground suddenly sank. The terrain changes accordingly. Kifeng, who wanted to take the opportunity to attack, changed his face, stopped moving forward, and drew back. Large-scale offense is extremely destructive, and he doesn't want to face the hard steel at this time. At this time, he was like a tiger that was only injured, showing its fierceness and showing cold fangs when facing anyone, raging everywhere without any tactics. In Kifeng's eyes, he looked like a headless fly, attacking the clearing violently. He can only choose to avoid his edge. Husky meets a tiger? Let's hide first. But in the sight of Tukawa, his attack successfully repelled Orochimaru and severely damaged a large number of Konoha shinobi. With a disheveled hair, and howl arbitrarily, he looked crazy. But, soon he was stunned. Because those Konoha shinobi who were repulsed by him, suppressed by him, crushed into powder, appeared in his sight again. Still the same look, the same action, the same position. After a brief stupefaction, a calm flash in his crazy eyes, his thoughts just turned, and he figured out the reason. Angrily stared at Orochimaru not far away. Illusion. Gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. But seeing Orochimaru grinning openly, showing a penetrating smile, I saw that his hands were already imprinted, and the faint voice was silent, but it was clearly transmitted to Tuhi's ears. Illusion. Narrow seize technique. Like shadow clone, from all sides of Tuhi, a large number of Orochimaru were drilled, all with a playful smile. Tuhi's spirit was in a brief trance. In the blink of an eye, they found that these Orochimaru had already appeared beside him, forming a circle to surround him. Earth style. Tuhi just wanted Jian to perform ninjutsu, but saw. Bang. 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 These Orochimaru burst like a balloon, and a large number of moist, smooth snakes of various sizes dropped from the sky, covering his surroundings, and many more directly fell on him. Facing the snake with its sharp fangs, Tuhi shuddered subconsciously, and the shadow given by Orochimaru once again enveloped his heart. Before he had time to move, I saw these snakes blaringly torn a gap in his body, twisting his body, and swinging his tail from these wounds to get into his body. Suddenly, thoughts of nausea, fear, and rejection were flooded. His hand slapped on the body frantically, without the strength of the silk milligram. Suddenly, blood splashed, and these snakes that intended to penetrate into his body were beaten to death, strangled, and crushed one by his own hands. But in the eyes of Kifeng not far away, Tuhi's behavior is tantamount to self-harm. Every time an unrestrained slap seemed to be slapping a snake, it was actually self-mutilating. The blood that burst out was not the blood of the snake, but the blood of his own. Suddenly, Tuhi, who was already covered in blood, was more like a blood man crawling out of a pool of blood. The difference is that the blood on him before was someone else's, this time it was his own. His complexion became extremely pale, his feet staggered, and he knelt on one knee. With the passing of blood, the flow of chakra in the body was disordered, and he broke free from the illusion. He raised his head and looked at Kifeng, who was standing on a towering rock not far away, with unclear bitterness in his heart. At this time, he finally calmed down. After there is no blood to deliver oxygen to the brain, the feeling of fever in the brain also goes down. But he was not happy, because he could clearly feel his own state. Weak, tired, and depressed. Kifeng quietly grasped the emotions that he couldn't control for a while, and used it as a basis to create an illusion, which caused him, who had a certain amount of combat power, to become what he is now. Unwilling. What can you do if you are unwilling? I saw Kifeng put his hands together again. His mouth fluttered, and he uttered a few words lightly. Illusory technique. Shackle technique. Click. 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 The wooden shackles that appeared out of thin air, bone-like chains were drilled out of them, and wrapped around Tuhi's wrists, ankles, waist, abdomen, neck and many other places. The bone's chains were covered with fine barbs, as long as he had any point. The abnormal movement will be accompanied by the pain of piercing the bone marrow. The whole person opened his arms, folded his feet, and stood stiffly in Kifeng's line of sight. What made him even more desperate was that Kifeng never meant to approach him again from beginning to end. Just watching from a distance and smilingly, the distance between the two has become his most desperate gap. Nonsense. Of course Kifeng won't come close. Others don't know the strength of Tuhi. I just witnessed Kifeng entangled with Orochimaru with his own eyes. Isn't it clear? Take a look at the surrounding environment. It is a masterpiece born in the hands of Rock Shinobi, who seems to have been seriously injured. The ghost knows if he has any other cards. Kifeng stood, watching quietly. This situation lasted for a while. Tuhi's eyelids were heavy and slowly drooped, the red blood filled the pits under his feet, and the dripping blood made a crisp ticking sound, which appeared in a quiet environment. So abrupt. Kifeng thought for a while, and shook his right hand out of thin air. Bone escape. Bone spur technique. A pale, sharp bone slipped out of his arm and was held tightly in his hand. Push your feet and throw it hard. Puff. The bone pierced into Tuhi's chest. Burst. Next second. Puff. 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 The sound of puncture is endless, and a large number of fine bone spurs spew out from the Tuhi body, directly stringing them into a white bone hedgehog exactly like Kifeng. After doing this, Kifeng was quietly relieved. It should be dead. Just stepping out, a tingling pain pierced into my mind, instantly as if my head was about to explode. The pain was unbearable. However, the pain comes fast and goes fast. While his body was covered with sweat, his complexion became a little pale. He twitched the corner of his mouth helplessly. Illusion is really troublesome. Combining the consumption of spirit, the layout of the illusion, the grasp of the situation and the factors that need to be considered in various aspects, illusion is an abnormally brain-burning way of fighting. After defeating 2 rock shinobi in a row, with the blessing of experience cards, Kifeng also felt that his head was not enough. But these 2 battles let Kifeng thoroughly understand the power of illusion. The point is that the combat method of illusion really fits his combat philosophy very well. There is no need to get close, no dangerous physical contact, to slowly grind the opponent to death. This kind of fighting method is really too stable. Outrageously stable. After taking a few breaths, he took out a cigarette from his arms and took a deep breath in his mouth. With the stimulation of nicotine, bitterness fills the mouth. It slowed down a bit. Jumped off the stone and walked to the side of Tuhi's corpse. Kifeng showed a slightly surprised expression. Red light. Although it is very faint, it is indeed red light. The red light, that is, the red corpse, represents the quasi-shadow.